Is that something that the British government is looking at, the idea of a vaccine passport specifically to allow people to come and go in the months ahead?
No, we're not. Vaccines are not mandated in this country, as Boris Johnson's quite rightly reminded Parliament. That's not how we do things in the UK. We do them by consent. We yet don't know what the impact of vaccines on transmission is, and it would be discriminatory.
Yo, they lie and they cheat, they were born to deceive. In the land of the lost, they mislead the naive. Gotta turn the telly off, cause it keeps you asleep. The reason for this pandemic is a digital idea. Yo, they lie and they cheat, we follow like we're sheep. In a Freemasonic system, they don't want us free. The age of Aquarius, the rise of machines. We have to rebel and fight the digital ID. Hey yo, how many times have they fed us lies and gone back on their word and then tried to deny? How many times have they committed crimes against humanity for the greater good, but yo, we got disguised? How many times are we gonna ignore the signs? Without the passport you can't buy food because you get declined. How many times will you get pushed until you grow a spine? We live in a society where blind will lead the blind. We've entered a new age, they're priming us like souffle. They're trying to introduce a credit system like it's doomsday. I don't care if you think I'm crazy, I might sound it to you. They got the old order, now upgrading it to new. There's no conspiracy, it's here to see. I don't know how you can't agree. Digital ID is what the Bible calls mark of the beast, and I ain't down with that, that's why I take into the streets. There's so much negativity, I'm trying to balance it with peace. Yo, they lie and they cheat, they were born to deceive. In the land of the lost, they mislead the naive. Gotta turn the telly off, cause it keeps you asleep. The reason for this pandemic is a digital idea. Yo, they lie and they cheat, we follow like we're sheep. In a Freemasonic system, they don't want us free. The age of Aquarius, the rise of machines. We have to rebel and fight the digital ID. We've all seen the films, they're programming the people, conditioning them to accept the next part of the sequel. All they want is a predictable society. They want obedience and want you to comply with the elite. But I ain't having it. I've always been the blackest sheep. I'm banging on the system, seeing cracks in the concrete. I'll never give up, yo, I'll never retreat. That's why you catch me with my megaphone up in the street. Shops soon cashless, they want it digitalized. They want to merge it with your passport that's being designed. You can dismiss it as conspiracy, but show me the lie. Technocracy is coming, you gotta open your eyes. These lot of psychos, they need us, we don't need them. Even the Terminator told you himself,
screw your freedom.
We think we're free, but we live in tyranny. I'd rather stand for something than to live on my knees. Hey yo, they lie and they cheat, they were born to deceive. In the land of the lost, they mislead the naive. Gotta turn the telly off, cause it keeps you asleep. The reason for this pandemic is a digital idea. Yo, they lie and they cheat, we follow like we're sheep. In a Freemasonic system, they don't want us free. The age of Aquarius, the rise of machines. We have to rebel and fight the digital ID.
Okay, so there won't be a vaccine passport?
No, that's not the plan.
At all, ever? Not happening. Not happening, zipped another, no.
I certainly am not planning to introduce any vaccine passports.
So eventually there will be sort of this digital immunity proof that will help facilitate the global reopening up.
Yeah, realness, truth music. It's time they know. It's time they know. It's time they know. I don't wanna be. Sought for the mark of the beast. I've been censored for a decade, so I can barely speak. It's time to wake up the wolves and maybe leave the sheep. If they can't see, then let them sleep. Ain't what you think. It's starting a new race for Satan. The great reset is the case, it's so blatant. It's chemical warfare, it's mass depopulation. Mandatory vaccinations pushed out by the Masons. These are the signs of the times. Go to your battle stations and get on board. Start learning your rights and recite common law. Cause Agenda 2030's at your front door. Luther erases all the cyborgs to get on their spiritual war. Say no more. Bullshit caused or rigged elections. Stop spraying us all with stratospheric or injections. Start taxing the rich and big business corporations, no exceptions. Stop cutting our rainforest into sections. And stop trying to genetically modify human beings when you're painted in infections. Infections. It's time they know what's going on and overthrow all that evil. It's time they know what's going on, cause they don't know. I know what they're doing, I'm witnessing their plans. They want the mark of the beast chipped inside your hand. They want to lock down the streets because they think they can. But it's not how it's meant to be. What happened to the free man? What happened to freedom of speech? What happened to our God-given rights to this land? It's probably better not to ask. It's probably easy to just put on that mask. I just hope the small dose of brain damage don't last. I hope that the effects don't weigh out the original task. I hope that they aren't reading our thoughts through that mask. And when it all goes down, I hope you get out fast. Don't sit around on your ass waiting for them to tell ya. Cause they're only giving out one-way tickets to hell, bruh. They ain't coming to help ya. They ain't coming to save ya. They coming for your blood and paper. I'm out, I'm like, see you later. I ain't the savior. Cause when they reset the system, we ain't nothing but slaves, bruh. More than just a name on a paper, a barcode or a number. You gotta pay to play and vaccinate. How many will I wonder? It's time to vacate. The storm is coming to hear the thunder. Get on your skates, start running down under. I'm talking underground, bruh. You wanna lock down everything around ya and knock down anyone that tries to surround ya. Cause they ain't coming to talk now, they're coming to pound ya. Keep on the move cause they won't stop until they found ya. I told you the new world orders arrive when they start locking down your towns, bruh. It's time they know what's going on and overthrow all that is wrong. It's time they know what's going on cause they don't know. It's time they know what's going on and overthrow all that is wrong. It's time they know what's going on cause they don't know. It's time they know cause they don't know. It's time they know cause they don't know. They don't know. They don't know.
Good day. Good day. Good day, people. How are we doing? Leafy. I sent you a couple of messages, Leafy, on Signal. Naif, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. I'll just pop up. Yeah, I'll stick it in. All right, mate, you're driving. No worries. There's a StreamYard link. I'll send it to your Signal as well. I'll send a StreamYard link to your Signal, and you can join when you want. Here you go, mate, in your DMs. So, Wacky Wednesday. Terrific Tuesday. Wacky Wednesday. What will we have tomorrow? Thumping Thursday. Freaky Friday. Silly Saturday. Sumptuous Sunday. I don't know. I was watching Timcast IRL. His stream from last night. And I made a couple of timestamps. Here we go, 16 minutes, 47. Just got to put my earphones on. So I don't have to mute myself. Hey there, Ali. How you doing?
And has a very negative effect on the psyche of a lot of these people and individuals.
Let me tell you what else I find very strange, because everybody knows what equity means, right? Mm-hmm. Equity means the value of shares issued by a company, and more. He owns 62% of the group's equity. It means the value.
I just think it's quite interesting that it's taken Tim this long to pick up on this. I picked up on it immediately, and I talked about it immediately on my channel, and I made a video about it, talking about how does equity have anything to do with equality, which is what we're really striving for. There's equality between races and people. That's what we want. Everybody's equal. No, I'm not better than anybody else, and nobody else is better than me. That's what we're striving for, isn't it? So where did this fucking equity bullshit come from? Because the only place I'd ever heard equity being talked about was in a financial scenario. So I have got 100,000 in equity in my house, that kind of thing. And here we are, I don't know how many fucking months later, and finally, Tim Pool.
Value of a mortgaged property after deduction or of charges against it. It means the value of a mortgaged property after deduction or of charges against it.
One more time.
It means the value of a mortgaged property after deduction or of charges against it. It references a trade union, an equity card or whatever. And then on Google, it says the quality of being fair and impartial. Interesting. In Latin, it comes from equis, equitas, and equite, and then equity. And I think it's pretty interesting that the colloquial understanding of the word was never fairness. We always use equity, at least in my life, to refer to your value. So when you say something like, oh, I have 100 grand equity in my home or whatever, you're specifically referring to what is the intrinsic value of what you have or something like that.
So you can see what they're doing. You can see how they're deliberately confusing the two. They're confusing stupid people that are ignorant and have no awareness of what words mean. And they make them think, because equity sounds like equality, and it's talking about value. And value equality, it means everybody's of equal value, equality. But equity is about physical stock. It's about the financial potential.
There's something creepy about them coming out and using this terminology, the value of shares issued in a company.
There's something funny about the fact that it's taken you at least 6 months to pick up on it.
Stakeholder capitalism and things like that. And then referring to how they need equity.
I just heard a beep, which means somebody came into the StreamYard. Sterling, this is... crap, hang on. How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm just...
dude, I'm going to keep all my clothes on. Don't worry.
Say again?
I'm going to keep all of my clothes on. You don't have to worry.
Good stuff, man. Sterling, that was an email you sent me, wasn't it?
Me? I don't think I sent you an email, no.
Hang on a second.
I'm not sure what you mean.
One sec. I'll just find it. Because I'm trying to, man, my head's all over the place, and I'm trying to remember who you are. I'm really sorry, man.
I'm just a random guy. I'm not here for any malicious purpose. I just want to learn something. I'm just a stupid American trying to learn.
Right, I've not met you before. We've not met before.
Searched.
No. Oh man, that's even better. That's brilliant, dude. That's brilliant. So whereabouts in America are you from?
Oh, I'm a dumb Southerner, redneck, and I searched StreamYard, and changed my filter to live, and that's how I found you.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that you're a dumb redneck?
Well, I like to lower the bar, set the expectations very low. And my friend from Manchester told me that that the opinion of Americans is that we're very stupid. Yeah. And so I like to play into it and just own it.
Do you know what, right? That was my opinion until Trump took over.
And then,
until Trump came into office, and then I saw what I thought America was, what America stood for was people, and people did actually stand up. And because of the whole QAnon movement, I know the QAnon movement was a complete psyop, but I think there's something in the Q map that was originally laid before the trick code was stolen. And what I saw from that, was people using their brains. And that, and starting to become aware and appreciate the world outside of America. I saw Americans, reaching out further than America. That's one of the things about Americans is that it's not a huge percentage that have passports and have even traveled outside of the United States, and so they're just very ignorant.
Where would we go, and why?
Well, I mean, what exactly? Why really would because you've got a bit of everything in America, man. You've got a bit of everything.
I was kidding. We do, but like the culture is elsewhere, and visiting other places makes you learn a lot.
True, but there is massive, like if you go from the difference between Louisiana or somewhere, the deep south, the difference between the deep south and New York, or the further up north you go, there are huge cultural differences, and you can also see there's still parts of America still maintain their cultural influence from the immigrants that sort of built the towns, like the Dutch, the French. I know that's more in the south, isn't it? The French parts are.
Oh yeah, like even here we have a French Quarter. There's definitely influence from all over, and what it really just means is that some states are stupider than others, and
there's just more ignorant because it's not necessarily because they're actually ignorant people, right? It's just because the influences on them aren't the same. They're different influences on these people. They don't need to learn about other stuff because it's all, they're just worried about what's happening immediately around them.
But you said something interesting that I don't know a lot about, but you were talking about Trump and QAnon. You said that's when you learned that Americans weren't that dumb or whatever. I don't want to misrepresent what you said, but what was it about the QAnon movement that you felt strongly about?
It was the desire of people to break out of the paradigm, or multiple paradigms. There's multiple paradigms that we're living within. The desire, the recognition that the people in power absolutely should not be in power, and looking into, like actually digging into the stuff that goes on in at those levels of government. And media, and that is what. So I woke up in 2013, and nobody else seemed to be awake. There were pockets of people back in 2013. It was only pockets of people on the internet that were really into this stuff. then 2017 happened, and that actually woke a lot of people up, a heck of a lot of people. It made them start asking questions, and it made them realize, it made a lot of people realize as well, it's not just about asking questions, it's about asking the right question. If you ask the wrong question, you'll get the wrong answer. So one of the questions that was put to Q was, is the earth flat? And Q came back and said no. And all the flat earthers went, oh God, Q's this is a load of crap. And all the people that believe in the globe said, ha, we fucking told you the earth's not flat. Yeah, you're a bunch of dickheads. It was the wrong question. The question should have been, is the earth what we are told it is? Is the globe model that we're a ball roughly 25,000 miles in circumference that's spinning tilted at an angle of 66 degrees? Is that provable? Can we prove that? True? No, we can't, because there's no measurable curvature anywhere on Earth. If it was a globe to those dimensions, there would be there'd be a physical drop of 4 inches or 8 inches every mile squared. There'd be a physical drop, because that's the law of physics. If it's a physical ball of 25,000, a radius of 4,000 whatever miles, it's going to have this physical drop, because otherwise it wouldn't be a ball, would it? And they haven't been able to prove that. All they've been able to prove through observations, me myself included, living on an island that has other islands that are like up to 125 kilometers away, 70 odd miles away. The law of curvature says that those islands should be, because they're only 2,600 meters high, they should be pretty much completely obscured by the curvature. And especially when I'm stood at sea level, and especially when you take into account the way that water behaves, large bodies of water, particularly seawater, because of the tides, because of whatever it is that pulls the tides, it creates waves. And with the waves, it means that the height of the water can go up to 40, 50, 60 feet above what is actually the natural level. So that means that really, when you're stood at sea level and you're looking out, if you're looking at anything past what would be the horizon, which is supposed to be 3.7 miles away, if you're looking at anything past that, it's going to definitely be hidden by the sea, if the Earth is a globe of that size. The fact is, I can see the entire island 125 kilometers away. I can see the entire island. If you get a P900 camera, you can zoom into the beach on this island that's 125 kilometers away. That's a physical impossibility with a globe that's got a circumference of 25,000 miles. So it's the wrong question that was asked. It didn't confirm what they wanted it to confirm, because we can't say the Earth is flat. All we can say is that we live on a geometrically flat plane. It's got its troughs and its mountains, it's about mountains and valleys, but the actual we can only say it's a realm. I say we can only say it's a realm. We live within a realm. None of us have been to every part of the extremities of the realm. None of us can confirm any of the information that we've been given. It's all given to us in books, and we're meant to take it on faith. So just that in itself opens up a huge opportunity for people to put incorrect information in there, because there's no way for us to check it. And we know that they don't want us. They want us ignorant of things that remove the power from them.
Okay, so let me ask you, and thank you for having me. And I know nothing about this channel, and I'm starting to put things together a little bit quickly. But
are you a little bit shocked? Are you? Oh my God, I've ended up on a fucking nut jobs channel.
You couldn't shock me, but I didn't know what I was getting into, and that's what's fun about this. I just hit the link, so thank you.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Are there people out there who claim that it has been proven that it's a globe in a spherical shape?
But they're basing that on information that is not it's not truthful or valid. There's not a single photograph of the Earth from space that proves that the Earth is a globe, because all of the photographs from space, the only photographs are taken from low Earth orbit, which is like 400 miles above the surface, and they're always using a
compilation, right?
A widescreen lens, so there's always curvature on the. It looks like there's curvature on the end, on the sides, but there's, if they were using a a natural lens and you're seeing it as you see it, you'd see it's completely flat, 400 miles up in the air. It's still, when you look out, the horizon rises to eye level, and it's absolutely flat. And there's pictures that prove it. There are pictures that have been taken that prove that. So
I heard.
you know,
go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
Well, I watched this one guy's channel named T-Jump.
T-Jump, right?
Yeah. He's got a YouTube channel or whatever, and he debates people, and it's quite boring actually. But I stumbled on him debating someone who believed in the flat Earth, and he claimed that he could demonstrate it.
I mean, right. So this gets into a bit of a bigger thing. My personal, what I've found through I've spent the last like 22 years on this journey, trying to find the truth, trying to find God, trying to, get God to actually talk to me, or Jesus, or whatever. If that, I wanted answers. I had a near-death experience, and I wanted answers. I woke up from my coma, and I felt like I was in a different universe because everybody was different. That I was seeing, like, have you heard of the Mandela effect?
Yes.
Have you experienced the Mandela effect? Is there anything that you can say, oh shit, man, I remember that different?
Not really, no.
Okay, as a test then, have you seen, do you like James Bond?
Yes, but I'm not an expert in all the movies. Sure.
Do you remember the movie that had Jaws in it? The guy with the metal teeth.
It had Jaws in it?
He was called Jaws, and he was a big giant guy, and he had metal teeth.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I wish I could play into this. This sounds like a great.
I'm just trying to think of something that I can reference that you've got a memory of. What about the book, the children's book, Bernstein Bears? What do you remember?
I've heard that example, and I do remember it, but I don't remember how I think it was spelled. I have no idea. It was
spelled E-I-N. It was the Jewish Stein. It was the Berenstein.
Right.
And now it's Bernstein.
I've heard that.
I don't know if it's flipped back again, because there's examples also of these things changing and then changing back. So the example I was trying to give you with this guy called Jaws, this character Jaws, he's got metal teeth, right? And he meets this other character. It's a girl, a female character. And in my memory, when I watched it when I was young, this girl was a bit sort of trailer parky. She wore dungarees. She had a flannel shirt on, and what she looked like, with a Ricky Lake makeover, she'd look all right, but without just as she was made to look geeky, trailer parky, and she had a fixed brace, top and bottom tracks. So when this building collapses on Jaws, and he lifts the roof off of him, or the wall, whatever it is, it's fallen on him, he lifts it off, and he looks up and he sees this girl, and when he sees her, she looks at him and she smiles, this big bright smile, except it's not a bright smile because she's got metal work all in her all on her teeth, fixed braces top and bottom. And I related to it because at the time I had fixed braces top and bottom. So I was like, oh yeah, look, she's got braces like me, right? And then Jaws sees her and he smiles. He's got all metal teeth. And the connection between the two is the fact that she's got a mouthful of metal and so's he. They're completely mismatched otherwise. They're both, you know, he's ugly and she'd look all right after a makeover. But they get together and they go off into the sunset. Now, when you watch it now, in every version that exists now, she's wearing this. She's gorgeous. The girl is fucking gorgeous. She's wearing this really pretty white dress. She's got just the perfect amount of cleavage. And when she smiles, it's a bright, beaming, perfect smile with perfect teeth. And that's the only version that exists. And the other version has never existed, except me and a million other people all remember it clearly.
So why has it been changed, you think? What's the point? What would be the
this is right. This is the thing, because this is when it gets in, when you're talking to people that aren't really into this sort of thing, this is when it all goes a bit, yeah, this is like science fiction, fucking stupid. You think you're stuck in a movie or something.
No, I'm just curious as to what the motivation would be, you know? Like what's the whole
well, why the motivation? I don't think there's a motivation to change it. I think it's something that's naturally happened. Because or if there's a motivation behind it, it's the program's changed. The program has changed, and there are some people that it hasn't taken with. It's like we're living in a simulation, and they patch the simulation, but there's those of us that the patch didn't work. The patch didn't work, and
we didn't get
see it.
We didn't get
we didn't get the update, and we can see it as it was originally portrayed, right? But all that means is that you can't say that the original one that was portrayed was actually true, because if they're able to do that, it means it's all a simulation,
and they could both be true.
And what's the point? What would be the point of the simulation? Why are we like, have we put ourselves in a simulation, or did God do it, or has Satan hijacked Earth and made us think that we're all in a simulation? You know, all these different perceptions and perspectives and opinions that are of, like, don't be ridiculous. People that believe in the Darwinian theory and that believe that we're in a heliocentric universe, that we evolved essentially from primordial soup. That's what we evolved from, essentially, according to Darwin, right? People that believe that have a real difficulty believing in God and stuff. People that are atheistic, or there's so many different opinions of what's going on. But from my own experience, what I've found is that I'm able to create the things that happen in my life in a more than physical way, in a bit of a, you know, science fiction kind of way, manifesting things, making things manifesting. Yeah. So the first time I noticed that I can actually really do it, I could only do it because it was something that was easy. It was an easy thing to make manifest. And so since I started doing it, I haven't driven for 2 years now, but when I was driving, I never had a problem finding a parking space. There was always, every single time, 100% of the time, a parking space exactly where I needed it to be. Either right outside, or, you know, like literally, or if there was nothing there, I'd go and drive around the block, and as I drive back again, somebody's pulling out and a space appears, right? And that never, before I focused on that and I just went out trying to find a parking space for work, every single night I had a problem finding parking. So there was a marked difference between the two. When I wasn't concentrating on it, I wouldn't be able to find parking anywhere. I'd have to park fucking 10-minute walk away because the parking here is really bad. But as soon as I focused my attention on it, and I said with my own like will, like there will be a space there. There's a space there for me. It is specifically for me. You know, every single time there was a space there. But then try and translate that into, or transfer that to going into a casino and putting down an amount of money on a number, saying this number will come in and I will win, right? The more money you put down, the more emotionally attached you become to the outcome, right?
I hate to do this, but may I use the restroom real quick?
Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it. Yeah, no worries. Make sure you still get your clothes on when you come back.
No, don't worry, and I'll be listening. Thank you.
All right, mate. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna put on a music video while you're off. So it's only like 4 minutes or something. We'll have a bit of Red Pill Trail.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bit mad, like the way I've written it and that. Do you know where we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where'd we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? Do you know? Is the question. I'm just looking for directions. They say the blind leads the blind, but what's the use of your eyes if everywhere you look there's deception? Designed to walk in perception. The lies get applauded, but the truth gets an awkward reception. Critical thought is a weapon, or that's how it feels when you're caught in possession. Won't be a good slave, ignore the oppression. Got fire in your soul, they call it aggression. They even want us in the morgue or detention. Form of depression or distorted connections. Turn your daughter into a whore with infections. Got your son thinking drug lords is profession. The ones enforcing the laws never mentioned. Judges watching child porn with a morbid obsession. Probably snorting raw before the court is in session. Where'd we go? Where'd we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? Sick of living in a war zone like it's Baghdad. My ex threw everything I owned in a black bag. I broke a phone, she spat in my boat like I'd have that. I grabbed her by the throat and I spat back, trying to type a postcode into the sack now, but had nowhere else to go, so I scratched that and just sat there, looking up at the sky with a blank stare. There's no solid foundations, just stand here. Noisy neighbors, racists and shanks here. Limitations, masons and tanks here. Starvation and slaves to the bank here. I feel skanked here. Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turn? All this going round in circles makes me nauseous. Is this the Matrix? Cause if you're Morpheus, I'll leave now and meet you at the coordinates. I refuse to be subordinate or an ornament. When there's a war on the poor and less fortunate, the black mortality rates are disproportionate. Competing with each other like it was a tournament. While the elite are eating popcorn in the audience. The promises the politician makes are fraudulent. Still we wait for a glorious metamorphosis. Will the underdog ever be victorious? I'm just curious. Where'd we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? Where we go from here? If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must grow. Where it's cold in Moscow, I kinda feel at home when my ops roll. If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must grow. Where it's cold in Moscow, I kinda feel at home when my ops roll. Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? That nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. I've been living in a cage. This world's got me feeling like a German. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turtle? Where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn a page. We're living in a cage. This world got me feeling like a German. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turtle? Progression moves slower than a turtle. Yeah, man. You know? Just thinking out loud, man. Red pill trill. Where we go from here, man? Someone give me a map or something, man.
Right, that's Red Pill Trill, otherwise known as Jedi. The Mr. Awesome. He's in London. He's a friend of my friend in London. That was written back in 2020. I don't know if you heard the songs that I opened up with, but it's a couple of British artists that have just been writing truth. Truth song, basically just stabbing at the system, kicking back, like they're people that have woken up to what's going on, you know.
Oh, the woke culture, yeah, that's what you support?
No, right, that's the
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, good. All right. Let me see, what's that on your t-shirt?
I had a feeling you didn't, so yeah, that's why I said
what's your t-shirt say?
Oh, this is my friend's YouTube stream, The Pandemic Pub. And actually, he's been missing for like this is crazy. He's been missing for like 3 or 4 days. He used to stream every day. And I just found out he's in the ICU. So shout out to my boy, Dan. He's, I hope everybody will think about him.
And is he, would you
he's
say
in the
intensive... He's a what, sorry?
He's a streamer, a content creator, and he's in the intensive care unit. Like no one heard from him. He wasn't returning phone calls or anything, and he's got. Yeah.
What I mean is, what's his content? What sort of content does he make?
It's quite varied. He will do reviews where he reviews all sorts of beers, liquors, food, all sorts of things. But he also just live streams, and he runs during COVID. He started these live streams and for people who couldn't go out. So and they'll just chat about politics, God, religion. We play chess.
Tell me if this is him.
Yes.
Yeah, this is him.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. 4-hour stream, man. Yeah, he's a 3-hour 333. Wow. Illuminati confirmed. So does he talk about? So where do you guys stand? Where does he stand on the whole?
Which part?
on on basically the narrative for the last 2.5 years.
Well, the good thing about Dan is that I met Dan and we disagreed on quite a bit, but he's a good guy, and we got past that. It's very rare that you can meet a new friend who you disagree with, and it's not all about arguing and debating and who's right. We can, like, literally for the first time.
No, it's about connecting. It's about connecting with each other.
A genius. The dude is a genius. He's smart, and we disagree on some things that prior I would never have thought like I could be friends with a person like that. But there's so many things we do connect on, and he got me back into playing chess. He got me back into writing. He composes music and creates videos. And anyway, man, I just he's we became what we call fast friends down south, and I hope he pulls through.
Yeah, man. Do you know what it is that's put him in?
Yeah, he was found unresponsive, and he's his liver is pretty much shot. There's no secret.
Does he drink?
Yeah.
And do you know if he? This is a touchy subject with some, but do you know if he's had the jab?
If he's had what? Oh,
Bill Gates' little prick.
He told me once, but
the Jacksonation.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're talking about. I'm just trying to think. If you told me, like, he said he did because of his job, he did get the first round.
He had to have it.
Yeah, but he's been drinking a lot for years. He's been doing that stream for years, drinking hard liquor. And hey, look, he's a good person, and I just wanted to wish him well.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter where anybody is in their perception of what's going on. Like, one of the things that I've come to respect is that. So I'm very firm about what I'm experiencing, and my own perception of what's happening. And I think it's my right to have that perception because this is my experience in life, right? And that applies 100% to him and to you and to anybody that I might disagree with, or who might disagree with me. That's what sovereignty is, man. That's what sovereignty is about. I'm responsible for me. I'll be me. You're responsible for you. You be you, and we can meet somewhere in the middle. We don't have to agree on everything. We can always find a common ground. We should always be able to find it. And if you can't, then
then move on to the next subject where you do agree. You know what I mean? But that's what at first we went back and forth a lot. But that's the thing about Dan is that what he believes, he argues from a place of personal experience, and just like you said. It's hard to tell someone, no, you didn't experience that. Bollocks, mate. Bollocks. You can't do that. So, like, I had to let it go. And you know what I mean? And he also was willing to let it go. He's like, hey, look, I don't expect you to believe me. Before I experienced this personally, I didn't believe it either. But I did. And it's,
Where do you stand with what's been going on?
I'm afraid that if I tell you that I disagree on several things you've mentioned, that it will get combative, and I don't want that. Honestly, I don't.
Oh, mate, no, like I said, because just because we disagree on something doesn't. I'm not somebody like I said. I feel I've got my experience that's led me and my journey has been spent at least the last 20 or 22 years asking questions, and trying to find out what the right questions to ask are as well. Learning about personality, about psychology, about geography, about looking into science, into everything, because the way I see it is that we've been lied to. I don't know what it is I don't know what the answers are. I don't know what the truth is, but I know what resonates with me. I know what feels like it. Hang on, that feels more right than that does, and I trust this, because every time my heart's told me something, every time I've got a strong gut feeling about something, I've been right every single time. So I just follow. Go on.
Sure, yeah, I want to answer your question because you asked me where I stand generally. I'll hit a bunch of topics. I am an agnostic atheist. I lack a belief in a God. And I'm not saying that a God isn't real. I have yet to see the proof that convinces me, and I desperately want to. I grew up very religious in the South. I grew up as a Southern Baptist, and I was indoctrinated into it. And once I left my parents' house, went to college, and I had the freedom to kind of like ask questions and think critically, because by the way, in my parents' house, you couldn't ask questions that were challenging to the church, the religion, the God. It was not okay.
Yeah.
So once I was able to do it, I kind of started doubting the reasons that I had and wondering if there was anything else that I believed that maybe wasn't true, or if I had good reason to believe the things. And so like ever since then, I was probably like 18, 19, I went on a quest for truth, and I want to know what's true. And I do, maybe it's a flaw, but I know that I require maybe a little bit more evidence than other people. I've noticed that other people can be convinced a little bit more easily of something than I can. I don't know if that's good or bad. Maybe I'm a skeptic or a cynic. I don't know exactly. I'm also pretty much a socialist. I'm not left or right. I'm not liberal. I don't support either party that we have here. I vote third party. And I wanted to hit a few topics. Anyway, that's enough for now, I guess.
That's cool, man. What you said about God, in my experience, most of the people that I've met that have a Southern Baptist background are now completely disillusioned, and and they've either gone in the spiritual route or they've gone the agnostic atheist, that route. They've either gone the New Age spiritual, or they found themselves where I am. So I think the reason that happens is because your expectations you build up expectations of this, what they've said God is. They've defined God and put God outside of you. It's this, how it's portrayed to us as this kindly old man in the sky, sat in the clouds, making judgments, who in the first half, he was really vengeful and smiting people and chucking thunderbolts. And then he sends his son down and he turns into a really nice, benevolent, all-loving God. And he loves you unless you deny him, and then he'll hate you and he'll send you to hell forever, And what that did was it removed any power that you might have. And in my opinion, it removes your free will, because it sets up a scenario that's not how it works. So I wasn't brought up anything. If anything, I was Church of England. My parents had me christened when I was born, took me into church and had me christened, which is the English version of the Church of England version of a baptism. Basically, it is a baptism, but it's not Catholic. It's Protestant. But that was it. We only went to church for weddings. That was it, for weddings, man, for family weddings. That was the only reason we went to church. But I was in private school. The first, the age of 5, I went to a preparatory private school to go on. They wanted to put me basically into government or into medicine or into science or something like that, because I did a test. They made me do a test when I was 5 years old, and they said, "Oh, yes, right, we're going to send you here." And it was this. They had my whole path planned out, you know, what they wanted to and where they wanted me to go. And it's just made me lose my sort of train of thought there. Where was I going with that?
But you did go down that path.
No, I went down that path for 4 years, and I didn't want it. I wanted to be a musician. I didn't want to be a barrister. I didn't want to work in government. I didn't want to be a brain surgeon or any of those things. I don't care if that's what I could be, if I had the potential to be that, if I was intelligent enough to be one of those people. I don't care. I wanted to be a musician. I wanted to evoke emotion and feeling in people and make them feel the way I did when I listened to songs that made me feel, you know, that made me feel happy or want to dance. Or I'm one of these people that if a song's got a good beat or something, it doesn't even have to be the genre that I like the most. If it's got a rhythm, I cannot stay still. I'm tapping along. You know, because I'm a musician. I don't know if you notice the guitar in the background. I'm a songwriter, and
But I would put the artist and the musician, the artist, above all those other things that they wanted you to be, because society tells you that those other things are more valuable, and that those are the things that are the pinnacle of achievement of some sort. But no, a musician who writes and records and produces and plays and performs is, to me, the height of intelligence, the height of brilliance, the height of just what we need.
I think intelligence is something. It's not been defined correctly to us. We people are made to think that intelligence is about your IQ and stuff, but real intelligence and true geniuses are it's not just intellectually, it's spiritually, experientially, emotionally. It's people that are able to understand all levels. Like the way I see it, there's four. So we've got earth, wind, earth, air, water, and fire, the four elements, right? I think that it translates to us as people. We have four elements to our being. To being a person, there's four elements to it. There's the physical, the emotional, the intellectual, and physical, emotional, spiritual. I can't remember what the fourth one was, but there's four. And the way I see it, it might be just because I'm a Libra, but one of the first things that you have to do when you're born, right, to be able to function in this world, you have to learn to balance physically. You have to be able to balance yourself physically to be able to walk around, right? But it kind of stops there with us. I mean, we talk about people not being emotionally balanced or being emotionally imbalanced, but they don't focus on when you're being brought up as a child, the first 10 years of your life, they don't really put any, that it's just you're left to your own devices to learn how to balance yourself physically, and then they kind of forget about it. But you need to be balanced in everything, in all aspects of life, right? And emotionally, socially, you know,
Chemically.
Sorry,
chemically,
yeah, chemically balanced, yeah. I mean, they've done their absolute best to completely imbalance us chemically, right? With all the E numbers and everything that they're putting into food and stuff, into food and drinks and what they're spraying. Where do you stand on like chemtrails? Do you believe that they're spraying stuff in the air, or do you think that's a conspiracy?
I'd have to say no, although I don't mock it. I don't see it's not true. I'm just a complete skeptic, and it's just something in me that digs in and says, "No, prove it to me." And I've
Do you
seen
notice the difference? Do you notice the difference though between? It's funny actually because today I actually filmed a plane that was leaving a contrail, not a chemtrail. It was a trail that disappeared. Like I always remember it disappearing back in the 80s. You know, it would never be longer than sort of this long in the sky moving along behind the plane. It would dissipate because it was just water vapor that was coming off the wings and out of the engine. Did you notice the difference like between the ones that do like that and then the ones that stretch across the sky and then stay there and then spread out and turn into a blanket of clouds?
honestly no, but I mean I was born in the mid '80s, so I don't remember that, to be honest. Not saying it didn't happen.
But you always remember it like covering the whole sky.
Kind of, yeah, and it would just slowly dissipate over a long period of time and fade out. Maybe it got bigger, like the back of it, and seemed like it was more narrow at the front, but it all kind of,
Yeah.
I don't know.
But spreading out, yeah. I mean, I think all that is that you were seeing what they were doing. But there's a distinct difference between the two trails. There's actually a third one. There's a third type of trail that I first saw it on YouTube. I saw somebody filming it, and they zoomed in, and you could see clearly there was a white cloud and there was a dark blue, being sprayed. And what happened was it made the white cloud merge into the background quicker because the other spray was a blue spray, and it just kind of mixed, and then it seemed to disappear quicker, but it wasn't disappearing. You could still see it just wasn't as obvious anymore, you know. I first saw it on YouTube, and then a couple of days ago I was walking the dogs and I saw it. I didn't see it being sprayed, but I saw it afterwards, and you could clearly see there was it was a dark trail as well as the light trail, which was a different color to the sky. Like it was definitely something that had come out of the back of that plane.
I've never heard the part about the blue, but I guess that makes sense. The blue to cover up the actual trail. Yeah, that makes sense. I never heard that.
I mean, they've come out and said it, man. I've made a couple of videos about it. They've come out and actually said it, and they call it aerosol, something aerosol, and they're spraying it. They admitted it back in the 90s when they said, "Oh yeah, we're spraying up in the ionosphere, we're spraying lithium because it will show us the air streams, because lithium changes color in the sunlight causes it to change color and it turns red, and they can see the air streams in the ionosphere. Well, that lithium is going to fall down eventually, and when you see red sky at night and red sky in the morning, it could be that's lithium in the clouds that's causing that to happen.
They should have saved it for the batteries and the chips for the vehicles.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Now I know.
So, I mean, yeah, geoengineering, just JP, geoengineering. They've admitted that they're doing it. They're just saying that they're talking about doing it now, but they've been doing it. You know, they did it back in the Korean War and Vietnam. You know, they created what are they called? Typhoons, and you know, they extended the rainy season. There was a guy back in the early 1900s that was able to create rain by throwing these chemicals up into the air, and like an hour later there would be it would seed the air with it would seed the clouds, and then there'd be rain. So they've known for a long time that they can do it. They've definitely known for a long time, and it's the ultimate weapon, really. If they can control the weather,
yeah,
it's the ultimate weapon.
Because then they can disguise it as something natural, yeah?
Yeah, and they can say climate change, man. where do you stand on climate change? What are your thoughts about fossil fuels? And
Well, they say that fossil fuels lead to climate change. They say that the planet's getting hotter. Yeah, and there may be some evidence that each year was the hottest on record within a certain amount of time. But then other people will say, well, hey, it's going through seasons of getting hotter and patterns of getting colder, and this is normal and natural. But do fossil fuels contribute to it? Possibly. There would be motivation to cover that up, certainly by the people who are making money off of it. But no, I'm not convinced either way. I hate to cop out, but I don't know. It would be my answer. I don't know.
no, that's the best answer. It's the best answer because it's honest. Because at the end of the day, none of us know. We can all feel strongly, like we can feel strongly one way or the other, but actually it would be much better to not feel strongly one way or the other about it, because then you were emotionally attached to it. It's like people get so emotionally attached to what they think the answer is. So if anybody disagrees with them, they get angry or they get upset or they get offended.
I was afraid that would be you. No offense.
No, mate. No.
Okay.
No.
Good. Thank you.
No. So, all right. I'll tell you. Obviously, this is the first time you come across my channel. So, I've been doing this for since 2017. Q dropped in October 2017, but I was already looking at all of this stuff. From 2013, I was looking at all this stuff. In 2015, I moved to Tenerife, where I made observations that proved to me that they're lying to us about the shape of the Earth. And then in 2017, Q dropped. And the channels that I was watching were truther channels, people that were speaking out against the narrative. And one of them was Richie from Boston, and he put out this video in November saying, "Look, Christmas is coming up, and I want to talk to a couple of my subscribers, at Christmas, because back in 2017 it was a much more niche. The truther, content creator on YouTube was a much more marginalized. Now everybody's got a bloody YouTube channel, and everybody's getting onto YouTube. YouTube's taken over TV a little bit, but so he said, what you've got to do is make a video saying why I should, why it'd be good to speak to you. So I did that. I thought, right, this is it. I'm going to become a YouTube creator. And I already had a YouTube channel because I posted a couple of videos with my band a couple of years before, but I was never a creator. So I became a YouTube creator, and it was like, what do I want to do? What sort of am I going to be a truther channel? Is that, am I? And I recognized very early that everything is a narrative. They're all narratives. I'm not personally invested in any of these narratives, so I can't give them any credence, whether they're true or false. But what I do remember from my childhood was, being taught at school and by my parents, you shouldn't lie, because people that lie, particularly pathological liars, you can never believe a fucking word they say. And so fast forward to 2017, and I'm like, they're all pathological liars, all of them, absolute pathological liars. So we can't believe anything they say. So we've got to go and find the answers. So I'm looking at everything, watching all the different videos about all the different possible narratives of what's going on, going from intergalactic, federations to the Pleiades to the Illuminati and the Sabbatean Frankists and everything, religion, science, politics, everything, ethnology, genealogy, psychology, And the one thing that I realized a few years ago was that the only things that I can really have any control over and actually know 100% is all related to me and my own experience and how that experience has affected me. And that meant going into myself, thinking about, breaking down my life, basically. James Brown. And because I had this when I had the car crash in 2000, and I lost my girlfriend, who was pregnant with my baby, and it's because I fell asleep at the wheel, so I had to go to prison because I hadn't slept for over 24 hours, which is why I fell asleep at the wheel. So it was dangerous driving, which I accepted, and I pleaded guilty, and I was sentenced to prison. That whole experience, I mean, just the car crash itself, like I said, I came out of the coma, I stayed in hospital for a bit, and then when they sent me home, I swear to God, man, like it's no different now. I still feel the same way about it now. The people that I knew, my friends, my family, everybody that I knew, it wasn't the same people as when I'd gone into the coma. They were different people. They looked the same. They talked, they everything was the same except them as people. They'd gone from being 70% optimistic and 30% negative and pessimistic to being 30% optimistic and 70% negative. And my mum went from being a woman who I knew loved me to being a sociopath, as far as I was concerned, towards me. Absolute sociopath. No connection to her emotions at all. Like, she was not the mum that I was expecting, because that's the mum that I'd had. She was a completely different person. She couldn't even talk to me. She didn't even know how to talk to me. And it was all easily explained away by saying, listen, psychologically, what happened was absolutely earth-shattering anyway. I was basically responsible for somebody else being removed from this earth forever. Or really for two people, one that was just starting, and just how that ripples out, the effects of that, and how that ripples out into my family and into her family. And so it's such a huge thing. Obviously, my universe cracked, and everything I saw was different. But then fast forward to 2015, and that's when the Mandela effect, people started talking about the Mandela effect. And I sat there going, hang on a second. This is kind of what I was talking about 15 years ago. And the things that you're noticing as different now, I noticed 15 years ago. And the fact that so many other people, without me talking to them, are popping up saying these, it was like, oh, well, maybe I'm not completely mad. Maybe I'm not completely crazy. Maybe what happened was when I woke up from my coma, I woke up with clear eyes. I woke up and basically the veil was gone. I was able to see through the deception, able to see through this glaze that they put on everything, and say, and no, this doesn't feel right. It feels fake. Everything feels fake. And now here we are now, and it's like, wow, well, nobody really can disagree that the last 23 years has been all fake narratives. Iraq, George Bush, Twin Towers, Afghanistan, Bin Laden. They were just one after the other. Why? Well, we've got pathological liars in charge. It's pathological liars that are in charge of the media, in charge of the law enforcement, in charge of everything. And they're only in charge because we all agree that they're in charge. That's the only reason they're in charge, because we're all saying, subconsciously, we're saying, yeah, they're the ones in charge. They're the elites. They've got all the money. They've got all the power. But really, we've got all the power because they're terrified of us. That's why they're working so hard to control the narrative. Because the moment anybody starts to think freely and, like you say, critically, as soon as you start to think critically about things, you start to see holes appearing. These holes appear in the narrative that shouldn't be there if it was true. And the coincidences that happen, you know?
But at what cost? Because as soon as you start pointing out those things or saying those things, then what happens to you?
Then you get marginalized, you get targeted. Funny things start happening in your life that don't seem to happen to other people. And so things like your car gets broken into, turned inside out, but the only things that are stolen from it are a big packet of sour Skittles, a new pair of trainers, and a whole bunch of receipts from when you paid your phone bill every month in the post office. You got a receipt, and so it was all the receipts from your phone bills to prove that you'd made the payment. But when they did it, they left the drone, the expensive guitar, the PA system, anything of any value, financial value, was left. Like the trainers that were stolen cost me 15 euros from a Chinese shop. They weren't expensive. But the car was locked up again afterwards. They unlocked it, turned it inside out, only took a couple of specific things, and then a month later, Vodafone phone you up and or your phone cuts off. So you phone up Vodafone and say, oh, that you've cut my phone off, I think, because I'm a couple of late paying the bill, expecting your bill to be like 80 euros. And they say, well, yeah, I say, how much do I owe? And they say, oh, you owe 800 and something or other. I'm like, what? Yeah, you haven't paid your bill for 7 months. Firstly, if I hadn't paid my bill, as soon as I don't pay my bill, you cut my line. So I have to pay my bill, because otherwise I can't use my phone, and I need my phone for business. So, and they said, okay, no problem. Have you got any receipts? Yeah, I've got receipts. Hang on a second. And go to the car. Oh, hang on. The receipts, they're gone. They're not in the back. They must have been taken when they fucking broke into the car, because I know all the receipts were stuffed down the back in the back pocket behind the seat. That's where I put all the receipts. As soon as I got back in the car, stuffed the receipt down in there. Then I knew where it was. So, and then the pandemic, early on, couple of months into it, for no fucking reason other than the fact that he got drunk, my landlord throws me out. I've been living there for 3 years, and he throws me out on the street, literally chucks me out on the street with my stuff, and all of my equipment gets stolen. So I can't continue doing what I did, my music, you know, my microphone, all my leads, the stands, the PA system, the mixing desk, all of that, all stolen. So I can't carry on. I've been playing in my apartment, just playing on the internet, and people would come to the internet gigs and make donations, and that's how I was surviving through the lockdowns. like with no income. And I was splitting the money with a girl in London who's got 2 children. A friend of mine, she's my best friend. She's my sister from another mister. And so I was splitting the money with her, so that it was, you know, pretty much keeping the 2 of us going. And then all my equipment was stolen. I couldn't do it anymore. And I was put on the street. So I was on the street for a couple of months. And then I found this hostel that I'm in now. But, you know, and I've been here on the island for 7 years. I've been working, doing it all legitimately for 7 years. So legally, I should be given, because of Brexit, I should have been given residencia and made a resident of Spain, because I've been here for 7 years, paying, you know, earning money, pay on contracts. Nope. Oh no, not me. I can't have it. No, I have to go back to the UK and get a jab, and and get a visa to come back. But anybody else who'd been here before December 2020 got granted. All they had to do was prove they'd been here before December 2020. I've got proof that puts me back here in July 2015, and I've never left the island since. So what's different? Surely I've got more right to stay here than somebody that's only been here for a couple of months. Nope. No, you've got to go. You can't stay. Or you can, but you can't work. So my career, basically, my bread and butter is taken away from me, and I have to sit here and you know, beg people to make donations so that I can fucking pay my rent every week.
You talk to wankers from the U.S. and talk to wankers from the U.S. who don't know anything.
Hey, listen, dude, you don't know how much I'm appreciating this conversation.
Oh, really?
Because because most of the people that I speak to, you know, it's fellow content creators who are all on the same page, pretty much. You know, it's a bit of an echo chamber. We get stuck into echo chambers. So to have somebody that's not coming from the same place, it's somewhere else you come from, but you've found your way to my channel and you've come on for a chat. That's brilliant, man. I love it.
Yeah, I just searched StreamYard, changed my filters to live, and here you are. Here I am.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I've got some really good subs. I mean, I don't get huge. I had another channel that got deleted because of, I just kept telling people what was going on. I kept showing them factual evidence of what was going on, like back in 2020, 2021, showing them factual evidence that had come from legitimate authorities and factual sources, and getting deleted because they, you know, that did not sit with the narrative. It wasn't. I was telling people what everybody is saying now, and they're accepting now. I was saying that 2 years ago with my friend Roxanne. We were both saying it. We were saying, listen, this is going to happen, then this is going to happen. It's going to go on for at least 2 years. It's all leading up to this and this, and everybody's going, you're conspiracy theorists, you're alarmists, you're fear mongers, you know, shut up, you're idiots. Every single thing that we told people in the beginning of 2020 has come true.
Really?
The only thing that we didn't get was Ukraine. We didn't know that Ukraine was going to happen. That came out of nowhere for me. But it still, basically, it just slotted in there. It was just like the whole narrative changed. The whole focus of the narrative shifted straight away to Ukraine, and then it shifted to climate change for a bit, and then it's back to Ukraine, and now it's going to go back to digital ID and passports and. You know, back to the original narrative.
I would like to talk and listen and hear about a little bit about that Ukraine subject specifically. If we could dig into that, and I don't want to get your channel in trouble. I don't know the rules, and yeah, you kind of touched on that. But like, if we're able to dig into that topic, I would love to.
Yeah, man. Well, we can talk about that. Where do you stand?
Well, a little bit all over the place, but there is one thing I'll point out is like, hey, look, I'm no Russian sympathizer. I'm not, but I feel like even we down south we have a saying that says even a broken clock is right twice a day. Yeah, meaning that no one's wrong all the time. You know, and anytime you think that someone's wrong all the time, you're the one that's probably wrong. Anyway, I thought it was brilliant the way Putin came out and said we were going into Ukraine because, well, one of the reasons is because we want to eliminate the Nazis. We want to get rid of the Nazis. Yeah, and that's brilliant. And hear me out, because what that does, whether it's true or false, I'm not talking about that. But as soon as you make that claim, yeah, then anybody who doesn't support you, anybody who's against you, is therefore, according to that logic, is a Nazi sympathizer. Yeah. So as soon as you put that out there, that means anybody who doesn't agree with what I'm doing and what I'm saying is against me. Therefore, they're pro-Nazi. You know, which is it's kind of smart. Now, I would say that there's probably Nazis in every country. Yeah. And I mean, and they're always closeted or fake Nazis. Even the Azov Battalion didn't come out and claim to be Nazi. Like, they had patches that were very similar to the swastika, but not quite enough. And even when that was pointed out, they got rid of that. Yeah. I digress. There may have been warning signs. There may have been, like, I think that Putin spoke out about NATO and how they were encroaching on his territory, how they were at his doorstep, how he had subs that were capable of nuclear weapons right in international waters, right off the coast. And we wouldn't accept that, right? Like, no. we wouldn't allow someone to invade Mexico and be like, but they don't want to harm us. We wouldn't accept that at all.
Or Russia coming and putting nuclear weapons on Cuba. Or not just Cuba, like all the way around. You know, not right up against the border, but near the borders. America wouldn't stand for that, man.
No, mate. No.
Not for a second.
Especially a country that makes a living off of war and makes a living off of spreading freedom and democracy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's their version of democracy, isn't it? And their version of democracy is it's totalitarianism, and it's
Lockheed Martin is the mother of all bombs. It's Boeing. Yeah. It's the military-industrial complex, but they sell it to us as something noble.
Yeah. So, and that's what they've see. So that's what my research has shown me is historical. Like every single story that we're given about anything, all of our history is exactly that. It's a story that's been given to us by the victors, by the ones that won, and we just have to because good always wins. Good always wins, man. So obviously it was always the good guys that won in the end, and the story that they're telling us is the truth. But when you really dive into it and you see that every single military leader that conquered nations, when they did that, one of the first things they did was destroy the history and, you know, burn the books, get rid of all the references, destroy their culture and rewrite it with their own version. Right? And the English are one of the worst. We're one of the worst at that, man. But they've all done it. They've all done it. And like I was saying before, you can't trust a pathological liar. Well, the people that have been telling us all these stories are pathological liars. So how can we actually trust what they're telling us at all?
I don't.
And so when you sort of take a 200,000-foot view of it, you see all these things that link together, and it's like, oh, hang on a second. So basically all they've been doing for as long as we've been alive, for as long as our parents were alive, probably for as long as their parents were alive, and so on, who knows how far back, they've been controlling the narrative.
Of course.
How far away from the truth have we drifted? Those that don't remember their history are condemned to repeat it. And all that seems to happen is history keeps repeating itself. Well, it keeps repeating itself because they have to come in and reset everything to get them, because it always ends up that people start to wake up and start to say, hang on a second, hang on, now why do you have the right to be a trillionaire and sit there and do nothing? What, because God said? Who's God? Where's God? Why has God given you the right to do that and not me? We're supposed to be born equal, you know, and that happens. I think that's happened every single generation. And that's why we are in a perpetual state of war, you know, since however long ago it was. Every 100 years, there's always a war going on somewhere where they're disrupting everything. They're rewriting history. And what the last 2.5 years has shown us, shown everybody, it's shown me, they're doing it in real time. They're redefining words. They're rewriting history. They're rewriting the British history right now as we speak. In the books in schools, they're teaching children in schools that England has always been multicultural. Ever since the Roman times, there have been black people all over the UK, because there were North Africans holding Hadrian's Wall back in whatever it was, 200 AD or whenever it was. I don't remember the date, but there were these Well, that's relying on people's ignorance, because it's got the word Africa in there. Most people, particularly white people, think, oh, they must be black then. So North Africa they must be black. No, I'm part North African. My granddad was a black man, but he carried the Aryan gene that runs through North Africa and up through Iran and into the Middle East. It's the blue eyes, blonde hair, RH negative blood, all that, you know. So, and it skipped a generation with my mum, and I got it. So I was born with white blonde hair and blue eyes and all that. But so the people, North Africa, if you look at North Africa, look at Algerians, they're not black. They're not black men. They don't look like African men, you know. They don't look like they're from Zimbabwe or Kenya, you know. And so we didn't have black men in England back then, but that's what children are being taught.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know enough about the European history yet. But let me ask you this. This will be a very soft pushback, but at the same time, the hardest I've pushed back tonight. Yeah. So if the victors rewrite history, if we can't trust these pathological liars, if they're telling us what's in their best interest and hoping that we just gobble it up, can we trust the Bible?
Right, my opinion of the Bible. The scriptures that the Bible is comprised of, there are threads of truth that run through them, which is basically the principles that are being taught. The principles being taught in the Bible, that's the truth. The stories behind it, I can't say. The Bible itself, the canonized Bible, was canonized by a pagan, by Constantine in 386 AD, whenever it was. He was the one that him and his the Nicaea thing. They're the ones that said, oh well, yeah, there's 50 gospels have been written, but we're only going to put these 4 gospels in, and all these other ones we'll keep them out. Who said what? Why did they keep those gospels out? So you go and read those gospels, and it's you got the gospel of Jesus Christ, you got the gospel of Thomas, you got the gospel of Mary Magdalene,
Enoch.
and Enoch they've taken out. It's not as hidden. Enoch was in the Bible for a while, and then they removed it, so it's not as hidden as like the gospel of Thomas.
Okay.
So the gospel of Thomas is actually, Thomas is talking about, it's the words that Jesus actually spoke to him when Jesus took Thomas away from the other disciples and spent some time with him, just the two of them. And he said to him, I'm telling you these things because I cannot tell the other disciples because they're not ready for the information yet. But I'm telling you because you are, basically. And what he said was basically, dude, we're brothers. I'm not like, you are no different to me. We are both sons of God. We are all sons and daughters of the Creator, right? And as such, if you can be like me, you'll be able to do all the same things that I can do. You'll be able to walk on water. You'll be able to feed the hungry. You'll be able to perform miracles. You'll be able to say to the mountain, move, and it will move, right? But the thing is, everything that he spoke was parables. It was all code. It was all the way it translates is you can do anything that your heart and mind agree on. If your heart and your mind both agree on what you're doing and you know it to be true, there's nothing that will stop it. So it's like you get this mountain in front of you is an obstacle. The mountain is an obstacle. You say to the mountain, you're nothing. You're not an obstacle. Get out of my way. Move. You move the mountain.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
After you just
you move the mountain. And things like when he talks about when they talk about the heavens, they say the heavens are within you and God is within you. It's all within you. Everything is within you. That's been twisted by particular people to say that means that they are the ultimate authority. Like it's where they say, oh, that we can be gods. And they're saying that the transhuman agenda is to become gods. Well, what if we're all gods already? Like, what if we are actually, because we're fractals of what created us, because we were created in its image, so we're a fractal of it. And if what Jesus said was true, we can, so long as we're decent people and we never cause any harm and we never cause any loss intentionally, and we never, we just always strive to turn the other cheek and be the better person, and you know who you are, you'll be able to do all the same things. You'll be able to cure people of illness and all kinds of stuff. I'm just going to look in the chat room a sec. Boy, all right, son. So the mountains will not move out of my way. Well, all right then. I'll take a hike. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the mountain is only an obstacle if you think it's an obstacle. If you look at it and your mind says it's an obstacle, but your heart says, yeah, but I can still get over it. If your mind doesn't agree and you listen to your mind, then you won't try. Unless you hike through that mountain range like the Hobbit fighting. Just JP, the book of God is in the ether. I think the book of God is in. I think the word of God is on your heart. I think the word itself, God, is a misnomer. Is a deliberate. It's a deliberate word. They've deliberately used that word, and they've associated everything that they have associated with it to create instantly. As soon as you use that word, it instantly creates a perception of God, what God is, and that will depend on what you're programming, what the indoctrination was that you went through about God. So if you're Hindu, or if you're brought up in India or China, you think differently about God. Or do you know, if you're in the Middle East or North Africa and you're Muslim. My grandfather was a Muslim. You think of God as Allah. You don't say God, you say Allah. They've one of the ways that they've got control of us is through our language, through the words that we speak, because the words that we speak have power. That's why they say, and also when you write as well, particularly if you write, the pen is mightier than the sword. That old saying, because it's more than people realize. Like, spelling is called spelling for a reason. You spell the word because it's what you're doing is you're creating magic. You are writing spells. So if you write something, it puts out a message to the universe that it will respond to, or it confirms something, or it reconfirms something. And that this all leads back to manifestation. So if we're all little miniature, we're little miniature versions of the creator, and if we live right, we have those we have the same powers as the creator. Well, if we're ignorant, if we're completely ignorant, and we do still have some sort of power to manifest, then wouldn't the best thing for people that want to control everything, the best thing for them to do would be to take control of our perception? So
in our language, in our words,
and our language, yeah,
and
then make us go on. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it might be on the same subject, but I do find this interesting that in the woke culture, there are certain words you're allowed to question, yeah, and there are others that you're not, even if it's in the same conversation. I saw this video about it's an epistemology channel. Epistemology being the study of knowledge. I don't know if you've ever seen these channels. It was Peter Boghossian and Anthony Bosco and Pine Creek. Those are a few. On Peter Boghossian's, he'll go to a college campus and say, hey, here's a statement. Gender is binary. There's only two genders. Agree, disagree, showing disagree, and then they'll have a conversation. Yeah. Within that conversation, just by questioning it, you could be, he was labeled as a transphobic. And he said, well, before we get into it, you know, a woman is what? And they defined it, you know, as a woman is defined by what? I want to know your definition so that I can understand you. And they defined it. And then they told him he was transphobic. And he said, so what do you mean by transphobic? And they said, what do you mean? What do you mean what is transphobic? You know what that is. That's what you're doing. So at that moment, a spark went off in my mind that, wait a second, how come we can agree that we might need to define what a woman is, but we don't need to define what transphobic means? I don't know if that's off subject or not, but
no, because I mean, that's all part of it. It's one of the ways that they've broken down society is to break us up into all these little subdivisions they've all been labeled, all these labeled subdivisions. And gender, when I was growing up, gender referred to language, and only language. That was the only place that gender was an issue. In French and Spanish and Italian, if a word was male or female, right? If the verb was male or female. And so like chico, chica, male and female, the male and female expressions of the word. That is what gender refers to. Now, and the other thing that they now call in gender was sex. What sex are you? You're male or female. Sex has been completely scrubbed off the board, and now it's gender. And all that is to confuse people, because they can actually, gender is fluid. You can change gender. You cannot change biological sex. You are either XX or XY, and that's the fucking end of the story, unfortunately. Doesn't matter how you feel. It really doesn't matter how you feel. The reality is that your body says that you are either male or female, determined by your XX or XY chromosomes. If you've got a Y chromosome, there's nothing you can do about it. You can cut your willy off and you can implant boobs and you can take as much estrogen as you want. You will never be able to bear a child. You will never be able to have a period. You will never be able, all of these things that are female. That's what the woman goes through. Only women, real biological women with XX chromosomes, can produce eggs to be fertilized by a man to become an embryo, and then a baby, and grow into a baby and carry that baby to term. Only XX can do that. XY can't do it. So it's weird. It's like when I was younger, we used to laugh and giggle at sex. Oh, you said sex. And I think what they did was they replaced it with gender to stop kids giggling at it when you said sex. It's one of the reasons why it was easy for them to replace replace that word with gender, or to replace that description.
So let me ask you this. So, and I'm just spitballing here, but like, so if someone told you that, hey, look, I'm transgender, and yes, I was born as a male because I have these chromosomes, but I identify as a woman, would you have a problem with that?
Absolutely not. No way. No.
Okay.
I've had friends. I've had transgender friends. I'm not transphobic or anything like that at all. So I was married for 6 years, and my wife's best friend was transsexual. He was more of a transvestite. Like, that's the other thing as well. Back in the 80s and 90s, there were transsexuals, transvestites, and drag queens. Drag queens were for entertainment and comedy, and it was just a big piss take. Transvestites were men that just liked to dress up as women. That's all. They just liked to dress up as women, but they didn't identify as a woman. And then transsexuals identified as and wanted to become. And so when the transgender operations started to become more available, then they became transgender, and they actually cut bits off and added other bits, and did all those bits. So this guy was transsexual.
They became females and women.
I'd only met up until 2020. In 2020, I met a female that became a male, and became friends instantly with, right? And if I hadn't have known before, because it was this girl that I was seeing, she'd come out to see me, and she brought him with her, and she told me, she said, look, this is my friend. He was born a girl, basically, and has actually had the operations. Just want to let you know. And I was like, all right, no worries, that's cool. Okay, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I take every single person that I meet on their own merits. I don't like to paint everybody with the same fucking brush. Everybody's different. Everybody's unique. Everybody's got their own reasons for why they do stuff. And this, I can't remember for the life of me what his name is, but I swear to God, I would not have known. If I hadn't been told, I would not have known. So I only knew because Kirsty told me, and I didn't. And I wondered, I was like, I wonder how I'm going to feel. I wonder what it would be like, or am I going to feel uncomfortable? Is it going to be awkward? And it was all about, for me, it's all about how comfortable the other person is. So long as the other person's comfortable and not nervous, and not, it's all down to the other person. Well, this other person was fucking absolutely awesome. Such a nice person. Really, really such a nice person.
Yeah.
Voynich, yeah, you're absolutely right. Sterling is an exceptional listener, because I do know I talk a lot, man. I
didn't see that. I've been looking at the chat because I'm an exceptional listener.
You are an exceptional listener, dude. But basically, to cut it short, just to answer the question, I'm in no way transphobic. I've known males that have become females, and one female that became male, and they were such nice people.
Let me ask you this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go on. No, go on. Ask.
Well, so let's get controversial, shall we? If we haven't already. I know we've hit on a lot of topics, and I love that. I appreciate that. So, okay. So, what about young people, right? Young people who claim to identify. Oh, you're shaking your head. Should I not talk about this?
No. You go ahead, man.
So,
yeah.
I like the broad topic of body autonomy.
Yeah.
And at what point does a person have the right to choose what they do with their body? Yeah. Right. Because it's very broad in that sense. And it could relate to tattoos. It could relate to serving your country, drinking alcohol, smoking tobacco, having sex, having abortions. At what point should a person be allowed to choose to transition? Should it be up to them alone, them and their doctor, probably them, their doctor, their parents? And wow, how do you feel about that?
Right, I feel that we determine when there's all these different metrics that determine when somebody is an adult. But I would say that probably a good guide for this would be around 21. 18 to 21, where we say, like in the UK, people can drink if they want, and they can watch pornography at the age of 18. In America, I know it's different. It's 21 for alcohol, but it's still 18 for pornography. And tattoos, like, we will not allow somebody to permanently disfigure their body with a tattoo until they've turned 18. So what the fuck is anyone doing giving permission, and not only that, encouraging children to go against their parents' wishes to have something done when they're like 10, 11, 12 years old? Things like hormone blockers and stuff like that. Like, you're talking about messing up the chemical balance of a child while they're still developing. I would say that it wouldn't be healthy for anybody to make any of those changes until their body is finished developing. And that can be from 21 to 25, maybe 30 even in some cases. I don't know. I think emotionally it's like mid 30s, early 40s, but physically it's in the 20s.
And you know what they say is the problem with that, yeah? They'll say, like, if I was devil's advocate pushing back on that, I would say, oh, but the problem there is that if you wait till the person's 18, 21, 30, then they've already gone through puberty, male puberty, female puberty, whatever. And some of those changes are permanent, yeah? So, like, if you know, so, like, you can't undo these things, certain things you can't undo. Your shoulders, your knuckles, your atoms out. Like, and so therefore, if you don't, they would say, and I've heard them say that if you don't allow that person at a young age to make that decision, then they're forever gonna suffer the consequences in a sense. So it is a very tricky situation. I don't know the answer.
I don't know if it is that tricky when you look at the testimonies of those children that transitioned, who now later in life they've grown up and they realize that it was just a phase that they went through, and now the damage is done.
Yes.
And it's on both sides of the story that the damage is irreparable.
Exactly.
It's on both sides.
Exactly.
Right. So what I see going, like, looking at everything, what I see always occurring is you've got one side versus the other.
Okay.
Right. So that and then we say, well, yin and yang, male and female, left and right, black and white, us and them. It's duality. That's all that is duality. It's duality and polarity.
And I'm not sure.
So,
I'm not sure that it's completely natural. I'm not sure that it's completely. What I think is that it might be convenient for the powers that be to frame it as red versus blue, R versus D, us versus them, Y versus Y, everything you just said. Because if and I understand that other countries have maybe 3 parties or maybe even more, but if you frame it as R versus D and you go into it that way, pointing out all of our differences because we're so different, going into that race, theoretically, you'd have a 50% chance of winning. And just like what you said, what they really fear is that third party, that independent, that outside thinker. Yeah.
There's a theory that they never accept anybody into their ranks with an IQ higher than 110, because people with an IQ higher than 110 are able to work out the fucking game that they're playing. It's all about distraction. The only way that they can have control is to keep everybody distracted and everybody afraid. How do you make people afraid? We present an enemy, and that's all part of the
xenophobia
duality. Say again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So no, what did you say?
The word xenophobia, and I'm not sure if it applies to us. It's like presenting that outsider as the enemy. That other is not us. But maybe that's you go ahead.
No, but it's all. I mean, it's 1984. Like 1984 was basically a guidebook for where they were sending us, where they wanted everybody to be. And it's not just in 1984. Actually, I've noticed it in Futurama. I love Futurama. Always have done. So I've got all 7 seasons on my hard drive, and I sit there and just watch them all on a repeat all the way through. Right, and I've noticed that they're pushing the narrative that they're building. Back in the 90s, Futurama, and the early 2000s, Futurama was showing us where they want us, where they want us to be in 2030, 2040, or certainly in the year 3000, where they're actually sending us, where you can't, like, if you're stood in a shop and you say something that you shouldn't say, all the cameras flick on you, shoot the hit, and the police turn up, and it's like, no, you shouldn't say that word, man. That word is banned. That's where they want us, and that level of control is exactly where they want to have us. Hunger Games is depicting where they want the dystopian future, where they see it being. totally them and us. The elites, or the so-called elites, what they determined themselves to be elite, versus all us, the peasants. You know, the idiots. We're just idiots. Why are we idiots? Well, because you don't know what's going on.
And I feel like
dumb.
so much more in the future is socioeconomics. Is the rich, the top 1% versus the rest of us. It's the you mentioned the Hunger Games. It's the Harvey Weinstein against all the other all of us. And if I may, I want to take it on a bit of a lighter note before we leave, before we close out, and ask you, if I may, do you believe in Bigfoot, Sasquatch?
Yes.
Do you believe in aliens?
No. Not in the sense, not in the way that they are portrayed to us. I believe 100% that there are people here that come from different lands. They are extraterrestrials, but I think they're different versions of us. I think they're not alien. They're, you know, I don't believe in this whole beings from different star systems. I don't believe that there's in that narrative at all.
Okay. Do you believe in ghosts?
But there are beings. There are definitely beings and entities.
Okay, fair enough. What about ghosts?
Entities, energy. And also I've seen ghosts. So I've seen shadows. Let's call them shadows. I think it's a perception. It's being able to see a band of wavelength, a band of frequency, even if it's just for a second, catching a glimpse of a frequency that we don't normally see, or you know, it's like I think that it's a lot of it's done to trick us, to make us afraid. I think it's these entities. I think that there are intelligent entities that do not have corporeal form, and they're able to manipulate the way you think. They're able to manipulate because most people are ignorant to them. Most people don't know that they exist, and so they think that every thought that they have is their own thought. But in my experience, it's not. And I went through 16 years of really serious depression and suicidal thoughts. And after my car accident, I went 16 years of really, really bad. And then in 2016, I sort of realized what was happening. And I just asked God and said, why am I torturing myself? Why do I keep torturing myself? Because these memories and these thoughts that would destroy me just kept popping into my head at the most inopportune times, out of nowhere. And I'm like, why would I do that to myself? Why do I keep doing it to myself? And then the message that I got back was, you're not doing it to yourself, Rich. It's being done to you to keep you in this state, to keep you here, because here you're useless. You can't do fucking anything for anybody if you're here, and you're stuck here. You can't get out of it. You're angry, depressed, suicidal, you know, and that is a really unhealthy state of being. But if you're stuck there, you know, you can't do anything else, can you? You're not useful to anybody. In fact, you're a drain. I was actually sucking the energy out of the room, just the way I was, you know. So I just was on my own all the time because I didn't want to inflict that on other people. But when I realized that, and I started to police my thoughts, and so I was very aware of the thoughts that I was having and saying, whoa, no, that's not mine. I don't want that thought. Why would I think about that? Fuck off. Get out. My brain, my mind is sovereign. And I had this mantra, you know, like, I'm sovereign, Only this is my mind. Only I'm allowed in here. Here, only me and my creator are allowed in my mind. That's what I was saying to myself. And I had this mental image of this golden warrior that just beat all the other thoughts out of my head. And I did that for 3 weeks. And after 3 weeks, I realized that I cured my depression. Completely cured it. Was no longer depressed. Haven't been depressed since then. Right? No. So after 16 years of drugs and therapy, doing nothing, just making me feel worse, realizing that not every thought is coming from me, and that these thoughts were just actually designed to make me feel like this, and kicking those thoughts out, getting control of my own mind, cured my depression.
Do you know specifically where those other thoughts came from?
I can't say that. I can't say specifically where they came from. I don't know if it's some sort of antichrist malevolent consciousness, or if it's all part of the game. If it's all part of the, there's not actually anything malevolent behind it. It's part of the game, and you're meant to find your way out of it. But there is definitely a malevolent element of humanity, if you can call them that want to keep people there, because then we're easy to control. So maybe, there's these are a lot more powerful than anybody realizes. These things are listening to us all the time. My friend in London has actually shown, she's proven it. So what a digital radio in one room, and the digital radio in the kitchen, digital radio in the living room, both tuned to exactly the same channel, right? But she's in the living room, and in the living room it plays an advert that's really kind of relevant to her, to a really difficult part of her life. But she could hear the radio in the kitchen, and at exactly the same time, the advert in the kitchen was an advert for cat food. And so she went into the kitchen, and the cat was sat next to the radio.
Wow.
That some people might say it's a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence. I really don't. I don't believe in coincidence. It's too many. And besides, life's so much more exciting if you think, yeah, this is a movie. Right. The way I see it, right, is that I wrote a song called "It's Your Movie," basically saying it's your movie. You are the protagonist of your movie. You're not just the protagonist, you're a co-producer, and you're the director. There are other co-producers that are all have a part to play in your movie, but it is your fucking movie, man. And whatever you want to, you can be whatever character you want to be.
I want to be all.
You've got to pick it. You've got to choose what you want to be, and then own it. Really own that character.
I want to be the writer, the producer, the director, all the characters. And I don't think I told you yet, but as a hobby, as a challenge, as an artist myself, I consider myself one. I do stand-up comedy.
Cool.
I try. It's the hardest thing I've ever tried. I'm not funny. I don't do it because I think I'm funny or because I want to do it like professionally or have a Netflix special, but I just do it as a challenge, to be more confident. And I don't know, just challenge myself, And I wanted to maybe leave you with a couple of jokes I just thought of.
Definitely, man. That would be brilliant.
Right.
Comedy is what will save us. My sense of humor got me through the worst parts of my life, man. So I love it. It's
important to laugh, and it's harder to laugh. It's easier to be depressed. It's easier to take pills and drink and argue and bicker and be angry it's much harder to laugh, and it's even harder to make others laugh. And that's what that's the challenge I accept. And you'll be pressured to laugh. You don't have to, and that's fine. But fuck it, let's try it.
Go.
I've been binging a lot of shows during COVID. Yeah. One of them was my childhood favorite, Unsolved Mysteries. Y'all have that show in the UK?
Yeah, Unsolved Mysteries. I think I've seen it on YouTube or something. Yeah.
Brilliant. Like then and now. They came out with a new season. Yeah.
Right.
Unsolved.
Didn't they have Captain Kirk? Didn't Captain Kirk do one of them? What's his name?
Somebody
William
very
Shatner.
similar. Somebody very similar. It was Robert Stack. And you know, it was Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah, the title. Is there any other kind of mystery?
Of mystery.
Ain't no solved mystery. Once the mystery is solved, it's no longer a mystery. Yeah?
No longer a mystery.
What it becomes, I don't know. That's a mystery. But it's not a mystery. Yeah.
No.
In one of these mysteries I watched, and law enforcement came out, they said they were getting close. They said they were just one piece away from solving this crime. Yeah. But isn't that every unsolved crime? You know what I mean? Like if it's a really good piece, that's all you need, right?
Yeah.
The only way you could sound dumber is if you came out and said, we're just 4 pieces away from solving this crime. 4 pieces. That's enough for now. Thank you for listening.
I love it, man. I love it. And it's a really good observation as well. It's I think some of the funniest comedy now is pure observation of what's going on. When you tell people what's going on, it makes them laugh because it's fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, who was it, man? Oh, Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais, the best.
Mate,
the best. My number one favorite. My number one favorite is the GOAT.
Oh, you know. So all the women out there, all the women, the ones, the normal ones, the ones with the wombs, not the ones with the beards and the cocks. They're great. I love them as well. They're brilliant. But I'm talking about the other ones, mate. And that's exactly what he does. He makes observations and he just delivers them in a dry, matter-of-fact way, and you just have to laugh, man. When he did the Oscars, or not the Oscars, the Globes, brilliant, mate.
How did he?
And every time he gets up and he's like, they've yeah, I know I said last year that never again, but they wanted me back.
Is the money?
And why did they want him back? Because I don't know. It's almost like this Kabbalistic idea that they have to put it out there blatantly in some way in order to self-loathing.
Yeah, let's bring this guy that's going to expose all of us. And why do we keep bringing him back? Because people like it.
And nobody believes it. Everybody just sits and laughs. They don't really let it sink in what it means. They just sit and laugh at it. Oh, and or like, what's his name? Picard. No, Picard. When he sat there, the way he just glared at him like he couldn't believe what he was saying, because he'd done it. No, it was about the two popes. He was talking about the two popes and the Peter. They sat there. The look they give him, mate. It was like, no, you didn't just go there.
He is my favorite. He will go there, and it is funny, and it's an observation that you can't deny, but yet again that you never really thought of, you never were able to express, and the comedians are the most observant, and that's what you have to be, as well as an ENTJ, which you studied psychology if you look into those psychological behaviors and personalities.
Yeah.
I tested as an ENTJ and I thought it was rubbish, bollocks, until I read the description where it said that these are the people that are stand-up comedians, and it's less than 1% of the population. I said, wow, okay, got me.
Yeah. And that's why they've come down so hard on comedians. They're censoring comedy now because it is like one of the only remaining routes of delivering truth to people is through comedy, and that and making people question things is, like you say, dangerous, because it's dangerous to the narrative. It will destroy the narrative. They can't afford at this stage for the narrative to break down, because personally I believe there's a reset coming. We're coming up to a reset in maybe around 2040. And they need everything to be in place by 2040, so that after the reset, they're able to maintain control and keep us subjugated.
Well,
but if there's record of truth from the early 2000s and people come in contact with that after the reset, then it would destroy their narrative for keeping control.
I think I understand. It's dangerous for comedians, as we've seen. And that is my goal, is to get attacked on stage. And I feel like
not physically, not physically. Obviously.
No, I want someone to punch me in the face on stage, because then I've made it. Then I have said something truly controversial and truly clever. But what I find is that when people are busy walking out, when I'm on stage and people are just busy walking out of the exit, they're not coming towards the stage. It's just the movement is in the wrong direction. I need them coming up the stage to punch me in the face.
Are you a little bit masochistic?
Sure.
Is that the...
Sure. But hey, man, I've had fun tonight.
No, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you and talk to you, and thank you very much, dude. I'm going to keep going. I think actually, hopefully, Leafy is around and he's going to come on for a chat, and I see Neil's there as well, and Bernie as well. Bernie, mate, if you wanna come on. But yeah, you can stick around. You don't have to go anywhere, mate. I'm not shutting down the stream. But if you've got things to do, by all means.
I just gotta take my dog for a walk and stuff. But if you're going on for a while, I might come back and pop up. But
what sort of dog? What sort of dog have you got?
Sorry.
What sort of dog?
What kind of dog is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a pit bull.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
American pit bull or a British pit bull?
I don't know. They also call him Staffordshire Terriers or whatever. He's one of those great ones.
Right. Is he short and stocky, or is he medium-sized stocky?
Medium. He's about 50 pounds, 52, 55, somewhere in there.
That's like that's more of a sort of American pit bull size. I love dogs. I've got a cat asleep on the bed. I
see that one back there.
Actually, look, there you go. You can see him laid on his back.
I just saw
it.
There's
another
laid
one.
Out. He's
that's his favorite position. And then there's the Chihuahua here.
Oh, I see that one too.
He's a little Chihuahua, but he looks like he's like a toy Doberman.
Do you want me to bring mine out?
A toy.
You want to bring mine out?
I'd love to see your dog, man. Yeah, definitely.
One second.
Definitely. Look at Alfie, man. Oh, dude, what are you moving for?
Here he comes. Here he goes. I'll throw it. Got his toy in his mouth. Tail shaking. Ears back. Ready to play. Ox, you want me to throw it, buddy? I'll throw it.
What's his name?
Ox.
Ox, brilliant.
He looks like an ox. Come here, buddy. I'll throw it. And he's he knows something's going on. He's decked out in an American harness right now. Got the stars on. Man,
brilliant.
He's been difficult right now. You won't come over here, buddy?
Don't worry, mate.
I come back,
dude. Another time, man. If it's cool, he's here. He is. Oh, look at the man. He's like a British blue. color.
Yeah, we call him Blue Nose here. Yeah.
It's that's a really like he's pedigree. He's proper.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
beautiful, man.
As opposed to me, an inbred.
And me as well.
Cheers.
Yeah. All right,
Have a
dude.
good one.
Yeah, you have a good one too. And like you said, the link will work. If you just follow the link again, it will bring you back in again. So if we're still going, by all means, come back.
I'll come back and I'll try harder to not get invited in the future. Cheers.
All right, mate. So, peeps, who's coming on? Eh? Right. I checked, and StreamYard do say that they will not cut you off midstream if you go over your hours. So I thought, right, fuck it. This might end up being an 8-hour stream. But I've only got like an hour and a half left. But if they don't cut it off, so long as you start the stream before your hours are finished, they won't cut it off. Why not, eh? Why not? Yes, Voynich. Hello there.
Hello there.
How you doing, mate?
Dude, that's Sterling, dude. I mean, yeah. So he's a comedian. He's going on stage tonight. I want to see that act. I mean, he's really like he's like in this total fighting mode. Like, come on. But he's like, beyond that. It's not that I like the fighting mode that much, but I love what he brings to the table, with the fighting mode added, and he knows what he's gonna get. Like, so, But
yeah, it's like
bless him if he's. Yeah, he wants to get out of his comfort zone, right? He wants to get out of the echo rooms, so he wants to offend people. Yeah. And so that's actually like that's why I liked it so much. But I can only word it out now. I think of it, with you.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I think, wow, that's a great mission, dude. I mean, so I would really love for him to stream that to the YouTubes or record it and put it on later, from several angles, maybe, just in case. So what do you think about that? I mean, I actually like to see it. I think he's got a point,
I'd love to see him at an open mic. I'd love to actually be at an open mic and see him get up.
Yeah.
And see,
yeah,
and offend people, or just see what he does. Yeah. I love the fact that his comedy is exactly, what I said is it's just pointing out the obvious. It's not lying about anything, or
it's not even comedy, right? Yeah.
Well, technically it's not. Yeah, technically it's not comedy, but it is comedy now, because really what they're doing is fucking comical. The fact that everybody's falling, well, not everybody, but the fact that so many people are falling for it is comical. Yeah. The fact that people have gone along with this narrative that died away and now is coming back again, and there's people walking around with fucking masks on. Yeah. And it's like, oh my God, where's your head been? Like, are we not way past all that? Does that not already even come out in the mainstream to people? It's even been told to them in the mainstream that everything's a load of bollocks, basically, and that they lied about this and they lied about that, and they fudged these results, and they, that's all. Isn't that common knowledge now?
Well, apparently it's not. And I don't know what we're gonna do about it, Rich. Well, but
you know,
there's been several signs from across the world, and also in my environment, although it's like even more indoctrinated than the rest of the world and the rest of the Netherlands. This is like the most densely indoctrinated area that anybody can live in, you know. Everything's fine here. Everything's fine, okay? Everything is fine here. No matter what happens, everything is fine, you know. That's, yeah. But what I see in the rest of the world, like in some people report from Brazil, like, guys, people are really protesting against the fraud that's been happening.
Fabio's here again, I think, today. I'm sure I saw him
that's
earlier.
awesome. That's awesome. The real Fabio.
Just give us a shout out again, Fabio, and like, there's a link. And Bernie as well. You're welcome on, dude.
I love Fabio. He says that he is bringing good vibe, and he did.
Yeah.
Like I met him like yesterday on your stream, right, or the day before yesterday.
Yeah,
and he's an awesome guy. But he plays video games, and that's weird. Like, I like somebody that actually plays video games while he's clicking on your stream. I mean, that's weird, but I still like him.
Are you thinking of Sasquatch?
No.
Sasquatch plays video games.
Oh, yeah. Was his name Sasquatch? Yeah, I thought his name was Fabio.
Caucasian. No, Fabio is Fabio. There was the Fabio, but the Sasquatch as well was on as well. And Sasquatch was playing, he was playing like some sort of Mario Kart or something with a ball. That was Sasquatch. And I don't know what his real name is. He's just Sasquatch.
Oh, yeah, I mistake the one for the other there. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah. But dude, I enjoy, this is the thing, right? I do enjoy not computer games, console games. So I've got an Xbox S and Red Dead Redemption, Assassin's Creed. I've got 2 Assassin's Creed games and a Red Dead Redemption 2. And I really do enjoy playing computer games and going and killing characters, you know, playing the hero, doing. But one of the things, I've said it before, like with Red Dead 2, you're given the opportunity to make moral decisions in the game, and that stands you either as a good or a bad character. You're either honorable or you're dishonorable. And it doesn't matter how many times I've played that game. It must be more than 10. Every single time I play it, I cannot seem to make I can't make the dishonorable decision. I always sit there and think, oh, maybe I'll make the bad choice this time. I'll do the wrong thing, man. I'm going to be a bad guy. I'm just going to go murder people. I can never do it. I always end up just making the same decisions every time. I always try to not kill people and not kill things.
So,
you know,
I was never that much into gaming, you know. So I did tend to like the racing games, you know, that were really sensitive to the
I love racing games.
And I did like, but I never got into it, you know. It was never, I never rented it, I never bought it. It was just something that I ran into or not.
Yeah.
And, but I remember liking this game. I don't know. I don't even remember. It's Gran Turismo, maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's
to take the licenses.
I think
it's to take the licenses before you can. Yeah.
But I would recognize it once the game would be on, right? And so these guys would play it until the end, you know, without any tricks or how do you call it? Cheats, without any. Yeah. And so I remember this long run, you know, in this track. There was this long run, and I started it would last like 20 or 30 seconds, so you could just easily just let go and just, you know, push on the pedal and start talking conversation. And then at the end, you know, there came the end. Like there was this how do you call it? A chicane. No, it wasn't really chicane. It was hard left. Oh no, hard right, hard left, straight end, hard left, hard right, you know, like that. After it was like that. And I was, and everybody said, "Oh, there you are." And I was like, I made this instinctive reaction, and I got through it, like in a way, like everybody looked at me. And I said, "How the fuck did I do that?" And everybody looked at me like, "How the fuck did you do that, dude?" Well, I wasn't thinking. I was clearly just.
You're in the zone.
Yeah, I was in the zone. That was so weird, dude. And then everybody was like, it was like actually the only way and the fastest way to get through that, you know. And I never performed that again. But that was, yeah, I remember that moment. But that's like 25 years ago. Yeah.
I've always loved racing games and first person shoot 'em ups. Like being in the racing games, I always play the bumper view, you know, so
So
I don't like to sit in the I don't like to sit in behind the steering wheel, and I don't like to be outside of the car. I've got a much better feel for it if I'm right down there on the bumper at the road, and then I'm brilliant with driving games, man. But I know what you mean when you know that the move is possible, because otherwise it wouldn't be presented to you. But it's only when you don't think about it and you do it instinctively that you can do it, and it just happens, and you don't know how it happened. And the moment you do it, try and do it again, and you think about it, you can't do it.
No, that never happens. But you know, I'm not good at games at all. Like I just told you, you know, I'm not into that thing. I don't train it or anything. But I know that move, you know, I was like, wow, did I do that actually? Yeah, I did that, you know?
Yeah.
And everybody else was like, how did you do that? I said, you didn't even let the gas, you didn't even let you know, you just keep full throttle, didn't you? I said, yeah, I just let it go. I didn't brake. And they were like, yeah, I saw, dude. How did you do that? I don't know, dude. I just let go of the brake, you know, 2 times, and that's it. And I just blasted through the whole thing like it was nothing. It was so crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just JP says it sounds like Colin McRae rally. That
That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah.
I worked for about 6 months. I worked.
That's so awesome, right? That somebody thinks like, is it this? Yeah, and then we can say, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good crowd. Yeah.
It's so I worked for a rally car building company for like 6 months, and one of the engineers there was a consultant for a computer game that was made at the same time as Colin McRae Rally, and it was released at the same time, but it was Colin McRae Rally that just completely, like, nobody even has even heard of this game that this guy did. But actually, the game that he did was, the reason it wasn't as successful as Colin McRae Rally was because it was more realistic.
Oh.
It was way more realistic. That, like, it was actually more like it. You know, the car.
People don't like that. People don't like. People don't like it being because this is what I realized like many years ago, actually, like decades ago. Like if you're gonna make the game too realistic, people will not know the difference. And I said this yesterday in my stream. People get scared. You know, it scares the fuck out of them.
It's like I was saying the other day about graphics, about, you know, the graphics of God of War Ragnarok. Absolutely amazing, astounding graphics, but it doesn't look real. You know, it's not real life.
They could make it look better. Come on, they can.
This is what I was saying though, is that, like, I don't want the graphics to be basically 100% realistic, so you can't distinguish between the two. I like the fact that it's obviously a fictional character because it makes it easier to do things like kill.
But this is,
you know,
what you're touching on now, Rich, is because you like the fact, right? This is a good point that you're touching on now, because you like the fact that you can distinguish, right? But this is what they're massaging on. This is what they're pounding on. Like, stop liking the difference between truth and fiction. Stop liking it, because we're gonna make it like blend in until you make the choice. But you're one of the people that says no, like, this is a story, and it's representing the truth. You know, it's a metaphor, and that's how it ought to be used to keep your mind thinking. You know, for the same reason that it's more inspiring for the mind to read a book than to watch a movie. You know, for that same reason, you shouldn't. You know, that there should be boundaries. You know, boundaries are not there for no reason. Boundaries are there because it's a word, it's a concept in the human mind, and that's why we conceive the word for it.
And the thing is, people, boundaries work both ways. They keep things out, but they also keep other things in. And people are so worried about, like, we don't want to be enclosed in, but it's important to maintain your own boundaries. It's one of the things that you learn on the spiritual path, is that you have to have your boundaries and maintain your boundaries as an individual, if you're gonna have any sort of control over your life. If you have no boundaries on your own personal, you know, on a personal level, then it just allows anybody in to fuck with you, and you open yourself up to all kinds of things like infection of your thoughts, the infection of your free will, the usurping your free will. If you don't have any boundaries, anyone can mess with you.
Yeah.
So boundaries are important.
Yeah.
It's just everybody gets they get people to focus on things in a particular way that blinds them to the truth of it.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen how this? I saw this one phenomenon. He's called Emo Sonic. Have you seen this guy?
No.
I haven't checked his Instagram or Facebook, but apparently he dresses up like something between an emo goth and a Sonic. Sonic
the Hedgehog.
Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah.
So he's got blue spiky hair.
No, he's all goth. Like he's true to the goth, so he stays all black and gray and white. But yeah, I mean, he does it quite stylefully. But then, you know, it's like, wow.
Let's see if I can find it.
Look it up. You're the kind of guy that wants to look that up, right? Emo goth. Emo goth.
Emo Sonic.
Emo Sonic. Emo goth Sonic. Goth Sonic, maybe. Emo goth Sonic. I think you will get there.
Does he? Is that his channel name?
No, that's just his. That's how I define him. Or that's also how you might define him. I did like Sonic
emo.
Too. Sorry, yeah.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Didn't they made a version of Sonic the Hedgehog? I can't find him, dude.
You can't find anything.
No, that Cyber Goth Dance Party, emo versus the goth. No.
Maybe I will still have it here. Give me a second.
Yeah, they made a Sonic the Hedgehog. They made like a woke version of Sonic the Hedgehog or something, and they actually scrapped it and remade it properly, and it went down really well. German emo.
Give me a second.
Sonic becomes an emo. Emo Sonic. Oh, there is actually a channel called Emo Sonic.
Well, it looks something like this. I don't know if this is him. Could be. Give me a second.
It's all shorts, though.
I think this is it. Yeah, I think I found it. I found it.
Can you share that? Are you on your phone?
No. I can share that. Oh yeah, no, I can share. Yeah, it looks like the same setting. It is. It is actually like, yeah. It's actually the original clip that I never saw. So let's watch it together. Okay.
You notice it doesn't say share anymore. Now it says present.
Present. Yeah, present. Yeah. Well, that's, and it's can you see this? It's very emo. It's not bad though.
This is the emo cover, isn't it?
So keep it happiness and torture me while I tell you let's go in style. It'll be alright.
Let's go in style. He sings "Let's go in style" like that.
Well, I'm not a vampire, but I feel like one. Sometimes I sleep all day because I hate the sun. Hands are always shaking, body's always aching, and the dark is when I feel.
It's crazy, right? I mean,
I like it, man.
It is okay.
He sounds like he sounds like.
If you love me, let me go. 'Cause these words are knives, they often leave scars. The fair falling apart. Truth be told, I never was your heart.
Yeah, but you're listening to this like a musician. If you look at this, it's like so. Why are you trying to look like this?
The fear of falling apart.
He's so right, so he reminds me.
There was your heart on the line. I really fucked it up this time. Deny my dare. Deny my dare. You know that I died for. I cried for. You know that I died for you. You know that I breathe for. I bleed for. You know that I breathe for you. Let me see my halo, even though it's painful. I'm prepared to lose. You know that I died for. I'd cry for. You know that I died for you. I got your picture, I'm coming with you. Dear Maria, count me in. There's a story at the bottom of this bottle, and I'm the pen. Make it get win. I'm the one who's selling you out. 'Cause it feels like stealing hearts, calling your name from the crowd. Whoa. Hey there, Delilah. What's it like in
Whoa.
New York City? I'm
We got to say something in between just to make it commentary. We got to say something in between before we get busted.
Yeah. Well, just turn it down. Turn it down on the
I
video.
swear it's true.
He reminds me, his voice, his sound. He actually one of the because these are all covers, aren't they? And one of the covers that he did,
I guess
that's I think who he sounded like. It's like he sounds. I can't remember who it is. Oh God, what are they called?
The thing is, I think the modulation that he does with his voice, and so I thought it looked so stupid and so weird, but the first time I heard it on Max Egan, I was like, wow, this modulation that he does it's not electrical. He's actually simulating with his voice what the voice boxes do.
Yeah,
this is what he's doing. So it looks ridiculous. You know, this is also. I mean, you're the musician here. I mean, you're the musician here.
I quite like it. I like it. I like the fact.
I know.
Like,
you're interested, right? You're
like the fact,
oh, this is not ridiculous at all.
Well, no, I just like the fact that he's got the balls to sit there, looking like that. That's quite an expression. It's not a unique expression, but it is a very bold expression.
It's an extreme expression.
Yeah, it's extreme. It's bold. It's it's intense. But his I like his voice.
He just had it easy.
He's got a good voice.
You know,
he's got a good voice, and he's a musician. He's clearly playing. He's playing the ukulele. He's playing the hang drum, man, and singing. He's playing the hang drum and singing. That's a certain amount of coordination. That's a talent to be able to do that. You know, it's good. I like it.
I like your
man.
view on it. Yeah. But Max Egan presents this like it's something crazy, right? Like, look at this guy. He's fucking crazy.
But Max Egan is a bit of a prick, though. Max Egan allows himself. He allows himself to be manipulated and swayed by things, and he allowed fear to set in. You know, he went a little bit crazy in 2020. I like. Don't get me wrong. I like at Max Egan, but I was listening to him for a really long time, and I just thought, dude, you sat there telling everybody what's wrong, constantly telling everybody what's wrong, what's wrong, this is wrong, that's wrong. Yeah. You're not coming up with any solutions. You're not helping anybody do anything. It was very nihilistic.
But
for a time,
I know what you're saying, because but you never. Well, but you. I never had that feeling before, but you know, it's somehow this is also maybe an example of the audience capture thing that happens if you're a content producer, which I totally recognize. It's not that I'm a content producer, you know, but I am. I don't tend to be. I don't want to be, but I need to be in order to get to stay.
You're doing more of a
with you guys, right? And so
you're doing. I think what you're doing is more of a speaker's corner type thing.
Yeah,
where you're getting people to come on and talk.
Yeah,
and voice opinions about stuff. This isn't all about you. It's not all about your opinion about things, and this is what's going on, and this is what's happening. It's not all about that. It's a discussion. You know,
that's what I enjoy, indeed. Yeah. Thank you for just defining me and my the way I am on you. Yeah, thank you, dude. No,
I don't like the word define.
No,
like
I,
the
kn-
word
I know,
defining.
I see what I
'Cause
said
it's
there, but I do. I thank you for just saying what you think of me, like what you are doing. When you told me that what I'm doing, like I think this is what you're doing. But you're trying, and I like that. I actually like. That's why I'm thanking you. I'm thanking you. So don't say that I shouldn't be thankful for you trying to defining me. By like what you're doing is. I like that, dude. I like it when people say, like, I think this is what you're doing, and that is what you do. This is what I do to other people too. What are you doing?
Yeah,
I like what you're doing.
yeah.
I don't like what you're doing. Isn't that what? I mean, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I like what you're doing because you're not. Obviously, you voice your opinion, but it's an opinion among. It's not on its own. When you're talking to people, you're talking to other people. You like to get other people's points of view and perspective and whatever.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, at least from what I've seen, and
sometimes I even
I think
get
that's
offended.
healthy.
Yeah.
But I think that's healthy. That's what I try to. I try to do the same thing with it. With going
Yeah, I can
live.
see that. Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, I make my videos and I put my opinion across and I tell people what I think. What I think
And
is
you make
going on, and
make
I do that.
excellent videos, dude. You make excellent videos. You've got that technique down. I mean, you're just an excellent editor and producer. You are.
I think honestly, I think anybody can do what I'm doing because I'm doing it. Most of the time, I'm just using an application to do it. So it's
Yeah,
like
and that might be the truth,
the
but
facility
you're
is
doing
there for anyone.
but you are doing it, and I understand what you're trying to say in all of your videos. So
Yeah.
I appreciate it because I don't go through the trouble that it takes to make such a video. Through all the hassle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know it takes a long time, to make something that actually looks good and sounds good. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's weird. The ones that you wouldn't expect take the longest, and the ones that you would expect to take the longest don't take as long as you think they do. It depends what you're doing, and like the longest parts of it is the rendering, and the worst parts of it are really is the storage, like all the clips and everything, storing it all away and knowing what folders everything's in and constantly adding to the files because there's always new footage that you're taking little clips of or whatever. Storage has got to be the bane of any creator's life, where to store all that memory, because I've used up 2 terabytes of memory and I can't afford to buy any more. You're on mute, mate. I don't know if you're talking, but you're on mute. Shut up, Neil. It's not that's not what it is, right? I have a lot more time on my hands to make videos. If you had the same time on your hands to make videos, your videos would probably be better than mine because you've got real boots on the ground footage of stuff. With the videos that you want to make, they'd be much better. My videos aren't that. I guess YouTube has been quite successful in not demoralizing me, but I don't ever expect my videos to really get that many views. But even though I think, oh, this is a really good video, man. This should have like at least 50, 60,000 views, but it only gets 30. There's so many talented people out there. There's so many people that are really, they'd be really good at things that they've just got absolutely no idea that they'd be really good at them. Like if they just had the time and the software or whatever, to be able to do it, they would be just as good at what they produce, Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry that I had to step away for a second there. Nature's call.
Oh, no worries, mate. No worries. So I just got a reply to my fucking landlord who's asking me for money. Do you have anything for me today?
It's like Levy said, it's just having the balls to just go live and to keep it going live. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I just need to reply to this.
I know.
I have to not only do I have to reply, but I have to reply in Spanish. So, hey, I say nada ahora, tal vez más tarde, pero no puedo hacer un promesa. Solo puedo decir esta semana en algún momento.
Yeah. See. Yeah, sí, comprehende. How do you say? Comprende.
Sí,
comprende.
yo entiendo.
Entiendo.
Vale.
Right. Now I remember. It takes me just switch to get back into Spanish.
No, my pronunciation was probably terrible. So, but yeah, have you got anything for me? Not now. Maybe later.
soon.
I can't make any promises. I can only say hopefully this week. But unfortunately, that's all down to that's not down to me, man. That's not down to me.
You're living on the edge of God, aren't you? You're living on the edge of.
I am 100%.
Like a monk. You're
I'm
just
100%.
living like a monk on. Yeah, you are.
It's there, but for the grace of God, go I, kind of thing. Like,
yeah,
yeah, that's exactly what it is. Wow, God, I don't know, whatever it is that's, because I know that I'm protected by something, because otherwise I wouldn't be here
That's
right
clear
now.
by now. That's clear by now, right? Yeah.
So whatever it is that's protecting me, that's I'm in those hands. All I can do is I'll just keep rowing, or I'll keep doggy style, swimming fucking doggy style forward, and just hope that
screaming that you can't swim, screaming I can't swim, I can't swim.
No, I can swim. It's just
swim.
you can't maintain a breaststroke for any length of time. After a while, you have to just.
No, yeah, I know what you mean.
Fucking paddle.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna do another Children of the Sun video later and read some more of that book because I'm finding it really interesting. I don't know how many other people are finding it interesting, but it will be there for posterity if you know if somehow in 10 years time the videos are still up on YouTube. But what are your plans for the rest of the day?
Well, it's funny you mentioned reading the book because I've been wanting to read this book on my YouTube channel for years, and I can't find the book that quickly anymore. I'm not really looking for it. Like, oh, it's not here. It's not there. I can look deeper inside somewhere in a room, but like, oh, yeah. But it's about the Nicholas conspiracy. It's actually called the Nicholas conspiracy, if I translate it. So it's about Saint Nicholas, Christmas and Sinterklaas in Dutch.
Yeah.
And it's a very good story, dude. It also involves space and orbits around the Earth. And it's actually a very, very good book that ties it all together in a very, very strange way. And not many people heard about this book because it was just a gift that was given away at a certain party, I just attended that party and maybe a few hundred people attended that party. And that's where that book was edited, or that's where it was, how do you say, published, right? Just at that party, at that door. Not many people know about this book. It's one of the best books that I ever read. And I gave it away once, like to somebody said, oh, you should read this book or that book. And I told him like, well, you should read this book. And he gave it back to me. And I like it. But I cannot find it anymore. But if I do, once I do, I will totally start reading it straight away.
Ask it where it is. Like just say universe. Where's the book? Where's the book, man? Show me the book.
No,
I can't find. I'm trying to. I'm trying to
either.
find it, but I can't. There's no Nicholas conspiracy. It's all the Nixon conspiracy, Judas conspiracy.
Yeah, I know.
I can't find it.
But that's called the Nicholas conspiracy. So
yeah, who's the author?
It's such a name like Ian Smithy. It's a name like Ian Smithy,
yeah, you can't remember.
It's somebody that doesn't want to be known. It's how do you say a pseudonym?
Pseudonym, yeah.
Yeah. So somebody doesn't want to be known. I know if I start thinking harder, I might come up with the name. Like Irian Hardy, something like that. No, it's a weird name. It's a weird name. It's a very weird name. I don't even know what to make of that name. But it's it's not a writer. It's not an author. It's clearly a pseudonym. Yeah.
So, Neil, mate, we're all waiting for you to share this book on Israel. You said that you just needed a few weeks to read it. So if you're ready to make videos on it, definitely want to hear what's in that book. It's a book that was published in 18 something, and it's about Israel. Basically, and it's a very the guy that wrote it was a monarchist, so it's very pro-monarchy apparently. But it'd just be interesting to see a point of view, coming from the 19th century,
Yeah.
Because really, all we get to see is stuff from the latter part of the 20th century. After the Second World War, that's when they rewrote history again. The
Yep.
Second World War, they used that as a opportunity
Reset.
to rewrite history and reset our knowledge and our
Yeah.
awareness, our conscious awareness of things.
As
So you
they
come in,
as they already accomplished. I mean, they've already they did already do a reset with the First World War, right? Because everybody before the war was only called a war after the war was done, right? So you know, before during the
If
war,
you
it's not
think-
called a war; it's a crisis, and you're trying to survive. But only after the war, a war gets called a war. That was a war. Mind you, during that age, it was just slavery. You know, it's just slavery upon people. That was called war later on. That's how war works.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's like during the Second World War, do you think they all knew that it was the Second World War? Is that what they were thinking of
right?
it as?
That's
Will
a
they
great way of
talk about
putting it.
what?
That's a great question. Yeah.
So in the future, are they going to talk about what's happening now as the beginning of the Third World War?
Oh well, I mean, dude, hasn't war been declared on you, on me, on every truther, on every journalist, on everything that's not a lie? Hasn't the lie become? Hasn't the lie been celebrating their jubilees already? Hasn't illness become something to be proud about already? Yes, it has. Yeah. So I mean, we're pretty much very way down the road already.
I think that technically, the First World War was actually declared against us.
Yeah.
Then the Second World War is what we're being told is the First World War. The Third World War is actually the Second World War. It is what we're told is the Second World War. But we're still in the war against us.
Yeah.
Against the people, against the conscious, against
individuality.
So,
you know, if you want to give it that word, it's a long word, but against I. You know, that's a shorter word. Well, that's the shortest word. I. It's against I.
We.
And it's against I and I, and it's against I and I and I. But where does it come from? It comes from I and I. So you should keep it to I and I and I. That's all. That's why it's called I and I and I. You know, dude, that's what it is. That's what they're trying to tell you.
I really is us or we, because
I is me.
It's exactly this.
It's exact.
Yeah. It's I and I is us. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I and I with a connection.
Yeah.
Underneath, making it a you.
Yeah.
But and the S is what. But now I see what you're saying. But it's like it's against each one of us individually. We're all in the same. We're all classed to them, to those that are trying to control us, to these billionaires and trillionaires that are trying to control us because they think they have the right to. The war is against us and against our awareness of what's being done to us. They can't afford for us to realize what's being actually done to us. That's why that's it. And I always say it, man. You've got to take your hat off to them. Really, we've got to say we've got to be able to say, "Whoa, hey, nice one. You nearly had me fooled. You nearly, and you've got all these other fuckers fooled. So fair play. You played a
but
good game.
these people are,
They played a good game.
of the kind of foolers that want to say, no, we've got everybody else fooled but you, so you are wrong. When, this is the kind of people that you're dealing with. They're not going to admit they're wrong. You're not dealing with people that want to make sense. We're not dealing with, maybe we shouldn't call it people. We're not dealing with an entity that doesn't want to make, and somehow it only wants to present itself as making sense. But in this age and era, we're already at the stage that it doesn't even want or needs to make sense any longer. It can just portray itself as, I'm just wrong, but I just want to be wrong because I am wrong. So therefore, you should,
And actually, am I wrong? Because those people think that I'm right. So I'm not. I can't be wrong because they think I'm right. They agree. Like with the woke. The thing is with the whole woke thing is that's been, what is it? SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, fuckhead. He said that the whole woke thing is just, it's like a currency to the club, or it's like a litmus test to be in the club. If you're on board with it, then you can be part of the club. You can be you're in that club. And if you're not on board with it, then you'll get destroyed, or they'll try to destroy you.
Yeah. Isn't that just the definition of a cult?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. 100%. It's a cult.
Yeah.
But
so that and what attracts cults? I mean, cults attract weak people, right? People. I mean, isn't that what it says? And weak people do not necessarily mean like unvaluable people, but weak people might be hurt people too, And but if you look what it says, weak-minded people, yeah, that's a better term. But if you look at the Statue of Liberty, that takes all the so-called hunters for wealth and for health from Europe, and the Statue of Liberty was just there to greet them. And what does it say on the book of the Statue of Liberty that it carries in its left arm, right? What does it say? I say, welcome to you, all you miners and all you wrongdoers and all you evildoers and
to the masses.
Castaways. I will. It's a fucking communistic manifesto. It is a communistic manifesto.
Dude, it's so much deeper than that as well, because they present it as Lady Liberty, Lady Justice, but actually it's Columbia.
Yeah.
It's an ancient from one of the older pantheons of gods. And it's basically paganistic in that sense.
Well, not only paganistic, it's a communistic manifesto. Like, give me all your poor, give me all the people that don't make any sense to you. I will turn them into an army. Well, it doesn't say that, right? It doesn't say that in the end. But look at the result. Well, didn't they turn it into an army? Didn't it become the cup of the world? And isn't it your experience in this world that every cop you meet is like a mental midget and an emotionally unstable personality to begin with? Yes, it is exactly like that. So, who instated this? Who instated this emotional, unbalanced thing to begin with? Well, somebody that might have been emotionally unbalanced, you know, for life.
Right. But the thing is that wasn't so. I think it's the same as with everything else. What happened was good people had a good idea, and then bad people saw an opportunity and got out in front of the idea and shaped it to their own intentions and their own desires. Right? So I think it happened with the trucker convoy in Canada. It happened with the flat earth movement. It happened with it's happened with absolutely everything. Everything good that goes against the narrative, they get out in front of it. And that's exactly what happened with America. They saw there was an opportunity. Hang on a second. I don't know why it is. Every single time I tell them, don't do too much with the fucking power. Oh, no. Right, how infuriating is it when people make the same mistake every day, repeatedly, over and over and over and over again? If you turn more than one hob on, you can only have one hob on full, and if you're going to put another hob on, it cannot go over 7 or 8. If it does, it trips the power. You can't have the washing machine on at the same time. If you do, you can't have the main hob. You can't put that up to more than 8, more than 10. If it goes to more than 10, it trips the power. So you know, it's like I worked that out after about. I worked it out after about a month. It only took a month, you know, and that was because I didn't really use the kitchen very much. Here he is. Here he is. All right, Neil.
Hiya.
Can you hear me, mate?
How you doing?
Good man. All right, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I couldn't sleep, so I woke up about 1:30. Oh, what's going on?
Oh bloody hell! What time is it now?
It's I couldn't sleep. I woke up about 1:30.
You just got to.
It's nearly 3:30.
Dude, that's I've been experiencing that for the last like 9 years or something, nearly 10 years. I've been experiencing that where I just can't sleep. Like, and then other times where, like now, more recently, I'm tired. Like yesterday, I slept for about 4 hours in the evening, and then I woke up, took the dogs out for a walk, came back, and went straight back to sleep again, no problem, and slept until 7 o'clock this morning.
Wow!
So I'm sleeping a lot more than I was, but for years, man, I was only sleeping for about 3 hours a night, 2-3 hours a night, because I couldn't sleep. I had too much stuff going through my head. What's been keeping you awake? Worrying?
Just stuff going on in my personal life a little bit. I don't really want to talk about that on YouTube.
No, you don't have to. No. But,
you know,
yeah, it's
kind of driving me insane a little bit.
Yeah, there's shit going on in your mind. Yeah.
But,
well, dude, have you got that book with you? Yes, here it is. So when was that printed?
So this book I bought from a small bookshop in Blenheim, in my town where I live in New Zealand, that was closing down.
Let's just quickly comment on how, like, they had to take the name Blenheim and reuse it again in New Zealand. Why did they do that? Why is it called Blenheim? There's Blenheim Palace in the UK. Blenheim Palace, right? So why is Blenheim called Blenheim?
Blenheim's in a place called District of New Zealand called Marlborough. And there's also a Marlborough in England, I do believe. And there's also a Christchurch in England. And a Canterbury.
Yeah.
So all the names are the same. And all the one thing I found out as well, all the street names. There's a lot of street names, Rich, in New Zealand that are the same all around the country. And I think, this is only my opinion, I don't know this as a fact, but I think they're the names of the founders. So the early Freemasons, if you like, the early controllers that put their name to the maps, to the streets. There's a lot of that here, and it's probably could be the same elsewhere as well. I would imagine it's the same in America, Canada, Australia, Singapore, places like that have been colonized, or the way I look at it, re-colonized.
So this would also be the reason for seeing all the St. Paul's and St. Peter churches, right? Because there's so many. St. Paul Cathedral, that's like in every town or city, or St. Peter's or Paul and Peter's Cathedral, right? This is everywhere. You see this everywhere. So this is what your explanation.
Yeah, that was just an earlier iteration of the control, which basically came from the church back then. It came through monarchy and the church. So when this book was written, it was 1800s. That was King George when this book was written.
So it was back then. It was like just like how to say a cult of personality too. Just by the one travels by the word of mouth, like faster than by horse or by railway. The word of mouth and the way people write about you. That might mean more to the world at large than
the fact also the fact that a lie will go around the world twice before the truth has even got its shoes on.
Well, yeah, that's a great one. Yeah.
So, dude, you're going to read us some of this book. Let's hear about this book.
Well,
I'm just going to blast.
I'm going to explain a few things about it. You've already mentioned some of it. So the book was written in between 1874 and 1879. This one here is the second edition. There was a first edition, but it was so popular back then that the guy did another edition. For whatever reason, he sold about 150,000 copies, and he was very, very much a royalist, and he was very much a Christian, very, very religious.
Dude, just quickly, just quickly, mate. Have you got another tab open with this playing on it? Have you got this playing on YouTube? Because there's a slight echo.
Yeah, I've got. Sorry, I've got.
Just make sure the volume's on 0. If you've got it open, just make sure it's on 0. Hey, how you doing? And India as well. Good to see you.
Is that better?
Yes, mate. That's better. That's way better.
Okay, yeah. I had. You know what I'm like, Rich. I had another tab open. So.
No worries, mate. And just shout out to Joy Now and Ross as well. Just shout them out. You were saying about this book. It's the second edition because it was so popular.
Yes, it was the second edition. He sold 150,000 copies.
No.
And basically, what he was a scholar of the Old Testament. From what I've read in this book, he's a scholar of the Old Testament, and he deciphered the Old Testament, showing where Israel is, and he showed Israel to be in the British Isles.
Right.
Because he goes into it in the book, but so God, get me bearing. So the for a start, the Union Jack is a cross and a plus, and that means
the cardinal. It's the cardinal cross and the fixed cross.
Yeah,
the two
whatever it's
Christian
called, but
crosses.
Yeah. I think it's to do with the ley lines. So that is something. There's something about the UK there's something special about the UK that if you're there, it's easy for them to manifest their reality upon us. So they have to be somewhere, and they have to put themselves on an island as well. And he goes right into it, but in his own religious royalist way. And he even says, "Oh, thank God we're part of Israel," and he really means it, So but at the same time, when he was writing this, when he first brought this book out, there was other mainstream scholars that had wrote other books, because don't forget back then that the book was the media. That was the media. There was no internet, no nothing. The book was the media. So there was obviously back then there was other people that had wrote historical books on history, trying to cover up Israel, saying that Israel was lost and they didn't know where it was. And he was like, "No, Israel's not lost. Israel's in the British Isles. The people that rule from the British Isles, the monarchy, they're Israel." And that's what he's put in the book. It's fucking fascinating. And it's to do with the tribes, Rich. I don't quite understand.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah, something to do with from the days way back. And it must be to do with the last breakdown, what Jason talks about with the last golden age or the last vapor canopy. Something to do with that. And everybody, the people that were left with the knowledge, the true peoples of the earth at that time, split. And they were from that time. And it split into tribes. And then it went into kingdoms.
One of which being the tribe of Dan.
Yes. Yeah. So it's all a bit like, I'm not, I'm just trying to summarize it here for you, but it does go deep into the Old Testament. And is really well read. I mean, I'll just try and, you turn the page, it's 47 identifications of the British nation with the lost 10 tribes of Israel, founded upon 500 scripture proofs. So he's read all these scriptures. And then he's put in small letters underneath, dedicated to the so-called British people by their kinsman, Edward Hine.
So-called because really they're Israelite.
So, I'll read this. So, this is called the historical identity. It's most important because we have found that the great classic historians declare that the ancestors of the British people came from the region lost Israel was exiled. Hence, it becomes necessary to inquire what was the precise time that our British forefathers did occupy that region. Sharon Turner, in his Anglo-Saxons, tells us that according to his Herodotus our ancestors first made their appearance in that quarter in the 7th century, but that according to Homer, it was the 8th century before Christ. Hence, we find that according to Homer, the first appearance of the British ancestry in media was at the exact time of the Assyrian captivity of Israel. Could it be possible to obtain 2 starting links more grand or effective than these? The links of history enable us to start with a sure footing. So there already is contradiction what the so-called at that time mainstream historians have commented on in other books.
Yeah.
So he's like a 19th century truther.
Yeah, like certainly he's not. He's picking holes in the narrative. He's not establishing it.
Yeah. So, and there's something going on with Syrian. So, yeah, the Assyrian captivity of Israel, which is bloody interesting.
Right.
You mentioned that in that paragraph. You'll have to excuse me because I've only read. I think I've only read up to where was it? Where's my bookmark? So I just don't have the time. You know, I really struggle reading nowadays. I've only read up to page 61, so I'm just giving you an insight into it.
How many pages is it?
It is 296.
296 pages.
296 pages.
So you're like a fifth of the way in or something. You're not so far. Yeah, you got a lot to go, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this one's good. I'll remember some of this. So I'll read this to you. This paragraph's called Israel Must Be a Nation. Identification the 7th. Excuse me. The Jews can only be said to be a nation in the sense that they are destined in yet future to have restored to them their national privileges. At present, they are nothing more than a dispersed people. But Israel must now be a nation, or the oath and honour of the Lord will be at stake. For he says, Thus saith the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divideth the sea when the waters thereof roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. So what he's saying here is Jews can only be. So he's talking about, to me, he's talking about the deluge and how everybody got divided after the deluge. Does that make sense? He's talking about the waters.
Well, there was according to Jason, there was another flood after the Great Flood.
Right. So it's definitely talking about a flood, and that's when Israel was divided. But to me, like, from what I can pick up from this book, what he's saying is, so the British monarchy is, if they're ruling over Israel, not all of Israel is bad. If we're part of the 10 tribes of Israel, which I believe we are, you know, not all of us, but some of us, then they're the worst part of it. They took leadership, they took control of it all. I think that's what's going on. They assumed control of the 10 tribes.
And that's kind
Maybe.
of also what happened in 1666 when Charles II wrote the Act in the Sestuikevi, declaring us all lost at sea, so that him and the court were the beneficiaries of the wealth of the land.
What's going on with my computer here? Yes. Sorry, weird stuff keeps popping up on the PC.
No worries, mate. I'm just looking at the comments, and this Ross Broadstock is Ross Broadstock. Is he the guy who talked about history? Was he the guy that talked about history? I think somebody told me about his channel, but I never actually started watching him. I think he'd already died. But
yes, he died recently, and I didn't know his work. It was unfortunately for me, it was his passing that brought his work to the fore.
I still haven't watched it. I still haven't watched his work.
But I think Rich is way more to Britain than we're being told, and I do believe.
Dude. You know that up north, up near Scotland is Egypt.
Yeah.
They've got
to get my head around that.
Egypt and Cairo and the names, and also I think it's also in the US as well. Though that's the thing. I mean, if we're getting reset all the time, each reset. One time Egypt is in America, then or it's in the UK, then they reset it and put it in America, and then they reset it again and put it in Egypt.
Yeah, I think. Look, I've got this other book. It's a bit mainstream, but it's called the Celtic Mythology. And it's like a dictionary of Celtic mythology, and the author of it states in the beginning of the book, what's the beginning bit of a book called? The preface, the preface. He's saying in it that look, he's saying, I really do think that the Celts and the Druids, they were, we get told that was the Dark Age or whatever, or and it was medieval, but actually, he's saying his studies have shown that was actually the Golden Age.
Right.
All the mythology is so true.
That sort of fits in with Tartarian narratives. Was it with the Tartarian narrative where truth meant more? And honesty.
Well, they didn't. Rich. This will clarify a few things for people. This author also states that the Celts didn't write anything down. Nothing was written. Everything that people learned, all the knowledge that people had, was spoken to them by their elders, and it was put into folklore. They didn't need to have. They didn't need everything to be mediated. All the common knowledge was still just spoken to them. And obviously they had libraries. If you wanted to go and pursue the knowledge more, you could go to the library. But everyday knowledge that everything that we're learning now, to them, it would have been part of folklore. Like spiritual understandings and cosmology
and history, the history of the people, the history of the story, because it would be told in stories over at dinner time and at social gatherings and stuff, and and that's why I've said all these scriptures and stuff that were written, all this stuff that was written 500 years ago, 600 years ago, who the fuck was it written for? Because the people didn't read. They didn't write.
Yeah. And you know what dawned on me the other day, Rich? I had a revelation. You know, somebody, oh fuck, I can't remember who I can't remember. I either read it somewhere else, watched it on YouTube from somebody else, and it was a fucking mainstream fucking video that popped up about history, and I can't remember what they were talking about, but they said, "Oh, this came up before." This was written in the English language before we had any kind of understanding or technology, or we didn't know what was going on. And I thought, hold on a minute, you'd have to be really advanced and really knowledgeable to invent a fucking language, and you have to absolutely know what's going on. To invent a language, that's really advanced, and then put that English language together, knowing that it's having the effect on us that it has.
I think the English language has been around a lot longer than we've been told. And right, you know how I say that through comedy and cartoons and stuff, they give us real information. And one of the things they did through comedy was made us just accept the lie as that's just the way things were back then. That's just the way things were. And and here we are now. Blackadder. So Blackadder 3 blatantly talks about the fact that the monarchy is dumb as fuck, and they're being used by people who are in lower level. They're still lords, but they're lower level, and they're manipulating for their own benefit, right? And they open up the third season of Blackadder 3 with Prince George. Who's the funniest character, I think. But they open it up with Parliament, and they just show what an absolute fucking joke the British Parliament is, because back then you only got to vote if you owned land. You only owned land if you were a lord. So you were only allowed to vote if you were already connected to the royal family.
Yeah.
But they made people, they've made us all believe that the power was given to the people. No, it wasn't. The power was given to the rich.
Yeah. That's why they had to bring in political parties and government to make us think that there's no monarchy, one person ruling over us anymore, or one institution. Make us believe that we've got democracy, which is not even what we think it is anyway.
And look at the bloodlines: Tony Blair, William Hague, Donald Trump. They're all fucking related to monarchy. Yeah. They're all related to European monarchy. And that's the thing that really, really gets me, and always has ever since I was a child, was, hang on a second, how many English people have been king of England? Like, shouldn't the king of England be English? No, German, French, mostly German and French. And for the last fucking however many hundred years, German.
Yeah. Bavaria.
Not English people. But the only English king might just be a fucking fairy tale anyway, Arthur.
I don't think so. I think Arthur, he was, hold on, I'll just get me book. Arthur was called something else, according to this. Arthur, hold on. That weren't his proper name. That's Chinese whispers. That name's been changed about 6 times 6-7 times, probably
So
even
the whole
more.
story of King Arthur, the whole King Arthur thing is just complete fantasy.
Well, no, it's not, because it goes back to the old saying, there's no smoke without fire. According to this guy in here, the King Arthur narrative is just an old Celtic story of our real history. And he was a king. He was a king of such, but not the king the way that we look at kings now. He was a leader. He was a leader of people from the last golden age. And the King Arthur thing was, like I say, it was Chinese whispers. It was written and it was rewritten and it was fucking rewritten again. And then we got King Arthur. And now we get told King Arthur's just a myth, a mystery, a legend. But he was a real, this dude here is saying there was a real king, but his name wasn't Arthur. It comes from a Celtic name. And
Mate, don't even get me started on that. Don't even get me started. I think to work in British government, full stop, you need to be born in fucking Britain. Just to work in British government, you should be born in Britain. Like to me, if Jason's right and we've got another 18 years left of this fucking shit show, if anything, but I don't know, but if anything does get better in that space of time, and if we do have some kind of rulership, then we should be ruled by people who come up through the ranks, from people who know what it's like to have no money, know what it's like to get up and go to work every day, know what it's like to earn a trade, know what it's like to pay bills, know what it's like to bring up a family, and have all that basis of knowledge so they can understand the people, not just some fucking inbred fucktard. The only way
bloodline that's fucking manipulated.
The only way that it can work is if it's decentralized. There is no one fucking leader. There's just communities of people. We have to be split into groups because it's just easier it's just easier.
We're not all the same.
Because we're not all the same. And if things are decentralized and people are given more responsibility, that's the biggest problem, is that there's a huge portion of society, of people who don't want any responsibility. They don't want to have to do anything. They don't want to have to work. They just want to fucking sit back and be given it. And that includes elites, The entitlement doesn't just it spans all the different spheres. Basically, it spans right from the elites right down to the average Joe Bloggs that just wants to claim dole, get signed off sick for some fictional sickness and claim money off the taxpayer.
And it's just social engineering, Rich. They've created this fucking thing where you can, if you want, you can sit at home and claim a benefit, and you don't have to go to work. And they've only done it to divide us all. I used to be on that mindset. I used to hate people. If I thought that somebody was sitting at home and I was out there working, it divided me. I didn't like these people. And now I look back and I'm thinking, you know what? I've got nothing against people that choose to do that. It's nothing to do with me. Why was he in that mindset? Because that's a social engineering. That's what they want. Money to them ain't nothing. It's like we ain't even got any real money. It's just digits on a fucking screen.
Yeah.
It's so simple, isn't it? What they've done.
If they're working with cash, the cash has only got the value that they say it has. So
and all these people are going, oh well, what? Who's paying for that? Then it's like nobody's paying for it, you idiot. It's not real. It's just when you get paid by somebody, it's just fucking numbers on the screen. Yeah, you can draw out the paper money out of the machine and use that, but it's still not real. They can conjure this out of nowhere. Don't you get it yet? And they're still banging on about, the country's in debt. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, mate, you need to fucking wake the fuck up and look around you.
I mean, personally, I think what should be done is that all of these politicians that have allowed us to go to war, because all of the debt basically comes from the war. It's all the debt is caused by the wars. It's the military-industrial complex. The whole thing is the military-industrial complex. Like they're constantly feeding it, and creating these fake scenarios and situations like such, like climate change and stuff, and just stealing money off people for something that's not. It's not real. It's to
the person that's gone out and earned that money's real.
Yeah.
So so now I'm coming from a different perspective, but so I'm kind of contradicting myself. So if I get paid from a job and that money's in my bank account, to me that money's real.
It's not.
So it's still not real.
Right. Contradicting yourself is actually is a sign of being able to hold two positions at the same time. Two positions that conflict with each other. Two opinions that conflict with each other, but holding them at the same time. That's all you're doing. You're saying, on one hand, money's not real. It's fucking bullshit. It's just this whole value that everybody puts on it. But then on the other hand, no, when you've just worked a 40-hour week with the promise of this money is real. Well, where does the value lay? Well, it's in the time that you put into. So it's your time that's worth money. How much money that, and then that's the term. So you get paid, £8 an hour, or do you get paid £150 an hour, or do you get paid like some of these politicians, thousands of pounds an hour?
And at the end of the day, why do we value time? We value time because we think we're going to die when we get to a certain age.
We're told we've only got a certain amount of it. We're told you've only got this period of time where you're going to be of use and functional. From the age of 16 to 65, that's when you're. That's it. That you're going to live longer, but if you live longer, then we'll start to give you back some of the money that you paid in with a pension. We'll give you back some of that money. Although now they've gambled most of that money away on the stock market, so everybody's getting peanuts in their pension. I don't know what the pension is now. I don't know how much.
I have no idea, Rich. I have absolutely no interest in it, any of that shit whatsoever. I just live, I'm like I've told you before, and I'll say it again. I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky that I'm doing what I'm doing. I consider myself to be very lucky.
Luck,
especially considering myself a truth seeker.
Right, you've been. Is it luck or is it fortune? You've been fortunate, but that hasn't come without, you got back what you put in. You're getting back what you put in. If you're fortunate because of the job that you're doing, you get to sort of choose your own hours because you're working for yourself. You're a subcontractor, aren't you? So you're your own boss, really. You haven't got anybody. People look to you. Rather than they look to you for solutions, rather than just telling you what to do. So you're respected. You're respected in your field and that because you're good at what you do, and that's So you put a lot of work in to get to where you are. You've dedicated yourself to that trade to get to the position you're in now. So you're not lucky. We make our own luck.
That's true. That's true. I'm just I suppose I'm trying to play it down a little bit, but I don't know,
Well,
because I know there's a lot of people out there, you know, that are on the same path as us, and they're, you know, really struggling like yourself, Rich. So I don't like to, you know, tell everybody that I'm doing well.
But
I know there's people really struggling.
We're all on our own. Everybody's on their own unique path, and it is what it is, man. That's all it is. What it is, and everything is an opportunity to grow. You know, and to adapt, and to change is a good thing, so long as you control the way, you know, as long as you can control the change, or at least control how you respond or react to the change. You might not be able to control the change.
I wonder how many of us here in this chat room here now have had real personal difficulties in their lives, and they've had to really, really, really watch their emotions and try and learn from it, because I know I have.
I would say, looking at the chat room, just looking at the names that I can see here in the chat room, I would say that every one of these people here, and just skimming through, I would say everybody that's here listening now can relate to that. You know,
my whole life, Rich, has been a fucking drama. From the moment I was born, I think. I was reflecting the other day, but I try not to be a victim. I really, really do. You know,
right?
You know, I really don't. But I know it's easy to fall into that. It is so easy to be a victim.
What would you rather? Would you rather that the shitty thing, the really bad things that happened when you were a child, and then you were given the opportunity to get away from that and to become your own person? You had the opportunity to break the cycle and become the man that you are now, right? Would you rather it happen then, or would you rather it happened later on? Later on in life. So you have a really good childhood. You have a really, really good childhood. It doesn't happen until you actually go off on your own and start making decisions. Which way is it better for that to happen?
Well, you made a great point, because if I'd have had a privileged childhood, I think, knowing myself that I know now, I probably would have been ignorant up to the age of 65. Because it would have took me longer to appreciate things. And does that make sense? Does that make sense to anybody? Because I didn't really wake up until I moved to New Zealand, not properly. I was nearly 40 when I had my last part of my moment. But I think if I'd have had a more privileged, easier life to start with, I don't think I'd be looking at things in the same way, because I'd be so involved in money and all the material shit and all the other distractions that. Because I think when things happen to you, you start to recognise things quicker, don't you? You have to, because you have to, otherwise you go fucking mad. You have to really seriously look inward and go, well, who's doing that? Who's doing that to me now? No one's doing it to me. It's just me who's doing it to me. So you've got to stop that.
Like for you, your trouble started early. And then, like when you were young, it was whereas in comparison, I had a really pretty easy childhood. The only thing that was difficult about my childhood, it wasn't really difficult, but it was like the expectations of me, because they were sending me to private school and, you know, putting this money, investing this money into my education so that it would pay off later. It was circumstances later on in life that knocked me completely off course, but I wasn't on the course that they wanted me on, and then shit happened, you know, like my car accident and that, 23, and that just completely derailed me. So like the where I was going at the point of that, when I had that car accident, I was a bar manager of a nightclub and cafe. You know, I was doing all right, but would I have woken up? I don't know if I would have woken up. I think basically for anybody to wake up, their paradigm needs to have been shattered. The paradigm needs, at least one paradigm needs to have been shattered, and there's no rule as to how long it will take you to wake up after that paradigm has shattered. Yeah. You know,
and you either wake up go into a state of awakening like we all have, or you go fucking nuts, and you end up being fucking sectioned.
But I mean, didn't we all kind of? I know that I've gone nuts before waking up. I went nuts. You know, before waking up, I went really heavily into substance abuse, and
we all did that, Rich. I think,
you know,
probably a lot of us here did that.
But why did we do that? Because we couldn't deal with reality. We had to get away from reality, and that's why we did it. Because shit was just too fucking real, and it wasn't a good real, so we had to get away from it. And that was to maintain our sanity. We lost our minds to maintain our sanity.
But isn't it a beautiful thing that we've been able to comprehend spirituality and come to the realization that you know, we pretty much live forever. You know, and all this material stuff and emotional stuff is just par for the course. Isn't that a beautiful thing? And we should all be fucking proud of ourselves and spread it as much as we can.
And I feel bad for the people that haven't actually had that epiphany yet, have had that, you know, that moment when they've realized, you know, this is a pretty magical story. It's a very, very science fiction story that we're living in, but that's reality. The myth is reality more than what they've tried to tell us. It's more the myth that's reality. So magic is real, you know, fairies and giants and monsters and all of the things from the fantasy realm, they're real. It's just your perception of them. Like, the monsters exist, man. They're currently running the show right now.
Yeah,
they're the monsters.
They're the monsters.
And there's sweet people that are like, and I do think that there's these extra these non-corporeal, non-physical intelligent beings, like intelligence, ghosts, whatever you want to call, aliens, whatever you want to call them. I think they're real, just not in the way that they're portrayed to us, not in the way that they try to make us. It's not what they're trying to tell us, you know. Nothing is as they are trying to tell us it is.
No, nothing. It's I always say to myself, and I say to anybody else if I talk to people about what we've all come to realise, I'll say to them, look, rule number one, everything's a lie. Rule number two, see rule number one. And they just look at me and I'm like, yeah, that's it. Everything's a lie.
But that blows people's minds, a lot of people's minds out, because they're like, what do you mean everything's a lie? Well, basically, yeah, everything's a lie. Like, up is down and down is up and black is white. And white is black. It's everything's the mirror of what you thought it was. It's not. It's something. It's in the opposite direction.
And I think, Rich, I'll have to clarify this with you, but I think that they're changing they've changed the narrative on some historical stuff again at the schools.
Doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Again, they're saying, and I can't remember what it is because my memory ain't that great with some certain things, but I'm sure they have. Somebody was saying, fucking, I can't remember where I watched it, where I read it or wherever, but they've changed. I'm pretty sure they're saying something different now about our past, that they were saying that what we got taught at school.
Mm.
So they're changing it again.
Yeah.
So that the kids ain't got a clue. What the fucking hell?
History Debunked. Simon from History Debunked. He's constantly pointing out the books that are being put into the curriculum, and now they're common reading, and it's common core kind of thing, and they're bullshit. It's lies. That what they're telling in these books is absolute fucking blatant lies. That's not what our history was. Like,
if we weren't doing, sorry,
no, go on.
If we weren't in this time that we're in now, we were all, we're all waking up, and we get it. If they were allowed to continue what they were doing, all the old world buildings would be completely destroyed. And we wouldn't even have I think myself personally wouldn't even have the concept of the Victorian era. Wouldn't even have that. They wouldn't even want to push that narrative anymore, saying that the Victorians built all these buildings, completely wipe that away as well.
What they'll
put
do
something else in place.
They might not necessarily want to demolish the buildings because they are very materialistic. And
yes,
they
true.
they also like to cling on. They're like trophies. I think they're like trophies. These these beautiful palaces and stately homes. They're trophies from basically taking over. But the ones I think what they might actually start doing is repurposing, like going along the same narrative, the same way they did before, where they put dissenters into mental asylums, and the mental asylums they used were stately homes and like old buildings that were constructed in the golden era or in a different time when they didn't have control, and they were used for something else completely. And I think that was all to basically rub people's noses in it, saying like, you're pushing this narrative that, right, we're going to lock you up in one of these houses and tell everybody that you're insane, pump you full of drugs so that you basically are, so you're not compos mentis. And
on that subject, I'm going to just change direction a little bit now. When I was growing up, Rich, my mum, she suffered with severe depression. She's been sectioned numerous times when I was a child.
Because she was in danger of hurting herself.
Yes, and they she told me in the 70s when after she had my older sister. My older sister is only 2 years older than me, but they were doing electric shock treatment on my mum. And they drugged the shit out of my mum. Absolutely drugged the shit out of my mum in the 1980s. She was just a wreck. I don't even know how she's still alive now. I don't know how a liver and a kidney has put up with it. But they did. They drug the shit out of her. And I think there's something going on with my mum's bloodline, because my mum's got the blood type that she can give that blood to anybody.
RH negative.
So I think my mum's like a walk-in. She can be like, you know, like stuff can just jump in her because she's got that blood type. And I think that's what's been going on with my mum. She's had all these fucking entities attached to her. And knowing what I know now, she could probably just get cleared by somebody who knows what they're doing. She could change her diet and her life could change. But because she doesn't see, I could sit my mum down and tell her this stuff, and she'd just change the subject. She wouldn't even want to talk about it. And any of my other family will never want to talk about this stuff. They'll never want to acknowledge, like, we're spiritual beings. Never even want to go there. Now, how fucking frustrating is that? You know, it's like, look, if you can just grasp the concept that your body's just a vessel, and your spirit lives forever, and the only analogy you can give to them is simple, really. You've got an electrical device. You plug it in, that's your spirit, and your device is just your body. But you take away the electric, and it doesn't work. Take away the spirit, it doesn't work.
Or you can use a radio analogy as well. Say, like, the signal is there. If you destroy the radio, does the signal disappear? No, the signal's always there.
Still there, yeah. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. But you know, you can't. Oh, they're all so into the, you know, this, that, and the other, or just all the distractions. I just can't get away from it. It's just fucking. I just can't talk to them anymore. I just can't talk to people. It's so, you know, you can't get through to them. It's I like, you know, I try and bring up conversations about this stuff, and I try and. People say to me, "Oh, what are you into, Neil?" And people start talking about they go fishing, they're into sport, and I'm like, "Oh, you know, I like hidden history and I like symbolism, and I like, you know, I'm into the occult." And then
that's
when
their eyes
yeah,
glaze over.
Yeah, well, the only word that catches their attention is the occult.
The occult, because you said what? You're
occult,
satanic. Are you like a witch?
Like,
Are you Satan?
You know, some people they're just like, ooh, and I'm like, look, the occult just means hidden knowledge. I just like anything on hidden knowledge, symbol, anything I can get hold of. You know, just want to understand it, try and have an understanding of it, and then I have to explain to them. You know, some people, if they're open to it, I'll say, look, the people that really run this place, they're occultists, and they just look at it and they're like, no. I'm like, yeah, they're occultists. That's what they are. But
they're magicians. They're magicians and sorcerers, man. They
are
actually like the people that are not the people that we see that they push out in the front. Although I do think that Trump, I think Trump knows what he's doing. Like I don't think that he's being directed by people outside of him. You know, that was their whole problem with Trump, was that he was his own man and he went his own way, and he did things like he had to do certain things like. But I think that he was manipulated into making decisions, you know, by people that had a specific outcome that they wanted. So they manipulated him in the way that they needed to make him just make the decision. Like with the drone bombings, you know, like he sent the drones, bombed in Syria or wherever it was, right after coming into office. But the thing is, he didn't send those drones. He agreed to intelligence given to him. They said to him, this guy's going to be here, and if we send a drone, if we do a drone missile strike, it will have minimal damage, you know, and you'll take him out. And so he said, and this is the best way. This is the only way that we can do it with minimal damage. Okay, all right then. Okay, I trust you because you're in the, you know, you're a leader in the military, and you're my advisor. So yeah, okay, sign that. Bim, bim, you know. So it was ignorance that led to some of his decisions. But I think he's, you know, the whole problem with it because he wasn't presidential, which basically meant he didn't play the game the way they wanted him to play the game. He wanted to play it his way.
He's obviously one of their bloodline. He's one of them, but
he's related to the Queen, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, he's got his, you know, he is one of them by blood, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's an evil piece of shit.
Right, exactly. And this is right, and this is what I say about psychopaths. Just because somebody is a psychopath does not make them evil. Just because they're capable of doing things and not feeling about it, that's not their fault. They're born like that. How can you hold somebody responsible in that way when they were born like it?
I mean, isn't really, when we think about it, psychopath's a bit of a label, isn't it? Like most things. A psychopath just could be a person who's got a lot, like, you know, who's intelligent, got a lot of backbone, got a lot of spirit, is just fucking angry.
No, I don't think anger is a part of psychopathy. I think what makes a psychopath is somebody that does not feel the higher emotions. They actually do not feel love for another person in the same way that we do. They're not. They're able to imitate, and they do. They imitate the emotions and reactions that they know people give to fit in. Because if they don't, they stand out like a sore thumb. That's why a psychopath is intelligent, because they know when to play the game. They know when to pretend. And Trump is a psychopath.
Yeah,
he's like, it's the, but then, or he could just be a sociopath. He could have been bred to be a sociopath, and they've been doing that with our children. They've been turning children into sociopaths. It's been a very fucking deliberate thing, making people sociopathic, making them not care about other people, not even think about other people's feelings, because the only person that matters is me and the way I feel. That's the only thing that matters. My feelings are the only feelings that exist, unless you agree with my feelings, and then you exist as well. But if you don't agree with my feelings, you don't. You know?
Because a lot of people, it's not so much, not everybody, I can't speak for everybody, but a lot of people now don't speak to one another. You know, they'll call one another, or they'll text one another, but they don't actually sit down in a group and have a proper conversation.
Not like we used to.
From the heart. Actually, from the heart, I'm telling you how I feel. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm telling you how I feel. And I want you to give me your opinion on it.
People wear too much of a mask. They have...
Yeah.
People are too disingenuous, man, and fucking like that. And a lot of that's self-preservation.
Yeah.
That's the self-preservation, pretending to be something because they're worried about people liking the real thing that's inside, the real person that's inside. They think people might not like that person, so they pretend to be, or they see, oh, everybody likes this type of person, so I'm going to be this type of person so that everybody will like me.
And you see everybody mirroring it. You know, you only have to if you go to a bar. And I was at a works do a couple of weeks ago, and it's like I'm surrounded by all these egos, and there's only one person there that I could really properly have a heart-to-heart conversation with. A guy called Dave is it. Real nice guy.
Did you notice that they all had the same fucking haircut and they all wear the same clothes? I notice it here, right?
Some of them, yeah.
They all the lads between 20 and 40, all the lads between sort of 20 and 40 years old, and the young lads as well. It's the lads, and it's the Canarian and the Spanish lads here, not British, Canarian, Spanish lads here. All shave their legs, shave their arms, they shave all their body hair off now, and they all have the same haircut. They all have the same fucking haircut with lines cut into it, and they walk around, and you look from behind, it's like they are clones of each other, and they're all wearing the same labels, the same clothes, the same labels, the same shoes, maybe not the same colors or the same designs, but the same fucking labels. All came from the same sweatshop.
Yeah,
and they're all parroting the same bullshit to each other, and it's it's bullshit really. What it's a bit disappointing when you listen to what most people are talking about. It's either none of it's real what they're talking about, unless it's football. Football's real because they are actually out there playing the game, kicking the ball around, but we all know what football is. We're still in Roman times, for fuck's sake. Bread and circuses. Let them eat cake. Ergo I am. How you doing, man? And Daniel Gorley.
I haven't seen that person before. Hello. Oh, and sorry, I'm really ignorant. I'm really, really sorry. I never said hello to Voynich. I never even acknowledged him. I'm sorry, mate, if you're still there.
Voy went silent, mate. Voy went a bit. He was cooking or something. I think I heard him chopping up vegetables. Right. So he was cooking, and he's probably settled down to some food. If you're still watching, Voy, big up, mate. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, you're right, mate. And
it wasn't intentional. Somebody on the chat earlier mentioned just JP, or was it M? I can't remember, but somebody said that their mum had the same kind of thing.
Yeah, that was I think it was Holistic Media.
Yes,
so her mum was given the same treatment.
So, look, if anybody here ever wants to get in touch with me, they can do. I've got. If anybody wants to get in touch with me and they're not in the treehouse, they're not a goonie, they can go to my YouTube channel. It's just called Neil Shannon, and I've got an email address that they can get in touch with me on.
Let me get your. I'll get. Dude, you
can put a link to your channel.
Put a link to your channel in the chat.
Me, I'm crap at stuff like that, Rich. I can fathom that.
All right, I'll do it.
You can do it for me, please. Yeah. But no, seriously, if anybody wants to talk to me about stuff, because some deep stuff, because a lot of the people around me, I can't connect with them on that level. It's just too much for them. They can't handle it. It scares them. So, but especially stuff from there's certain things that happened in my past. I was abused when I was a kid. Nobody wants to talk about that. My mum was absolutely completely nuts. God bless her. When I was growing up. That was another thing. It was just the weirdest stuff. Like everything was going on. And then when I hit my teen years, all I wanted to do was just self-destruct. I just literally was drinking myself into oblivion. When I was 16, 17, up until I was in my early 20s, I was drinking myself into oblivion. And if I hadn't have met if I hadn't have met my partner, my wife, who I'm still married to, but I've now split up from, I'm pretty sure I'd have been dead by the time I was 30. I'd have just drank myself to death. So if there's any, and I know a lot of people have gone through this sort of kind of stuff, and it's fucking, you have to talk about it, man. I don't think there's enough people talking about it on truthers talking about it on YouTube. I can see the hurt in people's eyes. Even Martin Lidcutt, I can see the pain in his eyes, man. You can just tell that he's had a fucking hard life.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people. I think everybody that's on this path is on this path because they've been through so much shit in life. It's put them on this path. They've had no other choice than to get on this path because life has chucked so much shit at them that they've seen through the paradigms have shattered. Things have just, and it might not be the shape of the earth. It might just be the way the government operates or the way people are with each other. And this question of why are people like this? Why does this keep happening? Why does that, it's, and anybody that's serious about it ends up looking inside, looking at themselves and saying, what is it that I'm doing? We all get here from different things, man, different experiences, but the common ground that I think we all have is that we've all been through some shit and it's damn near destroyed us. Like, we've had to rebuild ourselves from ground level up more than once in a lot of cases, more than once, 2, 3, 4, 5 times sometimes. And the only help that we've got hasn't come from where we wanted it to or expected it to, from family and friends like that. These things have happened and we've turned around and there's been no one there. And the only people that have been there have been strangers. Strangers have come up and said, "Oh man, do you need to? I can help you with that," or or that's where the help's come from. It's come from strangers. It's not come from people that you feel owe you, or when you've given loads to people and helped people out, and then when you're in the shit and they just, what? Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate. I've got to go. But it's strangers that stand up and say, "Hey, man, no worries. I'll fucking help you out."
Yeah, that's true. You can only help somebody if you got an understanding of what they've been through or going through. If you ain't got that element of understanding or even grasp what they're going through, if you can sit down and go, "Oh yeah, that's happened to him. How would that affect me?" And you can have that thought process in your mind, then you can probably help them. But a lot of people can't have that thought process, unfortunately. So, yeah. It's disheartening, but...
Here he is. Fucking hell, how long did that take, Mr. fucking Leafy, sir?
How are we doing, guys? You all right?
Oh,
hey, Neil.
Good, mate.
Hey, Rich.
Oh, hello.
Nice
to meet you.
Okay? And we spoke before, Neil. In the Goonies, didn't we?
I forget.
It's Lee from the Goonies, mate.
Sorry, taking a while. I've just been listening to all the chats. Didn't want to interrupt. I was just listening in on the conversations and everything. Doing the work on the old Landy still,
Oh, yes. Sorry.
He's the engineer, mate.
I know you are, man.
Sorry, the doctor.
Yeah, I think you remember talking before, Neil. We was in the Goonies house and there was like 4 of us there. We were all in the same sort of situation where we've recently split up with our wives. Long time relationship for 25 years.
Children involved.
Oh, unbelievable. And
that at the moment, Lee, that's my big that's my next emotional thing that I have to keep tabs on, because if I don't, you know yourself, it just break you.
Oh God, yeah. I'm up and down all the time, and you keep thinking about past history, the times you had, and then you think about the good times, then you think about the bad times, and you think, oh God, man, and what you're going through now, just you can only deal with it yourself personally. I think you can correlate with other people, but everybody's situation is slightly different, of course. But it's so difficult, unbelievable. I can fill up now about it, just thinking about it. But
yeah,
I'm getting there. I've got another partner now, and she's my rock. She's really good, absolutely amazing. She understands my beliefs and what I think about everything. You know, waking up to reality. So she gets it, and I show her things, and she understands, and she's gobsmacked with some of the stuff.
She doesn't. She doesn't dismiss them. She doesn't dismiss what you're saying.
Not at all.
She's sort of at least open and maybe a bit responsive as well.
Yeah, totally. So I'm quite lucky in that respect. So yeah, we got a good relationship. But again, my daughters don't want to know her because they think it's her to blame and everything, which it wasn't. We split up amicably with my ex, and we got together because she had a divorce a year and a half ago, and we just got chatting, you know. But it's difficult, isn't it, Neil? I think we all need to have a little chat in the Goonies house and have a get together and, you know, talk about it.
Yeah, man.
It's good to talk.
It is good to talk. And
especially in similar situations.
I'm guilty of not doing enough of it, and you know, I've said to Rich many a time, mate, I ain't seen most of your videos because I'm always just working, doing what I need to do, and
But sometimes working, it just takes your mind off the situation, doesn't it? So you try and indulge in something else, you know. And definitely that's what I've been doing. Without a doubt, you know, and I still need to sort things out. And
it's a practical distraction, though. It's better. You're not sitting there playing computer games and doing drugs.
Oh, no,
you're doing something practical. It has value. Same with you, Neil.
I did go down the drink scenario, though. I did, because I wasn't really allowed, and I can correlate with Neil with his past as well, with my drinking as well, because my ex, exactly the same situation. She came along at the right time, and in my 20s, 21, I think it was 2021, basically saved me, really, because I was going downhill, with the drink. But again, I found myself in that sort of situation during the breakup as well. You know, I could go out and drink. She didn't want me to in the past, obviously, for those reasons, because it changed me, changed my personality and everything. It just, you get to that certain point and it tips you over the edge, and your anger kicks in, and it's horrible. So yeah, that nearly grabbed me again with the breakup, but I reined it back in, and I still like a drink, but I'll have a couple now and then. But I'm thinking, is it worth it? It really isn't. It really isn't. So
depends how bad you feel the next day. How bad are your hangovers?
Yeah, I just get up and get on with it.
2 days.
Yeah, but I used to just
2 days, man.
I'd get up, get on with things, keep myself occupied. I'd have to have fresh air, you know. But it's not worth it. I got work dues coming up soon as well, and I'm gonna curb myself. So I'm not gonna drink on the one with the ambulance service. I'm not gonna drink on that one. I've decided I'm gonna go out and meet them all and have a good time. But yeah, I'm going out with my partner then for her Christmas do in December. So I shall be curbing myself.
Do you know, Christmas dues, man? That's another time for me. Like, because for so long I was the entertainment at the Christmas dues, you know, back in 2009, 2010, And before that, when I was working in an office, we had our Christmas dues, and it was always basically just an opportunity for everybody to get drunk and say stupid things and get, wherever there was sexual tension, that sexual tension was dealt with.
Whoa, it's gone.
Fuck it, we're drunk.
I went out last year, and obviously I was during my split up then, and I was like a free man sort of thing. But I did get with my partner now, but I got into a bit of a state. But I could see things. They're like, what the fuck is going on here? You know, I could sit down and see things and not be with people, just watch what's going on. I'm like, there's loads of draconian shit going on here. And you could see about at the door, people going at the back door, at the fire escapes and shit like that. I know there's drugs and everything going on, but there was more to it than that. And I seen things then, and I was like, oh my God, strange world.
Alcohol, for me, took me to some very dark places. Brought out all my demons. It was fucking horrible. And the thing is, I was never really. I never started off as a drinker. It was just for me. It's just an addiction. Just like.
But an escape as well.
Yeah, I never even liked beer. You know, I just used to drink anything just to get me off my head.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until later that I was like, oh, I'm drinking this, and this actually tastes nice. But it took years and years and years for my taste buds and my body physically to enjoy the taste of it. So it's not it's very much not a natural thing to drink alcohol. It's so fucking poisonous. It's just
that's right.
It's really
bad, it's not like beer. Yeah, it's like Guinness, man. Guinness is an acquired taste. I remember the first time I tasted it when I was in my early teens, and it was like, that looks really delicious, but it tastes like shit, you know. And then, but I kind of trained my body to like it.
I like Guinness.
It's like I drank it because I liked the look of it so much. I drank it, and I don't know how long it took. But I love Guinness now.
Have you ever been to Ireland and had a proper pint of Guinness?
I have.
Oh my God, it's so different, isn't it, Neil? It's amazing. Honest, it takes like 20 minutes for it to settle.
Yeah,
they're pouring them on the bar, one after one.
Yeah, they've got them all lined up.
Yeah.
They've got all like third of a pint lined up all the way down, and you have to put your order in early. You put your order in 20 minutes before you want the beer, don't you?
I went to Ireland in the 90s. In 1996, I first went to Ireland, and I went over with the Sealed Knot when I used to do battery enactments, and we stayed in a little village called Liscarroll, right in the south, but just not on the coast, so it was above Cork.
I've been there. Been to Cork.
Yeah. And Liscarroll was unbelievable. There was just a little village. We fucking tripled the size of the village when we all got there, because there's about 350 of us went over.
Whoa,
and I'm telling you now, they were the nicest people you could ever meet.
Yeah,
some of them
absolutely
were the nicest
amazing.
people.
Beautiful. I went over there in my younger days. Sorry, go on, Neil.
Sorry, I'll get into the point of my story, but we got off the coach. We got into Liscarroll. We underloaded all our bags, chucked our tents up, straight up to the pub, and we were drinking. It was Guinness. It's half a Guinness, half a cider, with a dash of black in it. Black velvet.
That's it. Yeah, I've had it. Yeah.
So it was Irish cider, half and half.
The black
with a dash of black in it, and it was just sliding down like milk. We were pissed.
Velvet.
It was midday. We were pissed playing pool.
Actually, sir, that's a poor man's. That's actually a poor man's black velvet, because traditionally it's with champagne.
Oh, right.
I wouldn't know about that.
That's it's the for the for the ruffians and the serfs.
I
they drink
remember going
cider.
when I went to Ireland. It was in the 90s, I think. Rugby International was on. My mate had come back from Jamaica, who I worked with, and he met these girls, and we went over to meet them for a weekend. And the Rugby International was on, and that was in Dublin. We went over. I can't remember. It was like a September, November time, and we got totally smashed then. But then we went over again for a week for New Year, and we travelled around, like you said, went to Cork, County Clare, Cork, and Galway Bay. It's all just a frigging blur. Can't believe it. Me and my brother was sat in the back of the car drinking a litre bottle of frigging Jameson's whiskey. It was mental. So yeah, it's all a bit of a blur, which is a waste really. But yeah, I'd like to go back. But yeah, like you said, amazing people.
Sorry, what I do remember the most about Ireland is the people,
amazing,
the countryside, and the food.
Stunning.
The food,
hot potatoes, hot potatoes behind the bar.
You could get real food though. The bread was beautiful.
Irish breakfast. Irish breakfast with
that's
white
where we
pudding.
went to Galway Bay. No, in Galway Bay, we had a breakfast there. I think it was like 10 o'clock in the morning. I had a big plate full of garlic mussels with soda bread and a pint of Guinness for breakfast.
Soda bread, man, that fills you up. Yeah, soda bread.
Beautiful.
But Galway Girl, brilliant song that is.
Yeah.
And I lost my heart to the Galway Girl.
Oh God. So what about the Irish then? What about the Irish? What's this that they are actually the original indigenous people?
Welsh, I think. Welsh are the original indigenous. No, Welsh are the indigenous of the UK.
Original Celts. Is that one?
In this book, the Celts and the Irish and the Scots, which is a Celtic language. He's saying it was a Celtic language, and when they brought in the English language, when the monarchy appeared, they got rid of it all. So if you spoke Gaelic in school, you're not speaking Gaelic anymore, mate. Speaking English, and they eradicated it, and they made all the Welsh and everybody who spoke the old world language. They made them feel like they were inferior. And they completely got rid of it.
Which is what they did in Ukraine. Which is what they did in Ukraine after 2014, and they banned people from speaking Russian in Ukraine.
And I think the reason why they did it is because all the folklores and all their real history was tied into their language.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is also what he says in the book. So they eradicated they've eradicated the golden age. That's what they've done.
Yeah.
And they've done it through the Roman Catholic Church. That was the original vehicle.
With the English
language.
They moved it through.
Religion.
The English language, is it?
Religion.
It isn't that old though, is it really? The English language.
Well,
surely it's just been changed.
Because
a lot of our words come from Latin, isn't it? And French.
I think what they've done is they've got because back to the golden age, the Celts, the Druids, or whatever you want to call them, they obviously had their own language, but they knew how powerful the words were. So I suppose the further you went back, they knew how powerful the words were, and the elites, the powers that shouldn't be, have took the words that they had, and they turned it into spellcast, and they know which words do what, and they formed a language out of it. So everything that we speak of,
dude, I love this, right? I love about the old language and stuff, and what English was, what English used to be, really, as in English being the language that was commonly spoken by the indigenous people on the in England before what we're speaking now. Listen to this.
Ja.
You understand,
Det är English, ja.
but you can't speak it yourself.
Nej. Nej, ich kann nicht sprechen auch gut Englisch. Und Vorwort Dänisch. But nee, niet hier waar spreekt Engels en ook Danish.
4 words of Danish.
Many words of delete. So, Vrindel is Branna. Hest is Horse. Steiner is Staan. Und mijn naam is Baldrich. Mijn naam is Baldriki.
And what do you do?
Spurren. Ich habe 100 Schafe und Berggrasas. Aan je volg. Wat is? Ich habe 5 Tonnen. We haben noch nicht children. Aku am Haus.
Can you speak any new English at all?
Yeah. Let's go, me.
Would you like to learn?
Wow.
Try. My name is.
My name is Baldrich.
My name is Baldrich.
My name is Baldrich.
Baldrich.
Baldrich!
Let's go, me. Dat kan niet nog.
So it doesn't sound English, does it?
So he is actually speaking Old English.
He's speaking Old English.
Wow.
So
I think there are
Wow,
assumptions made as to the pronunciation. I think there's assumptions made as to the pronunciation of the words. All right, but the words that he uses are Old English. They've had to reconstruct the English, the language. I don't think that he's actually a person that can only speak Old English. This is they're portraying it as if he was an Anglo-Saxon who only speaks Old English. Because you can hear when he says my name is, he understands instantly what my name is because he says my name is Baldrick. But if he couldn't understand New English, he wouldn't understand what my name is.
No.
Because name is nombre.
Wow.
In Anglo-Saxon. So this is theatre, but it's trying to represent. What were you going to say there, Neil?
This is from this book.
Celtic mythology.
This is from this book, British. The Celtic inhabitants of Britain, more generally referred to as Britons, prior to the Anglo-Saxon invasions, also their language. The term was actually used until the 10th century AD, when the Britons lost hope of recovering the island of Britain from the invading Anglo-Saxons, the ancestors of the English.
Right.
There you go.
This is the thing, right? The Anglo-Saxon, we think of Anglo-Saxon as being English, but really the Anglo-Saxons were invaders from France and Germany.
And that's where the English language came from.
And Denmark. And yeah. And so really the true English people are the Welsh, the Irish and the Scottish. People of Celtic origin that spoke Gaelic, and we are the invaders. We came from the invaders. We are, we're not actually, unless you've got Welsh or Scottish or Irish heritage, you've got no real claim in that sense of the land, except we do, because we were fucking born there. And the people that did that wasn't the Welsh and the Irish and the Scots, and it was people being directed by other people, England invades France. No, a fucking pathological, psychopathic, narcissistic cunt sat on the throne who's claimed himself to be king of England. He has fucking invaded France, and he's coerced a lot of other people or paid off a lot of other people to go and do his dirty work for him, which is what happens with every single war. It's a bunch of pissy little tiny dick fucking cowards that sit there behind their big fucking, nice oak desks, who have never, mate, every single war that's being fought now, what they should do, all the soldiers should down their weapons and everything, and we should just get the politicians and put them out there. So there you go. Put them in a fucking ring. Put them in a ring. Put them in a cage. Whatever. Put them in a cage. Stick them in there and say, "Go on, then. We'll all go by it. Whatever, you just sort it out between yourselves. You fight and let's see what happens."
And you all get to choose a weapon. You can either have a baseball bat with a nail in it. You can have a sock with a pool cue in it. A pool ball in it. Sorry.
We do to them what
Go
they
for your life.
portrayed in Hunger Games, right? In the Hunger Games, where they all have to fight at the end, and there can only be one winner. We just give them that scenario. We put them on an island, right? We get one of their islands that they were previously using for something else, and we say, "Go on, then, sort it out." There's a bunch of weapons dotted around on the island. You just find a weapon. It'll be like real life. What's that game? Is it Fortnite and with the other one with the chicken dinner? Winner chicken dinner. POBG. POGB. It was an online game where you just drop your parachute in and you run around and you find a weapon, and you've got to be on the team that's the last standing, or you've got to be the last person, or one of the last three. And if you're one of the last three, then it's winner chicken dinner, and you're the winner and you get a chicken dinner. What was that game called? Somebody tell me in the chat, please.
I can't help you there.
It's PO. PUBG. That was it. PUBG, PUBG, Player Unknown Battleground. That was it. Player Unknown Battleground, and you parachute in, land, and all the time the play zone is getting smaller. So you're all getting kettled into just an area where by the time you get down there, there's only a couple of you left, and then you have to be the last one. Or in the last four or whatever. PUBG, yeah, that's it. M's got it. Player Unknown Battleground, I think that's what it was.
Brian, that's my favourite rock track of all time, I think. War Pigs. There's more said in that track than anything else I've ever heard.
I never play any games or anything.
Nah.
No, I used to when I was younger. Was it Gran Turismo? Somebody else mentioned that. I think it was Brian Evans in chat. But it used to take up so many hours of my time. I'll be on it for hours, like all night, all the way through to the morning, and then I'll be knackered for work. So I have to knock it on the head.
So I reckon that I saw it was that's what a console does. It eats hours out of your day. Totally fucking eats the hours. It's like you sit there and you just get zone out into it, and then when you finally stop because you need to go to bed or you just have to stop, and you look at it and it's like, whoa, I've been playing that for 8 hours, man. Right? For me, that was brilliant because of where I was, I wasn't able to work. I was in a lot of pain. I was taking a lot of prescription drugs. I was married to a fucking crazy one who hurt herself and stuff. And I had all this shit in my head that I was trying to get away from. So to zone out into a computer game and become, just while I was playing that game, I was in control of what was going on. I was able to direct and I would win, and I'd be victorious, and I'd have some level of sense of achievement, because in my real life I was destroyed.
Again, it was escape.
I was worthless.
It's a place
it was
of escape.
Complete, total escapism. Total escapism. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people
One of the
do, isn't it?
easiest ways. One of the easiest, and I mean, really, one of the safest way. It's better to get locked into a computer game than it is to go down the pub and drink yourself to death. Physically, maybe not mentally, but physically. You know.
Yeah.
Because at least you're not poisoning your body with alcohol or drugs. I was still poisoning my body with drugs while I was doing it, so I didn't, you know. But I'm really glad that I never. Yeah, and we're all addicted in one way or another to something or another.
Something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You get people that say, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't even drink caffeine, and I don't have sugar, and I don't do any of those things. But what time is it? Oh no, sorry, Coronation Street's on. I've got to watch that. I never miss that. I never miss the Corrie.
Sad, isn't it?
I never miss the news, or I have to. Or being addicted to exercise, being addicted to healthy foods. You can be addicted to, to these healthy milkshakes, or it's
right.
anything. You can be addicted to a person, addicted to a feeling.
That's right.
Like addicted to sex, addicted to the feeling of conquest, of pulling a girl, addicted to the feeling of pulling a girl and getting her back home, and doing the nasty, and that, but then once you've done that, it's done. So you don't want to do it again with that one because it's already done. So you go and do it with a different one because it's not the same feeling. Otherwise, you want that feeling again. So people get addicted to that. You can get addicted to anything, man. Yeah, the chase. Yeah, the chase and the feeling of conquest when you get what you want. Right.
Yeah. So that it just comes back to we have to be balanced,
responsible.
We have to, and recognize what we're doing to ourselves and when we're doing it. It doesn't matter if we do it as long as we recognize it.
Yeah.
And go, oh shit, I'm doing that again. I really need to knock that on the head, or because we all do it. I mean, we all do it. I know.
Self-awareness, isn't it? That's self-awareness. That's reaching that point of self-awareness where you're able to observe yourself, and recognize what you're doing, recognize what you're doing, what you're saying, recognize that it's not what you would think. When you look at it, you say, huh, that's not good, is it, that I'm doing that? Or this can't be constructive that I'm doing this. A lot of people don't even get to that. They don't get to that point. They're not able to observe themselves. They're constantly in the moment, in the getting triggered, where we've all been weaponized against ourselves. We're weaponized against ourselves as well as each other, and we get triggered by things that we hear or what we see, and then disappear.
Emotions linked to physical attachments.
And so this thing 1899 that I watched, this is a total spoiler alert, right? Total spoiler alert. But it's key what he says near the end. What it turns out is that this girl, this woman, has created a simulation in order to keep her son alive, right? But it's ended up going all a bit crazy, and people have ended up getting trapped in this simulation. And her dad says towards the end of it, he says, this keeps happening. They keep making the same decisions, they keep making the same mistakes, and the outcome is the same every single time. And it's all because of their emotional attachment. It's because of their emotions what caused them to make the same mistakes every time. And that's why I say, yeah, our emotions are powerful. Our emotions are a gift, but it's like giving a big flaming sword to a child. That's what our emotions are. We just end up burning ourselves and cutting ourselves because we're not taught how to wield those emotions. We're not told how to control them and keep, and we're meant to be balanced. We're meant to keep balance on our emotions. Anger is a useful emotion if you use it correctly.
Sacred.
You can use it to fuel action, but you've got to keep a lid on it. You've always got to keep a lid on your anger, keep control of it, but it goes the same with your higher emotions as well. I think
Yeah.
If you go too off in the clouds, you go off floating off on the clouds too much. It's not good because you're going to come crashing back down eventually. You can't stay up. What goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up.
I've been there. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
Lads, I just want to take a little break. I go and have a little pee and heat up some coffee. If you want to, you up for keeping chatting? Because I figure, fucking hell, fuck it. I've gone over my hours now, but they said, and I checked, and they said they will not cut my stream. So how long can we keep it going, man? I must be on like 23 hours now, so we'll get as many free hours out of them as we can.
Yeah,
but if you've got shit to do, then I understand if you want to.
No, I'm good.
And Neil,
care,
I get it, mate. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning for you, so
it's
bro.
It's 5:10, so
wow.
I've got to be up for work at like 7, really.
Bloody hell, Neil.
Are you going to try and get some shut eye before you go to work? Or
You
just
should,
gonna, or just ride it out, man. If you have something to eat and a cup of coffee, bing, you'll get a second wind.
Yeah,
it's actually eating. If you eat something, that will wake you up. If you choose to stay awake and you grab some breakfast, but nothing with carbohydrate,
I'm gone.
No, but that's only if you it's only carbohydrates.
Shit. Yeah.
You need to eat high
Take
protein
care,
and like high protein and healthy sugars, basically, not carbohydrates, because that makes you want to sleep. But yeah, fruit is good. Fruit is a good way to wake up.
But I'll probably I will get like an hour and a half sleep before I go to work. So it doesn't matter if I'm late in work. It doesn't.
Well, like we were saying, you're the boss, man. You're the boss.
So sleeping in work.
If you go in half an hour late, then you can choose to work an hour extra at the end of the day, isn't it? It's like flexi time. So long as the job's done at the end of the day, and as long as you put in a certain amount, you just need to put in a certain amount of effort and work, isn't it? It's
showing and willing. Yeah.
Have you had a sleep prior to coming on, though, Neil?
Yeah, I was. I woke up about 1:30, and I just lay there. I couldn't sleep. So I was just like, well, what's the point in lying here? I can't sleep now, so I might as well just get up. And I've been up since physically been out of bed since about 2:30.
Oh, good.
So, and then I was looking on my phone on YouTube, and I was like, oh, Rich is live. Oh yeah, I know where this is going to go. That's all right. It's an opportunity. Everything's an opportunity. And if this is the only time I get every now and then to come on a live and say hi to everybody and speak what I need to speak, get it out of my system, then so
That's
be it.
Definitely.
So, because I haven't got.
Be able to speak, be able to say it, and not have the people's eyes glaze over and go, oh right, okay then, yeah. You know, be able to say something and actually get a response that have people think about it and give you a meaningful response to it, and
because this is for us.
Glaze over.
For us, this is quality time. For us, to speak to one another, it is like gold.
I try and drop truth bombs now and then to people, but they're so brainwashed. It's unbelievable.
Well,
that's the way it is. I still keep doing it now. I don't care anymore.
Think of them more as seeds.
They think I'm mad,
more
but
as
there they
seeds. But think of them more as seeds, though.
Drop
rather than dropping a bomb on somebody, just drop a seed. Drop a seed in their pocket.
Yeah.
You know, and then they what's that? What's that? But
exactly.
Well, listen, lads, I mean, I'm gonna do what I need to do. I can either put a video on, or you two lads can just carry on chatting.
I don't mind. I'm easy, Neil. It's up to you.
I don't mind.
There we are.
Right,
We'll stay here then.
I'll leave you chatting then, and I'm just gonna. All right.
Cheers. So Neil, where did you get that book from then? How did you come across it?
There was a little bookshop in the town where I live in Blenheim, and it was closing down. And I noticed this bookshop a few weeks prior, and then I noticed it again because it was having a closing down sale. So it was. I think it was like a Monday or something, or a Tuesday. I just happened to have the day off. So I went into the bookshop and I seen all these old books from that kind of period, and I was looking through them and I was like, "Holy shit!"
Wow.
So I picked that one up, and my intention was to go back. I bought a few others as well. I bought that Celtic mythology one, and a few others. I've got one on King Arthur as well called Avalon. I want to read some of that as well.
Yeah.
But I was going to go back a couple of days later, or on a Saturday morning or something, and I never did, because he had other books in there. He had a book on Zionism. He had a book about Zion, written in the 1800s, and I fucking wish I'd have picked it up just to get an understanding of what it all means, because that's a subject I've never looked into, and I know
we only get told now in the mainstream and or whatever's out there when you research on Google what they want you to know, isn't it? And the original books, the history books, will tell you how it was, and it's all been so manipulated. I went into a charity shop up in Bridge North earlier this year, and I picked up a little book, but this charity shop has loads of books in there, so I really want to go back up there. Out the back, you go through all the clothes and stuff. In America, you call them thrift shops. Here we call them charity shops. You go through all the clothes area, and out the back, there's just like masses of books. So I really want to go back and have a good look through them. I was in there for about an hour anyway. The missus was nagging me, "Come on, we got to go." I was up to see my parents, and I want to go back and have a good look through there to see what they've got. It's just because they'll just get lost eventually, wouldn't they? They'll just be gone.
Yeah,
get thrown out.
It's anything that you can get hold of, even if it was written in the 70s or the 80s, and it's got a different. The person that wrote it has got a different narrative to what they're telling us now.
Yeah,
then it's still worth a look. Even if it was at that time was part of the program, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be a little bit of a snippet of truth in it. Always.
Yeah.
Another piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, exactly. So you can never throw the baby out with the bathwater.
That's right. That's right. My dad, I'm sure my dad's got an old encyclopedia, a few volumes, 1 to 10 up there in his house somewhere, and they look old. I can remember him as a kid. I'm sure he's still got them, because I'm going to have to dig them out and have a look and see what's going on in there. He's got a few old books up there. I'll have to, when I get back up again, I'm going to have a little mooch
And-
around. But I'll definitely get back to that charity shop.
And I think what's going on a little bit as well is because we're all starting to watch Jason Bashir's, we're all become more aware of these old books.
Yeah.
So I think for a lot of us, because we're creators, our minds create, manifest stuff, and we don't even fucking realise it.
Yeah.
We're going to have this information come into our reality.
Yeah. This is where the information is. I mean, look at all the books they burned years ago during the wars and everything like that. They just shitloads. They just got rid of them, didn't they? They didn't want you to know. They just hidden everything.
Do you know what, Lee? I watched Dave Murphy the other night. His latest upload about.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's brilliant, mate.
Like
about it's common law based, and it's about your utility bills, and he goes right into that. You know what to do if you want to reduce your bills. If you
I'm
want
gonna have to have a look.
You know, contracts and all this stuff. Brilliant. But he said what really caught my attention. He said in 2019 their blessing ended. So the people that are in power now, their blessing officially ended in 2019, and that's why they did what they did with the whole
COVID. Yeah. Yeah, bloody hell.
And,
don't surprise me. Don't surprise me at all, to be honest.
And that's why he said something happened in 2017, which marked it in America. There was an eclipse that went over a part of America. And then in 2019, the real clock keeper, the stars, the moon, and the sun, changed.
Wow.
Well, it was changing already, but it come to its you know, it had done its changing thing. And I remember from.
There's definitely been a shift.
Yeah, massive shift. Most people have missed it. Since I've been in New Zealand, all I've noticed, Lee, is the stars, the moon, and the sun is all changed.
Yeah.
All changed, every single bit of it.
Well, I always look, because I was doing the night shifts recently, and I think it was Jupiter and Saturn. You can see them distinctively in the sky, and oh my God, the different colours. One's orange, you got another one that's shining multiple colours, and you got this massive bright star. I'm thinking, bloody hell, that's moving quite fast. And like within half an hour, it moved across the sky in such a distance.
I see that here in New Zealand. It rises in the east, comes over like the sun.
Yeah,
it does the same path as the sun, and it's highest when it's in the north, and then it drops down to the west. I don't know what it is, but it's bloody bright. I captured it on my camera.
Venus,
filmed it, zoom right into it.
What's that, Rich? Venus.
Venus and Jupiter are the two brightest stars in the night sky.
Well, at the
Venus,
moment,
Venus is fucking bright, and it's really big now. Venus is huge.
So I think
when you see it now.
Whatever Venus is, that's having an effect on our reality. I really believe that. Whatever it is,
do you know what I love?
It's having an effect on us.
Venus is my planet. Venus is my birth planet. You know, it was there. Venus was there when I was born. So I've got this connection to Venus. I feel and I feel it as well. It's weird when I see Venus. I always know it's like, oh, hey Venus, how you doing?
I feel the same about that, because I can remember when I was fishing. I used to do a bit of night fishing where I'm from originally, and I remember laying on the river on the side of the bank, the reservoir, and looking up at this star, and it's so bright, and like you say, but it's moving a lot quicker than it used to, a hell of a lot quicker. It used to move then because obviously time was shifting, and I noticed it so much more now. And recently I did put up in a chat or in the Goonies at once. There was a massive. I think Richard's seen one as well. Shooting star, they call it. It weren't a shooting star. It was too big, bright, and a fireball, massive trail behind it. But it wasn't coming down; it's going up at a diagonal movement. So I was like, "What the fuck was that?"
Lee, I remember it vividly. In 1996, there was a comet come back round into our view, and it sat there in the night sky for months on end. I never forget it.
Halley's Comet. Or well, no, there was another comet as well, wasn't there?
There was another one.
There was another one, and it looked like a sort of it was like a white arrow in the sky kind of thing.
It was massive.
Yeah, I remember that, man.
But the like alarm bells was ringing then, because I was like, well, let me just sort this out, because I was thinking, well, hold on a minute, this thing's supposed to be hurtling through space, but yet when you looked at it in real time in the night sky, it was just sat there. Well, it was still, and it probably moved a little bit, but it moved like the stars. You know, it was part of the It weren't like fucking hurtling through space. It was just like sat there,
hanging there. So,
yeah. And
can you hear me? Okay, it's pissing down here. Have I got a background noise? Oh, it stopped. It's all right. It's absolutely hammering down here. Been thunder and lightning. Well, you know the Halley's or Halley's Comet, as they call it, right? I remember being in middle school, so that must have been in the 1980s, mid 80s, and they were talking about it then, and it had come round, Halley's Comet, and they said this will be the last time you see it because it won't come around for another 70, 75 years. And lo and behold, what come back around? Halley's Comet, isn't it? Recently, it was, wasn't it? It has, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know, Lee.
I'm sure it did.
I don't know what that comet was in 1996. I can't remember what they named it.
No, but this one, I remember it in school, and we were talking about Halley's Comet, and that was in the 80s. So it wasn't that one, but they said I'd never see it again in my lifetime. But it's come back round again, didn't it?
But it could be. But we all they're doing is giving the comet a different name to a different time period. It could be the same fucking comet. And they're just giving it a different name.
Time shift again, isn't it?
Yeah. Because look at all the eclipses that we've had.
Yeah,
so-called eclipses. How many bloody eclipses have we had? We had one we had one here in New Zealand, and I know Richie's seen it the same time period as I did, and something eclipsed the moon, and we think it's me and Richie have theorised that it could be the dark satellite, the dark star, or the black sun. And I seen it in New Zealand, and then when I spoke to Rich about a week later, we were both talking about it. We were saying, like, Rich was like, yeah, I've seen that as well, Neil. That the moon was eclipsed at night. It was fucking weird. But you could still see the moon. Whatever it was like opaque. It just blank. You know, it just made the moon look darker. Really weird. It was quite late at night as well. Really weird.
Yeah.
But how can you eclipse the moon?
5 o'clock in the morning for me, I think.
Yeah, but how does that work? I mean, even the people that are still asleep, if they've seen it, don't they think in their heads, well, how can you eclipse the moon? How can the sun be? How can something be in front of the moon? Because we're told that the moon's the nearest, closest thing. You know what I mean? And it completely went across it. And everybody just went, it's that. So, what?
Crazy, isn't it?
How can you not question that? Fucking hell.
It's crazy. And they say you should be able to see it from the one side, like you're in New Zealand and across America. They shouldn't be able to see it as well, should they?
I've seen exactly the same thing Rich seen, because he explained it to me. I was like,
so it goes to show the Earth isn't fucking round, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
And who the hell states that the polar shifts? Well, how the hell can we tell that the Earth is spinning on a fucking angle? Who the hell? How can they establish that? Those bollocks.
Yeah, and how do they know what a galaxy looks like?
No.
How do they know what the Milky Way looks like? If we're in it,
that's going to be.
How the fuck do we know what it looks like?
I want to look through one of these really powerful telescopes that isn't using digital digital software to enhance the image, so you know that what you're seeing is its actual light being transmitted. I know that when you look at the moon through a telescope, if you just look at the moon through a P900 or a camera with a really good zoom on it, the moon looks like it's got fucking texture to it, man. It looked like the craters and everything. It's like raw, and it looks real. But then you see it when in the daytime, and it's half a moon, and there's a star right next to it where the body of the moon should be. But you can't see it because of the shadow. But you can still see the star. The stars coming through the moon.
Yeah.
What
Transparent.
So I think the moon is that's a projection of something real. It's the projection of something. But
it's funny how we see it a lot more during the day now as well. I know it's the time of year, but I see it a hell of a lot more than it ever used to be during daytime.
Yeah. And have you know? I've noticed here in New Zealand, the moon, when it's full in the day, especially in the morning, there's a big white patch on it that's really light. It's almost like it's shining. There's something there that don't look right.
Yeah,
quite weird. And I'll tell you another thing in New Zealand, because I think we're closer to the edge of our bit of the realm. Just a theory that the sun, when it goes down here, is bright white. Right up until it goes dark, it's fucking bright white. It's like looking at a really, really powerful LED. And it's white, even when it's going down, where it used to be golden yellow. I don't know if that's the case in the UK, but here in New Zealand, it's just bright white. All the way until it goes down. It's weird. It's really weird.
It does go yellow here and orange.
It depends what's in the atmosphere, I think.
Yeah.
Depends what's in the atmosphere, because it can go orangey red here. It's been, it goes, but when it's up in the sky, it's always white. When it goes overhead, it's white.
But it never used to be, did it?
No.
Never used to be white.
No. And also here, I noticed that it doesn't set in the west. If it sets or disappears in vanishing point in the west, it's more like northwest. It's more northerly than westerly here.
I've noticed in the last couple of years, since I've been here on the island, I've noticed that the change of where the sun sets, and it's going much further to the west now when it sets. So on December 21st, it's so much further over to the left than it used to be on December 21st in 2015, 2016. It only used to get so far beyond the island, and then it start making its way back again. When you look at where it's setting, it moved. It only go like this far away from there. Now it's fucking over here somewhere.
But is that the other sun? Is that the other sun though? Because didn't you have two suns? I've seen your video footage before. I'm sure you didn't. You have the two suns up? Didn't you get a video of two suns up at one point, Rich?
I think I did. But it was like one was behind a cloud or something, because it was two. You couldn't actually see two suns, but it looked like there had to be another sun or something behind. I can't,
because it was reflecting behind the clouds, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a couple of years ago.
For a while, a few years back, when a lot of this change was still happening in the sky, because I think it's balanced out a bit now. I think, there's still things changing, but I think it reached its peak a couple of years ago. But about 2017 to about 2018, I was seeing this second sun. I swear to God, it was to me it looked like a second luminary, and it was orange, but it was further down on the horizon, if you like. And I took some video footage of it, and it was orange, and I've seen it loads of times. loads of times. I
Wow.
could see. I took a little video where I put it on YouTube, and a lady posted it for me. I'll have to try and dig it out and show it you all. But
Really interesting.
you could clearly see where the sun was 12 o'clock in the sky. It was its most northerly highest position. And then I panned my camera down, and you could see this orange orb on the horizon, giving out a completely different orange light. And it had nothing to do with the sun whatsoever, because the sun was way, way away from it. Too high
I know
up.
I've definitely seen something like that as well.
Yeah.
But not personally. I can't remember seeing it that do you know what? This is the weird thing. Because you say that, Lee, I don't know if it was me. It might have been, because I've got the
I could have
memory.
sworn you put a video up.
But I've seen it anyway. I've seen it in other videos on YouTube.
I've seen a couple of others done it as well. Yeah. But I haven't followed him religiously lately as well. There's a guy, FPV Angel, and he's on constantly, and he shows you all the luminaries. He tells you about all the fallen angels and the Nazca lines and everything. And they've got this grid that they've come up with. Like, it's been going for a long time, but there's a lot resonate there with me. I find it brilliant.
So if FPV Angel is who I think he is, and I'm not getting it mixed up with somebody else.
And he's got another person who works alongside him with One Conscience, she's called. That ring any bells?
No. But
No?
FPV Angel just ended up being, yeah. It was, yeah. I don't watch any of his stuff. If it's who I think it is, he's a bit of a troll.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. He's if it's who I think
supports
it
the
is.
flat Earth?
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean anything, mate.
No, I know.
That doesn't mean anything. Because anybody that's pushing flat Earth like that is part of the paradigm. They're pushing a narrative. It's not
remember Robin? I can't remember what
Yeah.
his surname is. Robin, he's been on there with them as well.
Yeah. This is it's FPV something from a few years ago.
I've never heard of them. So.
As part of the flat Earth, it was before COVID, you know, before all of that bollocks.
He's been going for donkey years.
I don't know well enough. I mean, there's too many. Trouble is, there's so many personality clashes that go on. It might just be it's just pure personality clashes. That's all it is. It's not that the other person is trying to, you know.
He doesn't have anybody on live talking like this. He just pushes his own narrative stuff, you know, and shows all his video footage and stuff what he's come up with, you know.
Even if like if I see somebody new, this is where I'm at anyway. If I find somebody new on YouTube who's putting out content that I've never thought about before, that I'm interested in, and if I do suspect that they're being handled in any way, I'll still watch their videos and take from it what I can.
Yeah.
You know, I'm never gonna put a video out there and say,
right.
"Oh, this person's this or that," because what's the point?
No.
Oh, I did that with with Isaac Cappy. I did that with Isaac Cappy and Lift the Veil or whatever his channel was.
Lifting the Veil.
No, not Lifting the Veil. It's like that, but it's not Lift the Veil.
Lifting the Lid. Lifting the Lid was another one.
No,
wasn't it?
it's something Veil, but the guy is American, and he interviewed Isaac Cappy, and I called them both out, because he was meant to be a truther, and he was presenting himself as a truther, and he gave all credibility, just basically was just grifting with Isaac Cappy, because if he had any fucking discernment at all, he would have smelled what Isaac Cappy was. He was just a fucking opportunist. He was looking for an opportunity to. He had.
I didn't even know who Isaac Cappy is. Did you, Neil?
That was part of the whole Pizzagate thing. He came out saying stuff about Seth, what's his name? He works with Seth MacFarlane. He was friends with him, and I think basically what happened was he got the hump because nobody would ever cast him. Nobody would ever cast him in anything, and he got the major hump about it, and basically threw his dollies out the pram and went around saying that everybody was paedophile. They're all paedophiles. They're all transgenders. They're all raping kids and sacrificing kids. And oh yeah, Steven Spielberg, yeah, he's a paedophile. Yeah, and so and so and so and so, and just saying it offhand, everybody, they're all paedophiles, and doing it like he was trying to bring the truth to people, and he was cashing in on it. That's all he was doing, was cashing in on it. And maybe some of what he was saying was true, but personally, I think that if they'd let him in the club, he would have had no problem with doing any of those things. The only reason he was calling it out was because they weren't letting him go in and do those things with them.
What an arsehole.
The guy with the first acting job he had was playing a paedophile.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
So,
yeah, you've got to watch. You take your own mind on it, like you said, Neil, with certain content creators, and take snippets of what could help with you and your thoughts on things. Yeah, I was watching Voy last night on his live yesterday. He was on for about 4 hours, and I just had it while I was potching down here, just listening to it. Some of the stuff was just brilliant. Fair play to him. Really good.
yeah,
The one guy was kicking off on there. It was funny. Yeah.
Holistic media is just. So I don't think FPV gets shared much because he does go after certain people online, and seems to believe others do his work. So I think.
There we are.
Basically, I didn't like.
Thank you, India.
What the way he comes after people and stuff. I didn't see that what he was doing was constructive. He was just stuck in his own, like too much ego involved in what he's doing.
There's a lot that goes on, and it's just repeated. It's seems to be constantly repeated. It goes into depth in quite a lot of things, you know.
So the biggest I have to call out to other people that in the process of waking up is the alternative media.
Oh God, GB News. Fuck it.
I don't want to say any names, but there's a lot of alternative media, and all they're doing is perpetuating what allegedly is going on. But I say to these people, look, a lot of the stuff that we get told that they're supposedly doing, the WEF and all the other twats, that's just another narrative. It doesn't. They're never going to tell us what they're doing. They're never going to tell us what they're really doing. That's just so all this stuff about we're gonna. You know what I'm saying? It's just another. It's just another. They've infiltrated the truth movement so much. We don't know. We don't really know what they're doing.
It's like I was saying earlier. They get out in front of everything. As soon as they recognize it, as soon as they see that it's going to be potentially quite damaging to their narrative, they'll get out in front of it. I mean, right, the best example I can give is me and Roxanne in 2019 said we were doing this live, we were live streaming together, and Rox wanted to introduce me to this person that she'd met that she said had woken up because of Q. And she was like, yeah, you've got to meet her. She's just fantastic. And it was Janine, Dolly Daydream.
Right? Oh, God, yeah.
And we had a Skype call together, and it was like 4 or 5 hours we were talking for. And I said, we've got to do this online. We've got to do this online. We've got to. What should we? Yeah, all right. So we'll do this. We'll have discussions online. And the first show that we did, we called the Wide Awake Show, right? Because I wanted to do we're wide awake. It's good to know we're wide awake.
Wide
awake.
awake.
Was our theme tune. That was our theme tune. It started, right? And then Jess, Roxanne's daughter, said, "Oh, you should call it the Really Woke Show." And I was like, "Man, that's nice. The Really Woke Show. Yes, that's brilliant." And then about a couple of weeks later, Janine said, I don't think we should call it the Really Woke Show, because there's this woke movement that started, and it literally started about a week after we fucking said we'd be called the Really Woke Show. This whole woke thing started, right? And I said, no, but no, fuck that. They're just trying to fuck with us. They're trying to fuck with us because we're the Really Woke Show. But we're not woke. We're really woke, right? But they completely destroyed the whole idea behind being woke, and they've turned it into this completely ridiculous, brainwashed, dumb as fucking pig shit mentality that, and so we had to. That's why when we came back, we were the Wide Awake Show again, and not the Really Woke Show anymore.
Yeah, I used to love them shows, man. That was brilliant. With that Adam, Meakin, and Neil. Yeah. Where are they two now? What are they doing?
Adam is, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I've got him on Skype, but I haven't spoken to him for ages. But we did say, me and Rox said that we've always got the intention to chat to him again, to go, because things are, it's just everybody drifted apart,
Be nice to get his perspective on things now, because he's a doctor, isn't he? Pharmacist, is he? Pharmacist. Yeah.
Actually, arguably more intelligent than a doctor, a pharmacist, because they
understand how the drugs work.
Yeah, exactly.
What effects it has on the body. The doctors don't. They just go, oh well. My training says I should give you this drug.
Well, my training, actually, the pharmaceutical company is offering me 250 quid for every single person that I prescribe this drug to. So
it's a bit of a no-brainer, isn't it?
No-brainer, isn't it? I just, so I prescribed this drug to 115 people this week. So that's 115 times 250.
all I think about.
Math for that, but yeah. Yes,
so
big love to Roxanne. Big love to Roxanne. She's around. She's
I hope she's good.
The way it goes, this is the way it always goes, and we still haven't learned. Me and Roxanne need to be able to communicate telepathically, because if we don't, whatever plans we make, whatever we say, gets scuppered, and shit changes like that. As soon as it's been voiced, shit changes. Right? Shit goes on. Things happen. And we, like I said, it's Roxanne that actually has made these observations more than once. Made observations where digital radio stations play different adverts depending on who's there. And so if you've got one person in one room listening to one and another person in the other room listening to it, the adverts will be tailored to that person in the room, which means that they have got some sort of fucking technology going on. There's somehow that they know.
I agree.
Even on radio, I've seen it on the phone.
Same with these.
Like, on your phones.
adverts for cat food come on. She goes in the kitchen and the fucking cat is sat next to the radio.
That's fucking insane. But I know it happens with the phones, because when you talk about stuff, all of a sudden some sort of advert comes up when you're scrolling through your phone, and it's the same thing that you were talking about. It's insane. Something happened when I was up in my house when I used to live with a family, and the boyfriend come in. We were talking about something. As he walked out the room, the TV was on, and what we were talking about came up on the TV. I said, "Brendan, come here." I said, "Look at this." He was like, "What the fuck?" Absolutely
I think
insane.
it's way more insidious than that as well, right? I think what Roxanne has noticed is that, say, for instance, you're sat there looking on your Instagram and you're just scrolling through your Instagram, and it's just showing you what you normally want to see on your Instagram, and then your girlfriend or boyfriend comes near, and the adverts that come up on the Instagram and the suggested videos are all of, let's say you're a man, it's all of really sexy women, and are you happy in your relationship? And and it's all about the fucking relationship. But it's like that. Why? This is not what I look at. This is not what I normally. So if your partner look at, all right, yes, that's what you look at, is it? That's what you look at. And I experienced this with my fucking ex-girlfriends. I've experienced that with my ex-girlfriends, and they're like, all right, so this is like, no, it's not. It's what the fucking phone is suggesting to me. Well, it's only suggesting it because of what you look. No. It's suggesting it because I don't fucking know why, to cause this argument, probably.
If our minds interact with reality on this realm, and we can manifest stuff, and they know that, then maybe there's something in the ether. They've got some kind of tech that they can tap into the ether that picks our thoughts up.
Mm.
And then that mirrors back through the tech.
Right.
Nothing surprises me.
I'm pretty sure I agree with Jason on this one, right? They cannot read our minds, but what they can do is predict our behavior. And so if you're still plugged into the matrix and you're still you're just a mechanical response. It's mechanical response to certain stimuli. That's what happens when you're just plugged into because you react. You react according to what the programming is. So something happens and you get triggered and get angry, or you get upset or whatever. That just the way the program wants you to go. If you're plugged into it, then it can always predict where you're going. It always knows where you're going to go. It's like, oh well, this has happened, so that means that is going to happen, and we know that. But if you're like us, who think critically and independently, it cannot predict what we're going to do. When we're just going by our triggers, when we're not thinking about what we're doing and we're letting our subconscious control us, it's able to predict what we're doing because it's subconsciously programmed us to do those things. But if we do something off the cuff, just fuck it, I'm going to do this. Fuck this, man. I'm gonna go to Spain tomorrow. Or I'm gonna fuck off to Tenerife and see Richie. Or I'm gonna fuck this. I'm gonna stop being in here every day and I'm just gonna go down to the beach. I did this. I actually. It wasn't that I went somewhere. It's just I said, right, fuck this. I'm gonna do something different on the internet. And I did. I played some music. And straight away, things started to change, and it was exactly what Jason said. As soon as you do something different, like that's not what you normally do, and you do something different, these things will be chucked at you to bring you back.
Bring you back. I'm with you. Yeah, back to where they want you.
Because no, we want to be able to predict what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that
definitely see that.
for me. That happened for me, and it happened so quickly and so blatantly. It's like, rah, look at that, man. Fuck.
That's why
it
they
sort
like
of makes
to.
me... Go on, sorry.
That's why they like to distract us so much with all this shit.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
if we're all distracted, we're not creating our own realities around us.
Look at what's
They're
going
not
on.
controlling.
Look at what's going on in reality at the moment, right? We seem to be coming to a crescendo of some sort, either with Ukraine or whatever. The economy collapsing.
Apparently.
Them trying
Again.
to implement another pandemic thing. Implement masks and mandates and whatever, right? They've rescheduled the World Cup to be held in Qatar over Christmas, and like all the on all the levels that just like the problems that's causing with the whole woke thing, like forcing Qatar to relax their draconian views about sexuality and expressions of sexuality to allow the World Cup to take place over Christmas, when that's the one time of the year when the majority of people get together and talk about stuff. And yes, it ends up in arguments and silly little, the same argument between Uncle Frank and between you and Uncle Frank about politics or your mum and your dad about whatever. It's the same argument. It always ends up happening. But it's the time when people get together and they talk about shit. The one thing that destroys that is football, because so many men, and enough women as well, but so many men just cannot focus on anything else. That's the biggest thing that's happening.
But that is in a manipulated way, isn't it? Because it's pushing it onto Qatar so they can actually bring people more to light about the agenda with the genderism and everything, isn't it? If you think about it.
It's kind of like,
why can't they do this? Why can't they do that? They should be relaxing their laws, and people are talking about it more.
Yeah. And that's why, like, I don't like thinking, basically. It just does my head in thinking that everything that's going on is going on because it's evil and it's all to destroy us. And that just, all that says to me is, hang on, that sounds like a fear paradigm to me.
Yeah.
Actually,
fear.
What if all this is just to help us, just to make us wake up and take responsibility and stop handing over our rights and responsibility and powers of attorney to other people and giving away our free will? Yeah.
Rich, I'll just say this before I go. I've got to go in a minute, mate.
No worries, man.
I'll just say this before. I was having this thought the other day, and I've known this for a while. A lot of people subconsciously don't want to wake up and accept certain truths because that then means they have to take responsibility for themselves. Everything they do, they have to take responsibility for themselves.
Yeah,
and that's why they don't want to go there.
Yep.
Because they're like, well, I don't want to. I'll let nanny government still rule my life, rule my mind, because if I rule my own mind, I have to take fucking responsibility for it.
Yeah.
And I think
who's to blame at the moment? There's a lot of blame, isn't there, on the government and everything. If you take that responsibility on, anything that happens and towards your own fault.
We can blame, even as we can blame them. But at the end of the day, we should be getting there now at an understanding where, well, we know what they're up to. We know we can't change them. We can't change what they do. They're too powerful. They have too much hold over the rest of the world. We can only change ourselves and go in a different direction, and that's it. That's it. We can't look at all the negative shit. But
what we have to appreciate as well is that applies. That doesn't just apply to them. That applies to everyone. So really, the way I think we need to think about it, but I can't make anybody else think like this. Everybody's entitled to think the way they do. This is the thing. It's the point. It's like the sovereignty means that if somebody will not wake up, who are we to say that they have to? That might just actually be their choice. And maybe what I think that their choice has been usurped. I think that their choice has been coerced. You know, they've been coerced into making the choice. But at the end of the day, if they were of any true importance to anything, and particularly in my life, then I have to kind of just have faith that they'd hear it. And they'd wake up and they'd say, "Oh," and the thing is, there are people that I've sowed seeds with years ago, who ridiculed me for years, and then woke up. You know, they then woke up and they said, "Rah, the best one is Sonny, man. Just the way that the guy used to just ridicule me on Facebook." Constantly, absolutely ridicule me.
I'm just going to go to the toilet in a minute.
I managed to get him to watch a video. And he watched it and he thought about it. And 3 or 4 months later, he came back to me and went, "Fuck, Rich, the fucking Earth's flat, mate." And I was like, it's not quite, but you're getting there. You know, you've made that jump. You've made that leap from basically just denying the narrative that's been given to us. That's all that has to happen, is that you recognize that the narrative that's been given to us is completely false. So who fucking knows what the shape of the Earth is at the end of the day? Does it really matter? Does it really fucking matter? Does it make a difference to you? Can you not go and, like, if it turns out that does knowing that the Earth is a globe, does that actually bear any significance on your day-to-day life? Like, when you get up in the morning, is it like you wake up in the morning and one of your checks is that, right, you just got to check that the Earth's still a globe? Yep, the Earth's still a globe. No problem. I can continue with the rest of my day. You know, or is the Earth still flat? Yep, it's still flat. You know, it doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day. The only thing that matters within this realm is what you do and how you do it. How you affect other people. Yeah. That's what matters.
How you treat other people and how you treat yourself.
Exactly. We're not knowing that we're spinning round at 1,000 miles an hour, and while we're corkscrewing through space at 246,000 miles an hour, which is in a galaxy that's traveling through the universe at 1.3 million miles an hour. So, who cares? Even if it is, let's say that's true. Does it make any difference? No. Not really. I mean, it absolutely is not the case. Obviously, it's a complete lie. It's ridiculous, because it means really, actually, we're traveling at, like 1.5 million miles an hour right now. If it's true, or it's somewhere in that region, we're traveling millions of miles per hour, but it doesn't feel like we're going anywhere.
No, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah.
Don't trust your senses, man. You don't trust your senses. Your senses tell you when you close your eyes and you stand there that you're stood on a flat, level plane, and that we're not moving and nothing's spinning. And you know it's not, because you can tell when things start to spin, because you can feel it, because your ears tell you, because that's the whole point of the fluid in your ears.
Yeah, you've got water in your ears to balance.
Equilibrium. The equilibrium because of the water level in your ears, man. Because
I've got to go, Richie. I've got to go.
Oh, dude, no worries, mate. Go on.
I'm sorry.
I love you loads, dude. Have a great day.
Yeah, I love you too. And Lee, I think Lee's gone, but
Lee's gone.
But yeah, all right, Rich. Thanks for having me on, and I'll speak to you all later. Hope everybody has a good rest of the week,
dude,
and stay sane.
What I would love, man, like if you didn't want to do it, I wish there could be some way that you could get that, like that I could read that book, actually read it on, like, but you should do it. No, I don't have to read that book, but if you, mate, if you would you do that? What are your, you don't even have, don't worry about having reading out loud skills. Just read it fucking slowly, and you can read it, can't you?
Yeah, I can
actually
read it.
a reading of the book online, so everybody hears what's actually written. That would be fucking awesome, mate.
Better for me because I struggle to read because I blame personally the tech, because I think it's had an effect on our ability to stay focused. I can't read books like I used to be able to. Since I've had this distractions of the internet and smartphones, I just really struggle. I have to really focus. Oh, excuse me. So it would be good to read. My point is, reading it out loud, I can do that. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? It's easier for me to read something out loud than it is to read it in my mind and try and absorb it.
No, mate. That's brilliant. So do that. I'll fucking listen to that book. I will definitely listen to that book. And if you do it live, then you don't have to worry about making a video out of it.
Yeah.
You don't have to produce a video and fuck it with us. All that. That's all a lot of extra work, and you need storage space, and you need If you just do it live, it'll.
And I'm not great at that, so. All right. I've got to go. So love to you all. And,
sleep well.
See you all later. Cheers, Richie.
See you later, buddy.
Cheers, Lee. Speak to you later, mate.
Hey, take care now. Cheers, Neil. It's been great.
See you later, mate.
Hey,
nice to meet you, by the way.
Keep in touch now on Goonies as well, all right? We'll,
I will.
All right, mate.
Definitely.
All the best.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Ta-ra, buddy.
See you
Sorry,
later,
it's absolutely hammering down here. I don't know if you can hear that background noise.
Can't. No, but you've got a corrugated tin roof, so it must be really loud in there. If it's,
we've had thunder and lightning and everything today. Yeah, it's crazy.
I love me a bit of thunder and lightning, man. I do.
Oh no, clears the air as well, doesn't it? Really clears the air.
Yeah. I remember in 2015. It was a very memorable day, actually. The girl that I was with was like the girl the last girl that ever destroyed me, right? And she was obscenely beautiful. Like I in so many ways, she was not out of my league. Just a lot of people would say though that she was out of my league, right? And we were having sex on the balcony during the day, and then the storm started while we were having sex on the balcony. And so it was this thing. It was like, "What did we do this?" Right? And then we went out, and like it was a record number of lightning strikes. It was something like 160 strikes of lightning every second.
What? Bloody hell.
Like, or maybe not a second or a minute, it was the whole sky was just constant. I got it all on video as well.
Fork lightning, like.
I took screenshots of the lightning going right across the sky and everything, mate. It was absolutely amazing. And yeah, the whole experience was pretty amazing, man. But
the earth shook for you.
yes, it definitely
The sky. I should
just
say.
JP can hear the rain, but is that because it's raining where you are, or can you hear
Hammering
the
down.
rain on the microphone? I can't hear it on the mic. Maybe if I put earphones on, I'll be able to hear it.
It should stop in a minute. Hopefully. Yeah.
Wales is a pretty bleak place when it's pissing it down with rain.
Oh, it's coming again. Oh my God.
Oh, I heard that.
Can you hear it? That's
Heard
hail,
that
I
then.
think. I'll mute
That
my mic a
actually,
minute.
because you had your tobacco there, it actually sounded a bit like a bag being crunched up, a plastic bag being crunched up. Red Eye Jedi, shout out, mate. How you doing? That's why when a boxer gets smacked to the temple, it makes him do a chicken dance. Just JP's got earphones on, that's why he can hear the rain so clearly. You almost look like you're wearing a hazmat suit, mate. What's going on there? That almost looks like a hazmat. It's just a dust.
No, it is actually what we use in the ambulance service. Oh, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah. So it is a hazmat. Kind of.
No, not quite. Just overall.
A hazmat has got the whole mask and everything fitted into it as well, doesn't it?
Got the hat.
Yeah. Dude, you could infiltrate, scientific situations. You'd be able to just put the thing on, get your mask, hat, thing, and a
Visor,
clipboard.
goggles, I got it all.
Have a clipboard, and better still, have some sort of Geiger counter type thing, and just look like you're taking readings. Just walk around.
Into the shop.
Dude, that would be the fucking funniest YouTube video. If you did that, right? Somebody followed you with a camera, and you had, I don't know, like a hairbrush or something stupid, right? But you were holding it like a counter, and you just kept walking around with the mask on and the clipboard and everything, and you just go up to people, go beep 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 beep, and they look at you and you look at them, and you'll just look at them straight in the eye, going beep 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 beep. Just see what the reaction is of people, man. That'd be
they'd
fucking
shit
brilliant.
themselves, man. I've actually got one of them big masks in work. Ooh.
Oh, mate. I don't think nobody would hit you. I was thinking, oh, you just get punched in the face, but no, nobody would. They'd shit their fucking pants. They'd see like that you're just holding a clipper lighter and going making the noises with your mouth, and they still probably won't register, and they'll go, oh shit, shit, yeah, shit, what's wrong? What? Am I radioactive? And then you go, no, yeah, confirmed. There's another idiot.
Confirmed. There's plenty of them about.
Or you could do it, and you could say it's your nonce detector and go and walk outside Parliament.
There's been so many. In work, like they're still wearing the stupid face packs. I haven't been wearing them for like 6 months. I've actually in the past when I was in the hospitals, like, but I haven't done it for about 6 months. Nobody said boo to goose to me at all, except one, which is one of our colleagues who's trying to work his way up. He went past me the other day as I come out of the hospital. He said, where's your mask? I ain't got one. I just walked past him. But I was a fit tester for 6 months, right, when this all started out. So I had to fit test all the staff when after I broke my back, I come back on light duties. So I had to fit test people with different masks because they didn't all fit everybody properly. And that was like
so you knew
these sort of masks, and then you move on to the next one, another one. So these
So
fanny
you
packs don't
knew?
do nothing. Said, yeah, I knew. Of course I
You
knew.
knew.
They're just surgical masks. They don't do nothing.
I mean, the thing is, what amazes me is people don't think critically enough to think like, I made a video about it, farted, had a mask on, farted, and went,
Oh, I can smell
why
that.
can I smell that? Why can I still smell that? I'm wearing a mask.
Common
Fart
sense prevails.
molecules are bigger than virus molecules, and they're still getting through, and I can still smell them. And it's like all the gaps around the around the edges and everything. Then you've got the whole thing about I knew from previous experience that once you've handled PPE, once you've handled a mask, once you've worn gloves and stuff, you have to dispose of them, and you've always got to put fresh ones on every time. Even with the suits and stuff, when you've been, you can't take the suit from one situation to another. You have to bin it.
It's called donning and doffing. You have to get your colleague to doff you, and then don it. You've got to take it off in a certain way and put it in a bag.
Yep. You're not,
It's
like the way
contaminated.
using the, like, you keep the gloves on all the way to it, and then when you taking one glove off with the other glove and all that, because of contamination, like you said.
The cold.
Right, but because, mate, listen, that's the other thing I didn't understand with my mum. Like, I can remember in the 1980s driving in the car on the way, either on the way to or on the way back from school, one or the other, and I had a cold, and I felt like shit, and I was like, what is this? Why can't they fix this? Like, and because I understood that doctors fix things and made you better and stuff. Well, why can't they cure? Oh, they can't cure the common cold. And that's when I got the whole thing about coronaviruses. And that's why they can't ever cure the common cold, because the viruses keep mutating. They're always constantly mutating. So they can't, there's never one type going around. So when it comes out and that's the name that's given to it and everybody's freaking out about it, and I'm like, in the 1980s, that was referred to by a different name. They didn't give it the scientific name. They called it the common something
cold.
else, not the common not feeling very warm.
The Ross and Wilson of Anatomology and Physiology, the Bible that we go by. It's in an underlying heading, common cold, along with rhinovirus, SARS, and coronavirus, and someone else. I can't remember, but it's under the heading.
It's in the American
heading, common cold.
I got screenshots of the page in the American Medical Dictionary, the encyclopedia, the American one, the big American one from 1983 or something, and on the page of definitions, it had coronavirus, etc., common cold, and I got a strike for that video, and I got banned for 1 or 2 weeks. I can't remember if it was my first or second strike, and it was blatantly, it was like factual, evidential proof that it's always been around. They've always known what it is, and it wasn't ever treated like this. And it's also like they did the same with chickenpox, didn't they? They've got everybody afraid of chickenpox now. They used to have chickenpox parties in the 80s. One child gets chickenpox. Well, it'd be good if your child gets chickenpox as well, because then they've had it, and then they'll have the immunity to it.
Yeah.
So there was an understanding of immunity, of inoculation, and they used to call them inoculations as well. Have you had your inoculation? They didn't call, and they called them inoculation because they were actually using a small part of whatever it was.
Well, it's not a virus, is it?
No, but to make your body used to it, so your body knew what to do if it ever came across it again. The white blood cells knew what to do, and so That's why they had to change the definition of vaccine, isn't it? Because it used to. You basically used to back that up.
I was in the hospital a couple of weeks ago. We took a patient in who was really ill, and I've took quite a few in that are really ill and having strokes, hell of a lot, and youngsters, miscarriages, and this. I sat down and was waiting for our patient to have an MRI scan, and this guy walked past. Oh, anybody want the vaccination or the flu shot? No, thank you. Straight away. And the other nurse I was speaking to, I ain't having that bloody thing, and I haven't had one either. She said, I don't blame you. She said that to me. I don't blame you.
Oh, I just saw lightning.
Yeah.
I just saw lightning, man. That was wicked. Where's the thunder?
Thunder and lightning.
So, and damn it, I've just forgotten what I was going to say.
It's all about the nurse and the doctor. Someone passed me and asked me if I wanted my jab. No, thank you. Crazy. Cameraing down.
Wow. Was that thunder or rain?
Probably lightning. That's the rain, that is.
That's pretty cool, man.
I've put my gloves on because I'm freezing in here now. Never mind.
India,
Back up there.
India, it's a 6-hour stream because I only had, I don't know, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours left of my 20 hours on StreamYard. But I checked my email from StreamYard telling me they were telling me that I was getting my I was getting close to my 20-hour limit. But I double checked it today and it said, don't worry, we're not going to cut you off midstream. It just means you won't be able to stream again until the new period starts. And the new period for me starts on the 24th. So that is tomorrow, I think, isn't it? Yeah, it's tomorrow. So my new period starts like in the next, it's either tomorrow or the next day. And if they don't cut off midstream, then well, no, they don't, because we've been going for 6 hours and 10 minutes, man. And I did not have 6 hours left because I had 6 hours left yesterday, and then I did a 3.5 hour stream. So gone way over. A nice one to StreamYard for not cutting the stream off, man. That's brilliant. So we could really, technically, we could keep this going. If I kept this stream going for like 24 hours, then the new period will set in, and I'll be back on I'll be back to have my 20 hours, won't
I? That's great, man.
What's this? I got banned for life at ISP level over con video and BLM on Facebook, Insta, and Twitter.
When did that happen? Oh my God.
For a video about BLM and the
bloody hell.
ISP level. What do they do if you're using a VPN? You just get if you get a VPN, India, you should be able to bypass that. Right. That's the whole point of the VPN, isn't it? They can't actually see your IP, that you've got your IP number is not your IP number. They go through a virtual network and give you a different IP number. Brian says been belting down on the coast, just down the way from Leafy. Leafy's barn looks awesome. Mega Man shed. It's a Mega Man shed. That.
I have to rent this bloody place.
But how many landies have you got in there? Just the one?
I've only got this one in here at the moment because it's big. I've got one outside. I've got another one up the road, which is on the road, which I restored over a year ago, and I got a Mini 1100 special to do as well. They're quite rare. Only made them for 2 years.
What year?
5,200 made. So 1980, 79 or 80. So they're quite rare. I bought it off one of the lads who was down here, so that's my next one.
What you gotta do? Put a new floor in.
No, the floor's actually good. Oh, that's when I put the original engine in. I got another engine in here to go in it, the original 1100. It's only got 1,000 in it. So somebody's already changed that, unfortunately.
Oh, dude, what? You're not gonna put a souped up?
No, I will soup it up a little bit because I did that to an 1100 when I was in my teens, like, and that went like shit off a shovel. So it's just like.
I got mixed up for a second.
mods.
I was going to say you're not going to put a Porsche engine in there, but that's the Volkswagen Beetle. That's the Volkswagen Beetle.
Yeah. Do you remember the gumball run? Was it the gumball run they used to do? And there was a couple there. They used to do. They put a Porsche engine in a split screen camper once as well.
Right.
Yeah, went like stink.
There's a guy in America who's put a like a twin turbo Subaru engine into his Volkswagen, and it's like 450 brake horsepower or something. It's a Volkswagen Beetle, and the tires on it, it's got drag width tires on the back, like this fat on the back. But yeah, ridiculously fast. But the thing is, you can see that it doesn't have the weight distribution. It can't actually handle. So you watch, like when he puts the foot down and the turbos kick in, the front of the car lifts up like that. It's crazy, mate.
I used to love it. The beach buggies. Remember the beach buggies?
Yeah.
I love them. Yeah. Love them.
Yeah, with it, there was just a roll cage, basically, weren't they? It was just a roll cage with wheels.
Yeah. I used to have him as a little radio-controlled toy as a kid, like.
Yeah.
To see him in reality, he's just another.
Oh, mate, I had Bigfoot. I had remote
did you, Jamie? I always wanted a Bigfoot. I used to go into the store by me.
It wasn't a Bigfoot. It was a Toyota Hilux, but it had.
There was another one called the Lunchbox, wasn't there? Yeah, was it that one?
Yeah. No, it wasn't the Lunchbox. The Lunchbox was a van, wasn't it?
No,
wasn't
it was a big Jeep pickup.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't really mine. It was my dad's, right? But he let me drive it. But it was electric, and he never bought one of the fuel ones, you know. And then when I got let out of prison, and me and my wife at the time moved into our first apartment together, and at the bottom we lived on the like the fourth floor, and on the bottom, on the ground floor were a couple of shops, and one of the shops was RC, was remote control for remote control everything, planes, cars, boats, everything, man. Proper boy toy shop, right? And I went in there one day and spent like 250 quid on a fuel racing.
Oh, wicked! Did you,
mate? It was like a. Oh God, I can't remember what the model is, but it was like a. It wasn't a road car. It was an off-road. Yeah, it was for.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. On it. And it looked like a. Big tires on the back and smaller tires on the front, knobbly. But mate, I couldn't wait to get it out and play in the car park with it. So I did, and I was playing in the car park. So I ran the fuel through the engine, and then when my wife got back from work, she went mental. She went absolutely fucking mental at me, and I had to take it back. And
because you bought it.
Yeah, because I bought it. So all right, I'll take it back. And the guy was like, "Yeah, but you've run the fuel through the engine. Like, I can't give you back what you paid for it because you ran the fuel through the engine." So he knocked like 60 quid or something off. I can't remember how much exactly, but I got some money back at least. But it ended up costing me 60 or 100 quid just to have that one run around the fucking car park, man.
Gutted.
Lizzo, yes. Good.
Ah, good man.
Good
Top
to
man.
see you. I've just noticed you. Sorry, man. 6 hours. That's rewinding my slide. Still better late than never. You just got here. No worries, mate. I was thinking about
Get
you earlier.
Lizzo on, man. Have a chat for him for ages.
Yeah, come on, Lizzo. Yeah.
Get him in.
I was thinking about that guitar.
Oh yeah.
I was talking about it earlier. I forget who it was. I think it was Awakened Alliance's video. I said something there, and I was just saying, man, I can't wait to get my hands on it and play it. You know,
it'd be awesome. No, fair play to him. It's good. Have you heard off Sarah and Kevin at all? Because Kevin's gone out there, isn't he? No.
Yeah, Kevin's in Ecuador. No, I don't know what's happened, to be honest with you. I mean, I do know what's happened, but I don't know why it's happened. And it's yeah. We'll talk to you about it privately.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I shouldn't have brought it up. But I haven't heard off there.
No, it's all right. It's all right. But I guess people will probably notice that. Yeah, Sarah's not been around for a little while, but she's still around. She's still around. She's just made a video. She's done a new intro video. She's done an intro video for Bernie. She was talking to Holistic Media apparently the other day. So
awesome.
Yeah. But let's just say, mate, that we battle not with flesh and blood, but with powers and principalities. And those powers and principalities, I think that's
difficult.
Personally, I think that's what's happened, because what's happened is like really, I'm like, wow, really? Seriously? Fucking hell, man. Okay. Cheeky monkeys.
Yeah.
Cheeky monkeys have fucked around in people's heads and made them think things that, so it's like, oh, okay, right, no worries. No worries, man.
I get it, man. I get it. Yeah, it's difficult.
But yeah, that's why I've been a lot more sort of desperate over the last, because obviously Sarah was really helping me out, man. She was really helping me out, and it was like from April until the beginning of October. So April, May, June, July, August, September, October, 6 months, man. For 6 months, she was carrying me basically.
Oh.
So I don't blame her at all. I wish it hadn't, like, yeah. Anyway,
well, change the subject. We'll have a chat again, bro. No.
Oh, dude, it's it's just been knocked off course a little bit. That's all. Like when we'll sort it all out,
things out.
Everything will go back on track. It's all cool. It's not. Nothing has come to an end. As far as I'm concerned, nothing has. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't have any
Just
bad feelings or anything. Yeah, it's just a little setback. And do you know what? I kind of. I don't know. I didn't expect it, but when it happened, it was like, okay, well, at least we had a 6 month run, but of nothing like that happening. It kind of happened. We sort of had a bit of a thing happen a month or so before, but we talked it through and just worked it out instantly. But this time, she didn't want to listen to me. This time she just shouted at me, so I'm like, oh, okay. No worries.
Yeah, it's just a setback. It's like a lot of pressure on your side, isn't it? Because you've got a lot to do and a lot to sort out, and your situation isn't helping, is it? You know, it's difficult, man. You know,
But in that
can't-
respect,
can't
as well, it
think
was a
about
lot. It
lot
was a
that's
lot
going
of
on.
pressure on her as well. She
Mm,
was feeling a lot of pressure because, obviously, because I'm, you know, yeah, she was.
Mm,
She would give me $300 US every 2 weeks.
mm,
So it
wow.
wasn't quite covering my living expenses, but
Mm,
I was able to keep my head above water. You know, it just meant I had to go without things to be able to do other things, or you know, either not pay all my rent to be able to get the other stuff, or you know, to be able to get coffee and milk and condensed milk and tobacco and all of those things, and yeah, even a little bit of weed, you know, but that would mean that I'd have to be, you know, 20 or 30 euros short on my rent, which would mean the following week I'd have to catch up with that, but do without the other. And you know, it's always fucking yes.
Always chasing
Darling,
yourself.
Mate, look at
Here's Lizzo.
He shaved
Guys,
off the
I'm
tash,
not going to
man.
stop. I'm not going to stop. I just wanted to just say hi quickly to everybody.
How you doing,
Why are you
mate?
stopping, bro?
All right, bro.
I'm very rough.
Why are you stopping?
But I've got. Well, no, I don't feel brilliant. I've still got. I've had my teeth grabbed out. But I've got good news for myself, though, man. I'm in January. I'm seeing a doctor to get the female bits removed.
Wow,
So,
good news.
And then when that's done, I've got teeth being made as well, and then I'm going to change my name back, you know, back to Alan, you know, and then I'll be able to. I'm just ready. I mean, I'm not feeling good, but I'm just ecstatic at the moment that these things are happening, and then I can campaign and stop, you know, against this trans train that's getting out of hand, you know. But it's hard to shout about the trans issue when you look trans still, you know. So when that's done, you know,
it could be it could make it that the trouble is it just makes it that much more powerful a voice, really, because
what you're going through.
You know, you've done it. You're doing it. It's like you're not just having an opinion of it from the outside looking in. You're on the inside looking out.
That's why I kind of want to say it live, really, because it's quite important. It's easy to type it in comments, but your friends don't really get to see what's happening, and that's why I'm lying low, because I'm finding it difficult at this stage to talk with my friends like yourselves, just because it's a muddy area for me. But when soon I will be holding a flag high, man. You know.
Oh, well done. Good on you. Have you got any other people that you associate with in the same sort of situation, Lizzo?
No, most of them, unfortunately, are suicide cases. They took their lives.
God.
They couldn't cope. I don't know many trans from my old days anymore. They didn't make it, you know, and because they couldn't handle it. Most of them after their operations had died, you know, couldn't handle it. So I'm just glad I kept my back oil, you know. I'm just glad I kept that. I knew from the stuff from day one, 30 years ago. I said to the psychiatric team, please write on my notes I do not want my genitalia taken away, and I'm just fucking glad I did that. Excuse my mouth, but I'm glad I kept it, man. Yeah, really am. Sorry, my phone's ringing. I just ditch it.
No worries, man. Everything happens for a reason. Sometimes we do things without really knowing why. But I would say that's because you always knew deep down.
I think I was on a journey, and there's a message in it for me, which is about to play out in a few months' time. You know, I think I was meant to do this crazy trans thing, you know, because I see the modern trans, and it's like, man, I'm going to whip your asses when I'm in gear, you know. I'm going to come down heavy on it, you know.
I mean, listen, just to playing devil's advocate a little bit, and because of my own experience with transgender and transsexual men and women that I've met, right, I would say that it's the same with anything in life. not everybody's in the same mindset when they go about it, and some
Yeah, I'm
people
angry.
it's pure body dysphoria, you know, with some of them it really is. It's and you can, and like with particularly with young girls, more so with young girls than young boys, when young girls are going through the change, puberty, the hormones, the confusion, and the whole bleeding, starting to bleed, you know, for uncontrolled, not being able to control that either, it just happening, just suddenly starting to bleed, and being really uncomfortable with that. I'm really uncomfortable with the whole, like, oh, what do you mean I've got to have a baby growing inside of me? Whoa, fucking hell.
I do appreciate that. But if they educated people right and said to them, what's happening is as though they're not teaching them that this is right, this is normal. But and a lot, you know, like I kind of thought I've got one life, I'll try it, you know.
See, that's where my issue with it is. I don't think there's anything like I don't think that anybody should be judged for genuinely, like, for a man in his 20s deciding that he wants to do something, then by all means, man.
Like, but it's not real, Rick. It's not real, is it? As
no,
much
I
as
know,
I
but
thought
the
it for
thing
a
is,
while with you.
But the trouble is, though, what have we found out? You know, that nothing is real.
Oh,
really.
Nice. Thank you. Yeah, nice one. Nice one. Yeah.
So all you were just a different expression. You were, you know, it was a different expression of where everything's going, and yours was, it was ultimately, it was outside influences. It was what, you know, whatever happened that
I saw
sexualized you.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
I was brought up in a sexual situation. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at the influences we got now, though, and look how people are manipulated into the society now, and how they got to try and fit in, and that's what it's about, trying to fit in, isn't it? And taking the wrong path in some respects is what's being portrayed.
But it's like, that's the thing, though, is like saying it's the wrong path.
Or is it?
Ultimately, it might not have been. You know, we don't. Everything happens for a reason. I think I'm an absolute firm believer that everything happens for a reason. I am a bit of a fatalist. I think that we have a certain amount of play, you know, along the way. But I personally think that until we've cleared this virus contagion from the system, which is the pathological element of it that is controlling us at the moment, until we clear that out, we don't have free will. I think that everything really is leading up to the point where we get rid of this controlling faction in our lives, that, you know, that everybody's giving everything to, their blood, sweat and tears, their power of attorney, their free will, everything they're giving to this system. So until we clear that out, then because I think the reason we're awake at the level we are is because we've done this so many times before, in other incarnations before, and we have a role to play in this incarnation that we're in, and we can't, and that means that we are compelled to do things, and we've got no fucking idea really why it is that we're compelled to do it, but in the moment we are compelled to do it, and that's what we do, right? And we think it's our free will, but it's not. It's knowing, it's because we know that we need to get here, and the only way to get here is to go all the way around like this. And that's the only way we're going to be able to get to this point here, where at this point here we have all the tools necessary to be able to deal with the situation.
Nice. Yeah.
And then once we've cleared it, then we'll have more control over. It's not written after that point. It's only written up, the story is written up to that point, and then after that it's up to us to continue to write the story. So it could be in 2040, it could be at 2040, that's the cutoff, you know, and then after that So new story is going to be written, and it's entirely up to us what story is going to be written after that point. We'll have our free will then.
I just want to just getting out the flat and into the world again would be nice. I just fed up of hiding behind brick walls all my life, you know. Just want to get back out there as what I should have been. But it's been an experience. It hasn't been necessarily bad. It's just I kind of feel responsible for being part of the early trans movement, and I feel responsible that I was carrying that flag at an early age. And maybe I feel guilty, you know. Probably,
Right. So you shouldn't, like, I don't think we can always judge a man by his previous actions. You can only judge a man by his heart as it is now. Like, so, eh?
You sound like Anubis.
Anubis, but you know, whatever's happened in the past, you're recognizing it now. You're sitting back now and saying, "Wow, that was completely wrong. What was I doing? Well, I know what I was doing. Why was I doing that? You know, what compelled me to do that?" And I think at the time it was
my stage time. I mean, most of it was while I was working in theatre. You know, it's like it was a big theatrical moment for me. You know, bizarre.
Was it a sort of a bit of a power thing in a way as well?
I don't know, in an ego sense, do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, in like being able to have a physical effect on men and them not even realize, and
no, the thing was though, I would never, even if somebody was offering me a beer at a bar, a drink, I would have to tell them straight away. I could not play a game where it's like,
I'm sorry, but that would just be an absolute fucking gem to see. Like, you know, a guy coming out offering to buy you a drink, and you just turn around and say, "Well, I'd love a scotch. I'd love a scotch on the rocks." But you do know that I'm a man, don't you? You do know that
what
I've
it was
still got my
like.
penis.
It actually was like that. Yeah. I could talk about it for hours, but it's not really the time, you know. But
the thing is, though, there's like I've said to you before. I think I think that different things attract different people, right? And people always, this thing about women having penises is attractive to some, you know, to some men and stuff. They actually like it. That's what they want. This sort of hermaphrodite, you know. And why does there have to be anything wrong with that? Really, it can become perverted. It can become perverted, but it doesn't have to be.
Sorry, I talk over you. I beg your pardon. It's only gotten wrong for me because I think it's because the news in the last 5 years has hammered in these drag queens reading to children, and you get it all distorted. And I'm like, I'm part of this.
There we go. That's the line that's been crossed, isn't it?
That's been
that's
crossed,
the line that's been crossed.
That's why I'm
feeding
angry.
it to children, giving it to children, and absolutely, that's the line for me. If you're a fully grown adult, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do with your bits. I don't care. It's your body. It's your life. Do what you want. But until, you know, when you're still developing physically, mentally, emotionally, you should let nature take its course. Let nature do what it had intended for you, and then work it out from there. If you're still in this position where you feel that way, do something about it. But I think
this. It should have been me. You've just said exactly what I should have been saying to people today. You said it for me, but you got it right.
But but you're gonna. That is what the sort of message that you're gonna say, isn't it? I imagine that's what you're gonna be saying. You know,
I will, and I will try and get on everyone's show that will accept this issue. You know,
and the thing is as well. If you want it to be a sexualized thing and all about, you know, getting down and dirty and all of that, that's fine in an adult arena. In adult clubs.
As anyone knows, that's what I was
Bring
about.
Don't push
it
it
out.
on the children.
Bring it out into the open more if you want, and okay, have a nightclub somewhere where you can all go and get on with it. You know, that people can go and get on with it. Just don't keep it as far away from the children as possible until until they're old enough to be able to process it themselves.
I'm glad I came on. That what we've just said in the last 2 minutes or so is gold for me. You know, I'm glad you're talking about this. You know, I'm going to pop off because I don't want to stay around. But privately, if you can send me your email, and I'll send that guitar over. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, man. The only thing about my address, the only thing about my address is I can't guarantee that. Like, I've had three things sent to me that haven't arrived.
Is there a shop?
They've never arrived.
Is there a shop or somewhere I could send it to, like or a hotel or someone business?
Yeah, I'll find somewhere. I might be able to get the local supermarket, the Spanish style. I don't know. I'll sort something out, man.
You both look like you're about to film a Bond movie, but in the snow or something. It's a picture, darlings. I love you lot. I'll see you later. I'm gonna.
You're amazing, Lizzo. What about getting Lizzo into the What about getting Lizzo into the Goonies?
I don't use modern technology to use the.
You're on here, bro.
I'm always
You're on
Yeah,
here.
no, but he doesn't have a smartphone.
Yeah, I sit at the base of the tree. I watch you lot up there. I'm at the base of the tree, keeping guard. I love you all. I love everyone in chat. I'm gonna go. I love you all.
All right, man.
You're amazing, bro. Take care now.
Stay in touch, man. Come back soon.
I'll probably jump back in chat in a moment. See you in a minute.
Take care. Oh, he's someone else, man. Fair play.
Absolutely brilliant, man. I just appreciate his I appreciate that connection so much, man. He's such a nice, honest.
It brings it home though, doesn't it? What actually is going on from an original perspective. You know, for what he's been through and everything. You know, unbelievable.
It's somebody that's actually been in that movement.
Yeah.
Who's recognized how dangerous it is, and
look what's happened to his friend as well.
Yeah.
Who couldn't handle it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, dude, that's what happened, unfortunately, with Martin. His name was Martin. He was my ex-wife's best friend, and he used to.
No way.
His parents. He lived with his parents, and his dad absolutely rejected it and didn't like. He was forbidden from doing it, from dressing up as a girl. So he used to come over to our place, to our flat, and used to dress up, come over, and then put this full garb on, his makeup, everything, his hair, eyelashes, everything, and then become that female persona, but only in our home. And it was nice on one hand to see this man that was a shadow. It was like he was a shadow. It was like he wore a cap down, brim down, walked around everywhere with his head down like this, like, don't look at me, nobody look at me, nobody. It was just like that, like, didn't want anybody to look at him. Really, 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 just the shadow of a man. And then when he put all his garb on, when he put all his girls' clothes on and makeup and everything, he became this really, really upfront, like really outspoken, confident, you know. But the only problem was he was a diva. He was an absolute bitch when he was that person. All he did was sit there and bitch and like slag people off, bitch about people, but you know, it's like, well, that's him coming out. It's an expression coming out. But he ended up
going back through
he hung
emotions.
himself. He hung himself at the bottom of the stairs. So, and he was wearing lingerie. He hung himself wearing lingerie, and the local newspaper reported it as a sex thing gone wrong, right? Said it was like he was trying to asphyxiate himself, and it went wrong. And me and my wife we read it, and we were like, "That's not what happened. He killed himself at the bottom of the stairs deliberately wearing lingerie, so that when his dad came in, that's the first thing he saw when he walked in the door. It was a statement to his dad. Yeah. He was just making a bold statement to his dad. I'm a woman and I will die dressed as a woman. Fuck you."
Bloody hell.
But they, you know, local newspaper had to put a twist on it.
That's what they do. Just get the headlines. Oh, I don't know.
It was a shame, though. It was a real shame, man.
Yeah.
It was just a shame that, like, the thing is, he really wanted to actually become a woman, and he was so depressed because he just couldn't, like, he thought if he had enough money, he'd be able to have all the operations and the hormones and move away from out of home, leave home, and go and live out in America as a woman or something. And if he had been given the opportunity to do that, I don't think he would have killed himself.
He'd have been accepted, and that's what it is. It's acceptance.
He was a grown man that really, really felt like he was a woman, didn't feel like he was a man, and just wanted to be a woman, didn't want to be a man. And like, he was early 20s, you know, or no, mid to late 20s when he committed suicide. So if he had been given the opportunity and everything to do that, he might have lived longer.
A feeling of acceptance, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, being accepted, yeah, because he didn't feel, you know, he was such a. It's like the guy had no muscle tone, really skinny, really. Oh no, I'm skinny at the moment, but if I take my clothes off, I'm still pretty ripped, man. So, he just bone, like it was just all bone, really thin, really small, and like a little waif of a man he was. And the trouble was, I think that's why he felt that he was a woman. Because he felt like he had his body was
figure,
or, you know, like pubescent almost.
But again, it's a figure. It's again about fitting in, isn't it? A woman's portrayed as being a slim figure and everything like that, isn't it? And what goes around on the TV, it's starting to change a little bit now, but
yeah, but they've gone too far the other way, haven't they? It's the pendulum swing. They've gone too far the other way now, and you've got clinically obese people, like morbidly obesely fat people, being flaunted in the same way. And I guess in a way, you know, why not?
Yeah,
but all it's doing is saying it's okay to be like this, and I'm sorry. Yeah. It is okay to be like that if you really want to be like that.
But it's no good for your health at the end of the day, is it?
But at the end of the day, it's not natural. Like, natural food wouldn't make you that big. So I'd lined up all these Timcast clips, and one of the clips was talking about how food in America, like Tim had friends from Europe who would go to America for, you know, a couple of months, be in America for 6 months, and eat exactly the same diet in America as they ate back in the UK, but gain 30 pounds.
Wow,
right?
really?
Or the opposite, people in America go to the UK or go to Europe for 6 months and they lose 30 pounds. eating the same
Wow.
things. And it's totally 100% down to the chemicals that they put in the food, in American food. Chemicals that are banned in Europe. They're banned in Europe. We don't get them in our food, but Americans
Wow.
do.
I didn't know that.
They're getting
I didn't know
and they're
that.
getting made deliberately. They've deliberately made them morbidly obese, like on a such a grand scale, because they put chemicals in the foods, in the processed foods, because it's all processed. Everything's fucking processed.
Processed shit. Unbelievable.
They're
So what you gotta do is
they're injecting shit
cut
into the
out
meat
the
and stuff
shit.
as well.
Yeah. That's been going on for
But-
years, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
Unbelievable.
the trouble is, I would say that the only food that you'd be able to trust in America would be stuff that you've grown yourself.
Yeah.
Because I really think that they're lying to such a degree in America about everything that the organic stuff is not organic. You go to the
No.
shop and buy organic. No, that's just a
GMO.
label that they put on it. It's a label they put
Yeah.
on it to make it more expensive. But you know, boost the price up a little bit, and what they're giving you is GMO shit. This Monsanto Bayer shit.
Yeah.
So
Exactly that.
you
Yeah,
know,
we're portrayed to eat 3 meals a day, which is a load of bollocks. And the cereals and the shit that goes in the cereals that people think are healthy for them at breakfast, bullshit. Don't need it. Don't need it at all. You eat when you're hungry, and you eat the right things.
they tell
Simple
you
as that.
they tell you that meat fats or fatty meats is bad for you and bad.
No, it
and
ain't.
butter is bad for your cholesterol
No.
and bad for you, and they tell you that.
all wrong.
But and so eat this margarine, eat this sunflower
shit
seed
that's in
oil,
that.
eat this stuff, and yeah, and don't eat red meats. Don't eat this. Don't eat that. When in actual fact, if you you lose weight, it makes you lose weight.
I know that myself. I've lost probably 2 stone since February. I haven't been meticulously eating constantly healthy, but I've cut down on pretty much lots of carbs, cut down totally on bread. I'll rarely have bread. Pastas, cut down on that. Just eating lots of veg, meats, fatty meats, fish. I should eat more fish. And I go a whole day without eating. I go a whole day without eating because you're giving your body time to recuperate
Process.
and re-energize.
To process what you've had, to process the food that you've had as well. Process.
No
everything out.
sunflower oil. I've stopped all sunflower shitty oil and that, and cooking in that. It's all been extra virgin olive oil and butter. And what a difference! And I feel better. I absolutely feel better. I bumped into somebody in the hospital the other day, one of my work colleagues. I haven't seen him for like 8 months because he's in a different area now. And he said, "Geez, you've lost some timber, haven't you?" I said, "Do you think?" I said, I don't feel it, but I know it. I do know it because of my clothes size. You know, I've dropped down to what I was in my 20s again now. You know, waist to 32 or 30. You know, so just feel a big difference, and you just don't need to eat that shit. Don't need it at all. It's nonsense. What they brainwashing you into eating meals every day, and all these cooking programs and everything.
If you're doing a job, that is highly physically demanding, then it might make sense to eat.
Well,
3 times a day.
like carbs and stuff like that, and having pastas. But you know, if you are physically demanded,
and lots of protein and stuff as well. Like carbs if you live in somewhere really cold. You know, lots of carbs if you live in somewhere nice, really cold.
Yeah, I agree. But majority of people are obese or overweight. They don't even know they're overweight. They've been so used to their body size for such a long period of time. They don't realize how the liver gets so fatty so quick and easy by putting that shit in your body. It's unbelievable. I'm not the healthiest at all, but I feel a damn sight better than I have ever been.
You're looking good, mate. You're looking good. You look like you look in your late 30s.
I wish.
You look younger than me. You look fucking younger than I do.
Don't be daft, man. But no, it's just people don't get so brainwashed with 3 meals a day. Drink plenty of fluid, not your pop, not your shit. Cut down your sugar. And juice things as well. That's what I need to do more of as well. Just juicing raw veg and stuff as well. And I'm going to shake, you know.
Yeah, not just fruit, juicing veg,
No,
juicing
fruit.
carrots.
Fruit is you don't need that much fruit. Don't listen to that. There's so much sugar in fruit. It's unbelievable. Oh, don't do it. It's not that good for you. I've been big on the apple cider vinegar, and that has helped me. I've been off my tablets in February as well that I used to take for antacid. Found out my stomach was too alkaline, actually, not too acidic. I used to get a lot of acid reflux. I don't get it as much now. I still get a bit now and then, but no, I don't get it now. Yeah.
I noticed getting acid reflux off penicillin. Really, really bad heartburn, basically. Where the bottom of your throat down here is burning.
Burning.
Right. Really burning. Horrible, horrible. That is.
Mine was in the stomach, but a little bit of bicarb in some water will sort that out straight away. You don't need all this medication that they're frigging telling you. I was on this lansoprazole for donkey's years, since I was in my 20s until this year. And that is really no good for your bones and everything. Get your brittle bones, and it's just no good. And, you know, I relied on it because of my acid, but I don't now more.
I was on, they put me on lorazepam. Is it lorazepam? What's the one that rebuilds your stomach lining? Or protects your stomach?
Lansoprazole.
No,
It's another one. Omeprazole, lansoprazole.
Omeprazole.
Omeprazole.
Omeprazole. Yeah. They put me on that.
That's what I was on for 20 years plus.
Yeah, I found out that you shouldn't take it for any length of time. You should not take it for any length of time. It's fucking.
Yeah, I've been on it for 26 years. Thanks, Doc.
Gave it to me.
You probably fucked me a future up.
They gave it to me to protect my stomach against all the other medication that they were giving me. So you take all of this medication and you take this one to strengthen your stomach lining so that you can count. Yeah, basically all that, like 600 milligrams of ibuprofen and.
Oh fucking hell! That'll rip your guts up,
mate.
But this is it. People are taking so many tablets to counteract this one that you're taking, and counteract the other one. At the end of the day, you want 6 or 7 tablets a frigging day for what?
Do you know?
Because you haven't changed your fucking diet.
Right. I don't know if it's still the same, but like last time I was in the UK, everybody, and it happens here as well. People take every time, women, when they got a headache, take an ibuprofen, and they don't eat. They don't.
God, you got to line your stomach before you take that.
They don't line their stomach with anything. They're always taking it, and it's like my ex-girlfriend. She take it all the time. I'm like, you can't take ibuprofen like that. You're going to end up giving yourself a stomach ulcer, or it's really dangerous, man.
And paracetamol. People take paracetamol.
Destroys your liver. That destroys your liver, not your stomach lining.
People take that like sweets. People take it like sweets.
Oh yeah, like Smarties. Yeah, I mean, I used to, and there are sometimes when
you do need it now and then.
You can buy it here. You buy 1,000 milligram tablets. So when English come out here on holiday, they take 2 tablets because that's what you do. 2 tablets, but nobody thinks that the tablets are only 200 milligrams.
The packet.
So you're only taking 400 milligrams when you take 2 tablets, but you take 2 of these fuckers, you're taking 2,000 milligrams of paracetamol. Like
that's an overdose. Fuck your stomach up.
Yeah.
Yeah. We get a lot of people who take paracetamol overdose, like suicidal attempts or shit like that, but it's not going to kill you short term. It'll fuck you up long term. They don't realise what it does to you inside.
I mean, you have to take a lot of paracetamol to kill yourself, don't you? You have to take a heavy dose to kill yourself. And ibuprofen won't kill you instantly.
No, this is
like,
it. It'll be a long, slow process.
It'll burn its way through your stomach lining before it kills you. Basically, it'll be an internal. You'll die of internal bleeding, not from
long, slow death. Painful.
But
there we are, folks.
yeah, I mean, dude, because I had a friend, right, who deliberately overdosed on benzodiazepam. Like, I don't know how many trays it was he took, but he took a lot, and they were 10 milligram tablets in the trays, like 10 tablets to a tray or whatever it is. So he took 10 trays or something, like ridiculous amount of benzodiazepam. He slept for 3 days. He woke up and was like, that didn't kill me. And he'd been drinking as well. He'd been drinking as well, and it didn't kill him. And he didn't even go to hospital. He woke up 3 days later in his fucking apartment.
Jesus Christ!
Imagine that, man. Like, you take that many.
He's lucky, because that'll fuck your brain up, man.
You watch the movies, all they do is swallow a bottle of pills and they die. Well,
nah.
Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't quite work like that. That's the movies. Yeah. Like, if I was gonna, I've given it so much thought over the 16 years that I was really get out of there. That I was thinking about it every day. You know, what are all the different ways that it could go, and what way would I really want to go? And I thought medically would be the best way. That would be the best way. The best way to do that would be with fucking heroin or something. You know? Gunshot, bit messy, man, but definite. That's a definite, like, you got, as long as you put it in the right place, you've got no worries there. Make sure it takes out the back of your head. Don't try and shoot yourself through the temple like that, because you might not get it right, you know, and just blow out the first quarter of your face.
Well, no, this isn't for anybody out there to a way of doing.
No. No, this is just a silly discussion, man. We're not actually.
Silly discussion.
And if you are having any thoughts like that, seriously, I'm not joking. I had thoughts like that every single day for 16 years.
My God.
So if you suffer the same thing, talk to somebody, man. Talk to somebody.
Definitely.
Talk to somebody, and you
there's
can.
There's always other ways to help, and definitely other people out there who do care, who want to help. You know,
I will talk to anybody. I will talk to anybody about anything, and hopefully it proved earlier. Did you see Leafy with what was his name? Stanley, was it? What was his name?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow, what was his name? Come on.
He was.
That's
really
awesome. I wasn't going to interrupt them. Sterling, that's him.
Sterling.
Yeah, fair play to him.
So he was, he was very tentative because he was worried about offending me, and I didn't know where he was, on any narrative really. And I think really at the end of the day, my take from it was that he's not making any decisions left or right. He's just sitting back and watching what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For him to come on off the cuff like that was fair play. Never been in the chat before either, I don't think, he said.
Lightning. Just saw lightning again.
I was there, was it? It's not my head moving, was it?
No, that was lightning, mate.
No,
that
it was
up
lightning.
on the roof. Yeah.
We'll have a thunderclap again now. But no, for him to come on like the way he did, that was awesome. Take some guts to do that, and it'd be nice to see if he's still back in the chat again and come on again in the future. But it takes some guts to do that, doesn't it? But yeah,
it was nice to have somebody outside of the groups, you know,
Yeah,
who's not
yeah.
part of any group, who's not part of any particular group, apart from the socializing with somebody that didn't have any particular agenda, you know, doing reviews of alcohol and stuff like that. Just somebody that was just being themselves on camera and didn't
Yeah.
have any agenda or conspiracy theories behind it. It was just, you know, whatever. It was nice to have somebody that had hadn't made any clear decisions about anything really. He wasn't.
No,
he
didn't know much about Mandela effect either, did he, or anything like that? You know.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. And I think, because when he came in, he was like, when I started talking about the shape of the Earth, and he said, "Oh, yeah, I didn't know what I was coming into, man. Now I think I've got a much better idea of what I was coming into." But I don't think he did, because he was worried about me getting funny about something, you know,
Yeah,
or being
yeah.
offended, or
Well, that's what
he's
he's probably seen that on other channels, and people don't get riled up in different ways. But on here we talk about so many different things, don't we? We're all open-minded and have our own opinions and views, you know. And nobody's offended by that.
What I like, or what I hope everybody over here appreciates, is that everybody's entitled to according to their experience. What their experience has been, or is how they're going to perceive everything, and everybody's entitled to that, because I've not lived your life and you've not lived mine.
That's right.
So you can't see the world through my eyes, and I can't see it through yours. I can empathize, and I can try to see the world through your eyes, but it's always through the filter of my own perception. Even when I try to see the world through your eyes, it's still slightly tainted by my own already preconceived ideas, perceptions, and whatever, you know. Because you can see
them. You can see the other. You can see people who are in the system and how they're still manipulated by the system, and like you said, dropping seeds to them. It only takes that one moment for them to think outside the box, you know, on a certain matter. You can only influence so much, but I'm not there to push my agenda or my narrative onto them. Just dig a little deeper, you know.
I think one thing that I've noticed about our community is what works really well with our community is analogies. Right? People can connect really well with analogies, and we use analogies a lot. These other people can't.
They don't want it.
You know,
they can't.
They don't. The analogies don't mean anything to them. They can't connect with them, kind of thing. Or it's like they're disconnected somehow. They're disconnected from the thought trains that we're on. They're in a different frequency.
Yeah.
They're perceiving a different frequency.
Surely when we were a child, we were there we had imagination to think for yourself, to be an individual, come up with your own ideas, you know?
It was encouraged when we were young.
It was, yeah.
But I think that's because they still needed some free thinkers back then.
Yeah.
And that's why we were allowed to think a little bit more freely, because it wasn't dangerous to them yet. Because no one else, you know, other things hadn't got to that stage where we'd really start to, you know, all it meant was that they knew who we were.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on this one and this one, and these are the ones that we're gonna have to keep an eye on. And if they start piping up
Bring her back down. Yeah, it's mad, isn't
So,
it?
like, I think everybody that really sticks their head above the parapet and makes content really speaking out publicly about stuff, they all start to notice shit starts happening. Everyone starts to notice that when shit happens and you think, rah, that's a fucking strange coincidence that would happen right after I've said this, you know? And
Yeah. You've experienced that yourself as well, how things have changed. But like, it's like a generation thing, isn't it? The people who are seeing this now, because like you said, they had their imagination when they was younger. That anybody over their 30s have already made that decision themselves.
There are exceptions to the rule, but I think it is a general it's basically it's our generation that's gonna do anything. That's going to be able to change anything. That's going to do, because it's our generation, and that the exceptions are going to be the souls that generated that came before, and the ones that are still like the old souls that are being born into younger bodies now, incarnated into youngsters. Because there's children walking around who just see through all the shit, man. They're like little star children, you know. They're like Nathan's daughter, Penny. She is a little star child, you know. She can see what other people can't see in behavior, people's behavior and stuff, you know. She's very she's an old soul. Right. And like my niece, when my niece was 3 years old, she was a little bit scary. Like the look that when she'd look at you, you'd say something to her as if she's a 3-year-old because she was 3 years old. And you'd say something that you'd say to a 3-year-old girl. And she'd just sort of give a quizzical eye and raise an eyebrow and go, I'd say, oh, here's my little princess. Here's my little princess. And she'd go, I'm not a princess. I'm Freya Elizabeth. You know? She, like, none of the, you just couldn't get anything past her. She was very intense. I just always thought she was an old soul. She's a lot wiser than her years, you know? And that's a connection to the soul that you're carrying. I think it's a connection that your ego has straight away with the soul that you're carrying, because the soul's being reincarnated, right? Which means that every single ego that it encounters is different and unique. It's a whole new person that it has to make friends with and talk to and guide, you know, humble, a whole new ego.
As a child, you can see your children or a child from the age of like 1, 2 to 3 actually talking in the bedroom to another person that's there and have full-on conversation with somebody. Who are you talking to? Oh, it's my friend. It's like, okay. This is
How
they
real
haven't
is it?
passed
How
over
much
yet.
how much of it is in their imagination, or how much of it is actually real? And that's like a sort of a reference to, you know, when my granddad died. He died my dad switched off the machine around after 12, and around when they got back at about 4 o'clock in the morning, and they came upstairs to go to bed. My bedroom was at the top of the stairs on the left, and as they were walking up the stairs, they could hear me having a full-blown conversation.
Wow.
But they could only hear one side of it, and the level of conversation was an adult level. It wasn't. We were talking about things that they didn't think that I was talking about things that they thought I was a bit too young to be talking about. right? So they listened to me for a bit, and then they interrupted it. They came in and said, "Who are you speaking to?" And I said, "Granddad." And they said,
Wow.
"No, you can't have been speaking to." And I got upset, said they'd scared him away and he'd gone, he wasn't there anymore. And they said, "You can't have been speaking to Granddad." And this is the weird thing, right? I can't remember the conversation, can't remember talking to my granddad, but I can remember them telling me that he'd died.
Wow.
It's like that.
That was a shut-off point then, so you probably didn't speak to him again then.
The conversation that I had with him was locked away in my subconscious, and that's what's driven me my whole life. That's
Wow.
what I think. I think that he told me stuff. I think basically what he said to me was, "You need to find the truth." Something along the lines of, you need to find the truth, and it's not what they're telling you, and it's not anything that they tell you. Everything that you're being taught is a lie. You don't do what they tell you to do. Go your own way. Follow your heart. Do not do what they tell you to do. So, and I think that it was my granddad that was the reason why I wasn't handed the torch, because my granddad stopped my dad from doing it because he didn't want me to become a Freemason. Because he just what he saw was the same thing happening to me as what happened to my dad.
Wow.
Because my granddad brought my dad into the Freemasons as his firstborn son. He brought him in, but my dad's ego was too much. He had too big of an ego and not enough. Not
a backbone.
He had enough ego to become the managing director of the largest microelectronics manufacturer and distributor in the whole world, American company called Vitramon, and they made him managing director. The man is 5 foot. He's 5'8", 5'9". He's a little tiny, little skinny man, very small. And the Americans back in the 70s, Americans liked big, successful businessmen to be big men, to be large men. It's all, it's all this little tiny little English man with a huge ego. He ends up running the company because of who he was connected to, because of who his mentor was, and like one of the board members. That he was a 33rd degree level Mason, and he brought my dad in as a Mason. And I think that one of the, if you've got a son, a fast track in to move up past the 3rd degree is to sign your son in as well. So my granddad went past the 3rd degree because he got my dad in, but he didn't go. He went so high and then he stopped. And my dad, I think what my granddad recognized in my dad was that he'd make stupid decisions for the wrong reasons, thinking they were for the right reasons. So he would basically sell out in order to become successful. And so my granddad had built this company from ground up, like a ironmonger's kind of place. It was like, it was the local B&Q before B&Q existed.
Oh wow, bloody hell!
Right, just small scale, but a small handyman shop. To do DIY. It was a DIY man shop, and he cut pieces of wood for people, and floors and windows and doors and do all that. But he'd sell all the nuts and the bolts and the screws and sell the bits of wood. And it was a bit of an art shop as well. He sold paper and pens and all that kind of stuff. And
what happened to it?
Well, it was Avery and Son, and the whole idea was that he would hand it down to my dad, and my dad would hand it down to me, and it would be a family business. business, and we would be successful in this family, you know, but keeping it in the
Yeah.
family. He realized that the first thing my dad would do when my granddad died and my dad took over, the first thing
Sell
he'd
it.
do is sell out to B&Q. He'd sell it to B&Q straight away for the money. And so he deliberately changed his will and stated that when he died, the business had to be sold. And that was it.
God.
So,
The legacy
yeah.
gone.
Yeah, because he knew, because he didn't
Well-
want to, he thought, right, well, if it's going to be sold, I'm going to be the one that sells it, and my wife is going to be the beneficiary, right? My nan will be the beneficiary of all the money from that sale. And she was. What does my dad do? And she bought a house outright and everything. She was doing all right out of that, right? Like $500,000 or something she did back in the early 80s. So she was sitting pretty. So my dad gets her to invest all of the money into his business. And when his business goes belly up, he can't pay any of the money. And so when my nan died, he was left out of the will. He was left out of the will because he'd already had way more than his fair share of my, you know, he had all of my granddad's money basically.
Bloody hell. Inheritance.
So, yeah. So, yeah.
Shame. Mad, isn't it, when you look back at things like that, how things could have turned out. Yeah.
But I think everything, like I said, I think like if things hadn't turned out the way they had, would we be sat here now with the knowledge that we have, feeling the way that we do? If life had been, because the trouble is, it's like, it's not just the last couple of years that's been a lie. It's our entire lives have been a lie. That what we've been subscribing to for our entire lives has been a lie. Every single fucking narrative that's been given to us has been a fucking lie to keep us ignorant, to keep us dumb, and just going basically like a stuck record every week, you know.
And everybody is like planning for their retirement, which they're not going to see half that money they've put into the system. It's just nonsense, man.
And they're still going to be asked to pay money back as well. Still, like, you know, the whole thing, like, yeah, well, okay, you know, you become a millionaire in cash, and you leave that to your family because that was the whole idea, to make the million, to give it to your family. But what? No, you got to give 400,000 of it to the government. But Prince Charles doesn't have to pay anything.
No.
Prince Charles has had everything that he's ever had in his life given to him on a fucking golden diamond encrusted spoon, and he still doesn't have to pay income tax, inheritance tax. How does
just screwed us over left, right, and centre, haven't they? But money, what is it at the end of the day? You go back in the God knows how many centuries ago, you'd have been just trading, wouldn't you? You know, trading your craft or whatever you do for somebody else's craft, and that's how it should be, isn't it?
Well, I mean, money's been around for a long time, hasn't it? Just the fact that we put so much value into gold and silver, when really it's what those things buy that's of more value. You know, if you're using your gold or your silver to buy food, the food is what's valuable, not the gold and silver. And if food really is in abundance, which it is, if you look at how much food the West wastes every day, they'd be able to feed the entire earth with just what they throw away and waste. It's ridiculous.
It is.
Right?
Absolutely
it's
ridiculous.
all completely 100% engineered. Any famines or food shortages they only exist because they're engineered to happen. It happens because some pathological fuck up sat in an office somewhere drinking his fucking whatever out of a crystal chandelier, you know,
Yeah.
wearing a $2,000 suit and a $50,000 watch and driving a $150,000 car.
It makes you sick, doesn't it? It's just, but there's no point to that, is there? There's no point to it. I don't need those things. Don't need them.
It's so fat. It's like, oh wow, that's amazing. But so what does it do? What does that watch do, man? 50 grand. What is it? Well, it tells the time. Does it really? Wow. So does my Casio.
Exactly.
My Casio tells the time as well. Wow. In fact,
Exactly.
actually, do you know what? Since I really woke up to the fact that I'm walking around with a walking timepiece here in my hand, why do I want to wear a watch?
I haven't worn a watch for
for?
God
I haven't
knows how
worn-
many years.
I haven't worn a watch since I started carrying around a phone.
No, don't need it.
What's
What
the
is
point?
time anyway?
Well, I mean, yeah, there are when you go, you know, when you've got to watch your lunch break and what time you get
I
to
know,
work, that's
I know.
what you need time for. That's what time exists for, so you know what time to go and fucking slave.
Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, you don't need it. You know?
No,
This is it.
I really don't need a watch. I don't need, you know, that's one of the benefits of being in the position that I'm in. Every cloud has a silver lining. So, you know, yeah, things are difficult on one sense, but on the other sense, every minute of the day is mine.
Yeah.
I get up when I want to get up. I go to bed when I want to go to bed. I sleep when I want to sleep. The only thing that I'm obliged to do that is, you know, out of that might actually mean I have to get up and do something is to walk the fucking dogs. You know,
But they
just
know when
make
they want walking, so
yeah, well, and it's because it, you know, it's the same sort of time every day. It's 6:30, so if we don't say the WALK too loud, I might be all right. They're both still asleep. They're curled up, both of them. They're in what we would call the fetal position, both of them. Alpha's
bless
right
them.
behind, and Kanito's down here, and then oh no, Ruby's gone. Ruby was here earlier as well.
Oh, bless them.
But yeah, I mean, the only time that matters is piss time. And you know, piss and caca. Well, I need to shit now. Okay, right. I need to shit now too. I'm going to go to the toilet. You know? The only things that we don't have any choice over when we need to shit.
But some people are though, aren't they? Oh, I've got to go for the toilet now. Oh, so such and such a time. Oh, such and such a time. I've got to go in. Oh, I've got to make food now. That time.
Oh yeah, as far as
governed
making
by it.
making food, like, oh god, you know, it's funny how it's different as well. So here in Tenerife, you still there? Yeah, here in
Can you hear me?
Tenerife
My phone was
and in
Yeah,
Portugal
phone call.
and in Spain, right? It's normal if you're going out for dinner, you don't eat till about 11 o'clock at night, 10, 11 o'clock at
Wow.
night. It's really late. Like that's
Yeah.
going out for dinner. There's like they have an extra meal or something, you know, during the
Blimey.
day, or because they have their siesta in the
Yeah.
afternoon from 1:30 till 4:30. 3 fucking hours, man. Four in some
That's
places.
crazy. Because it's so hot, is it? That's what the siesta's all about. Is it that, or is it just
I mean,
a
that-
ritual?
That makes sense for people that are working out in the sun, but the people that aren't working in the sun, there's no reason for it. But mind you, having said that, not everywhere does that now. It used to be back in the 80s that all the shops closed between you know 1 and 4 or 1 and 5 or whatever. Now you can always find a shop. Like the supermarkets open and pretty banks stay. Actually, no, banks take the fucking piss, man. They open, like the bank that I was with, Sabadell, they'd be open from 9 in the morning till 1 in the afternoon.
Hmm.
They closed at 1 in the afternoon.
Oh, and that was it. Didn't open again.
That was it.
Bloody
There
hell.
was the Sabadell Bank would only let you pay your phone bill on a Tuesday at 11 o'clock, and you only had like half an hour to be able to do it. You just had this time slot.
Jesus. I bet it was rammed there.
On like a Tuesday or a Thursday. No, because not many people really were going into the bank every month to pay their bill, you know. It was just what I was having to do because I had an issue with the Spanish bank. When I opened the account, I said to them, don't let me go overdrawn. Don't let me go overdrawn at all for any reason. And they said, don't worry, it's impossible for you to go overdrawn. I was like, good, that's good. I can't get in trouble with you. And then what did they do? They put me overdrawn. They paid a direct debit or something. Basically they took me overdrawn, and then they started putting all these fucking charges, like 25 euros. 25 euros for every letter that they sent. And it just went up and up and up and up. And I was like, you can fuck off.
Right off.
You broke the fucking contract as far as I'm concerned. You weren't supposed to allow me to go overdrawn. And fuck you.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Banks will be non-existent before long anyway, only digital. They're closing so many down up here now. It's ridiculous.
Richie Sunak's on track for a digital currency. I'm just absolutely. I can't say exactly what how I feel about it and stuff, because it would be construed as quite dangerous talk, you know. But the thing is, Rishi Sunak is ridiculously wealthy. His wife is ridiculously wealthy.
They got 700 odd million, something like that.
They've got a
more
lot of it in offshore accounts. They're not paying tax on it. They're not paying, you know. The guy wasn't even fucking born in England. He's not even English. Now, this isn't about racism.
No.
I've got no issue with the guy being an Indian. I've got no issue with that.
No.
That's fine. Just he shouldn't be allowed to run our fucking country. He hasn't got any skin in the game. He can't even relate to English people. He said it himself. He can't even relate to English people because they're poor people. He doesn't speak to poor people. Never spoken to a poor man in his life.
Oh, just makes your blood boil, doesn't it?
Dickhead looks like fucking Roland Rat.
I see that. I can't believe it.
He's a wind up. He's a wind up pre-programmed fucking Muppet puppet. You see that when he gave his speech, and then at the end of the speech, he just stood there like completely blank. And you can see what he was doing. He was waiting to see if anything else was going to come up on the auto cue. And what that meant was that he wasn't in a present state of mind, because if he had been, he would have known that he'd read the last bit. He would have known that this was the moment when you say thank you,
goodbye,
and then you go. You don't just stand there like a fucking no data, no data.
Oh, I better go now.
Go now.
Like a robot. Unbelievable. I'm just, why should these people just get in to be prime minister? They should it should be up to Joe Public to elect a new prime minister.
Right.
I just don't get it.
The fact that the prime minister's changed 3 times in 3 months, and not one of them was elected by the people. They were put in position. The thing is, nobody is ever elected anyway, because
I know.
You're given this illusion of choice between 2 parties. Those 2 members have been selected. It's not, so either way, whatever you're electing for is just one of the selections of that they've. You can have this, you can have it in blue, or you can have it in red. Which would you like? Both manufactured in the
Simple.
same sweatshop, but one's blue and one's red, or green, or yellow.
They're all the same whenever they get in anyway. And it's all manipulated into, I don't know. It's not us who've elected anybody to get in. It just happens, doesn't it? Just happens. Like they do what they want.
They're in my humble opinion, they're playing out a plan. They're basically playing out a script that was written a long time ago. Long time ago. And we are coming to the climax of the movie. I'm not sure when, but certainly by 2040. You know, and I think that's what I think. Maybe it's just that I want Jason. I definitely want Jason to be right.
Yeah.
Because then it's something we can predict a little bit. You know, at least then it's like, okay. And also, you know, I resonate with this idea that it all depends what frequency you're in when it happens. If you're in the wrong frequency when it happens, you're going to suffer like the rest of them. But if you're in the right place, emotionally, spiritually, physically, mentally, if you're in the right place, all you're going to do is observe it.
Yeah.
You're going to be a witness to it, which means that you will be one of those that is there to rebuild afterwards.
What if everything's going to collapse? Everything's going to collapse, and that's when the reset is going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just knowing when and if.
It's just that the scary thing about that, like, when that happens, you are stuck where you are. Wherever you are, that's where you're going to be staying for a while.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's the people around you and everything.
Yeah.
I think we've got till 2030 before it kicks off like that. I think 2026 is a year that is of importance because it's 360 years after 1666. 360 is a full circle, 360 degrees. So it means that there's been a full cycle since it was first. So they have to renew it. They're going to have everything in place to renew it in 2026.
Better get ready for it then, I know. Get my headset.
Well, yeah, man. It's just what's going to happen in the next couple of years, isn't it? And I think the pendulum's swinging the other way. They're making a lot of noise. And they're talking a lot of shit. Oh, digital passports. Oh, blah, blah. I think they might try and bring in digital currency, but I think they're going to fail.
Something's failing, isn't it? Well, it's like with the crypto, isn't it? I think the crypto, everybody's gone onto the crypto wagon, and yeah, a lot of people have made money out of it, but that's going to collapse. I think that's a test for them to show that it works. They're going to shut it all down and get their own digital currency going that way. I think that's a test.
Yeah, like a true original Bitcoin is the only one that's actually on the blockchain and not they can't do anything about it. Like it's on the blockchain. They can't affect it. They want this FTX was a centralized exchange, so it's only the centralized exchanges that are dangerous to people, because like if you have your own wallet and you control your own wallet, you have control over your Bitcoin. But if you put your money into an exchange, you're handing over power of attorney of that Bitcoin to the exchange, basically. Well, not power of attorney, but you're giving them your Bitcoin. So if they do something wrong, misuse your money, you don't really have any recourse on it because it's not regulated and everything at the moment. This whole FTX thing is just a big. They basically let off. They did a controlled explosion that will allow them to bring in regulations so that they can regulate cryptocurrency and have more control over it, and yeah, implement their own digital currency.
Yeah, that will
whatever. But it's how just because it comes in doesn't mean it will continue. People will find other ways. We always find a way. We will always find a way. That's the trouble. Like, that's what pisses them off as well, is that it doesn't seem to matter what they do. We'll always find a way to sidestep it, you know, get round it.
Yeah.
Because that's human ingenuity. Human ingenuity and the ability to adapt. That's what one of the things that we've been blessed
programmed to do. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but programmed originally by the original creator. We were programmed to do that.
Yeah.
To be problem solvers, and you know, and so all they're doing is they're just giving us opportunities to expand and to grow and to adapt. And it's just a really horrible thought because it's a completely unknown scenario. So there's an element of fear about it because it's like, well, what are we going to do, man? I mean, for me, fucking hell, you imagine how I'm feeling.
No.
I'm stuck out here. The only way I can eat or pay my rent or do anything is when people send me money from abroad. If all that shuts down, what am I going to do, man? I'll be screwed because I can't. I'm not just been sat on my arse. I've had my fucking putting my feelers out and trying to sort something out so I can sustain myself. And I'm just coming up against brick walls,
all the time.
And then I have one offer come out of the blue, just to be shot down again, like within a couple of hours of making the offer, then retracting that offer. So what the fuck was the point of that? What's the point? Just to
they
get
can't have you on the books, can they? Because of the situation with residency.
The situation. Yeah.
Bollocks, isn't it?
And like two other people that have offered, and then nothing's come of it. Just nothing's come of it since, you know. It's like, rah. Why bother saying anything?
Yeah.
Why do that? What compelled you to make that offer? It's because it was your heart compelled you to make that offer, right? And then your head later on told you not to do it.
Yeah.
Why is that? Well, for one thing, they're fully jabbed. That's a coincidence.
Is that it out there with getting a job? They want you jabbed, do they?
They were saying that. I don't think they're allowed to now, but they were saying it. They knew, Martin knew that he couldn't say that to me, that I just said that. And then when they when I couldn't get that, when they said, "Oh no, we can't do this. You're going to have to go. You're going to have to go back to the UK and do the visa thing." And I was like, "Yeah, but that means that to come back again, I have to get jabbed."
Mm.
They're like, "Oh, sorry, man, sorry." So that was a brilliant way to try and make me get jabbed
Mm.
without telling me I've got to get, without actually saying you've got to have a jab to continue working here. Force a situation where I had to get jabbed. Now they've dropped all those mandates and everything, but it's kind of, it's a bit late now. I've got no, like, everything's different now. I can't just go back to England to go and try and get a visa sorted, because I don't have the money or anything. I'm living day to day at the moment. So thinking about taking a fucking trip to the UK, I've got to think about where I'm going to put the animals. Where am I going to put the animals? Because I don't trust anybody here to look after them. And I've heard enough stories about the kennels here. Really don't want to put them in any kennels or anything. Like, the cat will be all right. He'll be okay. But the dogs, no. So it's not as easy as just nipping back to the UK and getting a visa and coming back again. And also, I'm a really stubborn motherfucker. I'm really fucking stubborn. I've been here for 7 years working and paying my way, never costing anything to this government, only ever making government money for the country, contributing to the GDP by entertaining tourists who came out specifically to see me. They had a choice of where they were going to go, and they chose to come to Tenerife to come and see me. So, I had an influence somehow on the GDP, that the amount of money that they'd spend when they came over. I never asked for anything, never did anything wrong, just worked. Why can't I have a residence here? Why can't you just give me the little the green card that says that I can fucking continue to work? Why won't you do that? Why won't they do that? They do it for everybody else. Why won't you do it for me? You do it for people that have only been here for 2 months, but you won't do it for. But apparently they're just making it really difficult for any English people. Right, for any English people that apply now, they're making it really difficult. So everybody that works, nobody English works in the colonial anymore.
Bloody hell.
They're all Italian, Spanish, like Canarian. Everything's changed, man. Everything has changed.
We'll sort it out, bud. We're going to get SMO. You hang in there.
One way or another. One way or another, yeah. Yeah, Holistic Media, Blade Runner, and also, what's that other one with Justin Timberlake about the time? And the currency is time. The whole currency is time, and it's all about how much time you've got on your clock. And when that time runs out, you die. So theoretically, you can live forever if you keep topping up the time. What was that film called?
Oh, bloody hell.
Because he's with his mum, and his mum still looks like the same age as he is, because she's always had a lot of time, but something happens and she loses her time, and they have to get somewhere. They have to get to this point, and she'll be able to get more time. So they're running, and her time runs out before she gets there, and she just drops dead on the floor. But the thing is, she's actually just a really fit actress. So it's like, it doesn't look like mother and son. It's all a little bit
No, I haven't seen that. I don't think so.
In that sense.
I've seen something once when they had to do running on a treadmill and do stuff, and they're locked in their room, and it was all like manipulated on time and points. and they had to watch so many different things on this big massive screen, massive LCD screen in their room. That was weird. That might have been Stranger Things or something like that. That's cool to watch.
It wasn't The Island, was it?
No, I haven't seen that. It wasn't The Island. I can't remember what it was.
The Island was good, man. Like where the way it's just interesting, like the way they go to the toilet and just like the pee would go off and be analyzed, and you know they'd have a drug screen and analyze the protein levels and everything, and then their diet for that day would be associated to what their piss had said in the morning. So they'd go to the thing, they'd do their, have a piss, and then the computer, or no, they go to get their breakfast, and they'd go for bacon and egg and hash browns, and the person would say, "No, not for you today.
That's how it's going to be, though, isn't it?
Your potassium levels or whatever, or such and such, were too high, so you're on a bland diet, of just something really it was like a bit of toast and a grapefruit or something." And because they were meant to be kept in peak physical condition, because they were clones, weren't they, of celebrities and high level politicians and stuff, and businessmen and women.
But isn't this how is China run like this now? Is it how it is with the way they watch what you can spend and everything?
China's on the social credit. China's on the social credit score. It's all social credit score done on WeChat, and if you do something wrong or you step out of line, like that, you can't travel.
So is this is real? This is happening now, and is it across the whole of China or what?
It's what's being portrayed to us in China, but I really don't believe anything that they're saying about China. I think, like,
I wonder if it's something they're just trying to show.
Don't get me wrong, because I'm not saying that this is. I'm just saying maybe the whole story we've been given about China and Russia has come from these pathological liars that are trying to tell us all this other shit as well. So I say, well, let's just fuck off everything that they've said and think, well, they've basically demonized these people. Why would they demonize them? Well, because they want us afraid of them. Why do they want us afraid of them? Because they don't want us to look. They don't want us to know. Maybe the way they're doing it is actually more like the old way, in the sense that they would allow America to be America, Russia to be Russia, India to be India, Africa to be Africa, England to be England, sovereign states, that not a hegemony, not a unipolar hegemony, a bipolar, a multipolar, not bipolar, a multipolar realm where there's not one state that's the biggest and the best and in charge of everything. Just it's an understanding that these people have got their things, and what Putin in all of his speeches, what he talks about is how basically the West, the robber barons, have raped countries for growing economies and places that are rich in material wealth under the from mining or whatever. They go in and absolutely rape and pillage the company of all of its material wealth, and take it back for themselves and hoard it for themselves and give none of it back to the country. And so they're taking those people's inheritance. That's their inheritance. That's their land. That's their gold. That's their stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, let them get rich off it. If you know, let them benefit from the profits from it. But
well, the West don't want that. They don't want them to benefit. That's the thing, isn't it? They don't want these countries to benefit that are rich in minerals and everything else like that.
I mean,
they don't want a slice of the cake. They want all of the cake.
No, they want the whole cake. Yeah, and they don't want anybody else making any other cakes. It's just their cakes. But what really, I was going to say something then. It just left my head. Just as I was about to say it. Like, no.
Come on, what was on that?
No, it's gone. Dude, we've been going for nearly 8 hours. I've been going for nearly 8 hours.
You have, right. Fair play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I might just keep it. I might just keep it fucking running. Just keep it going. Play some videos or something. I'll put I'll put some videos and just keep it running. Come back later. Just keep it running until the 24th, and when it'll all be reset.
See what happens.
I'll get an extra. I've got like an extra fucking 5.5 hours off my. You know, like that.
Fair play.
I must be around 25 hours or something.
That's nice of them. No. Well,
It was the one thing I was worried about. I'm just cutting the stream, you know, when I ran out and just cutting the stream off. But when it was like, oh, that's brilliant. Because somebody said no, they won't do that, and I was like, yeah, they fucking will, because they fucking. But no, they haven't. So I'm happy.
That was brilliant.
But listen, mate, you don't have to stick around if you want to. You've got stuff to do. It's like it's 7 o'clock.
Well, I'm really
you must be getting a bit hungry now, aren't you?
Fucking freezing. Hungry, no? Wait, I haven't eaten all day. I'm not hungry.
Cold though.
It's getting a bit chilly. That's why I put the rubber gloves on. They actually work and keep you a bit warmer. I did have the fire going, but it just gone out. A little gas fire going. But, it's a bit chilly down here. But, I'll probably get back and have a shower and shit. Yeah, but if you're still going, I want to pop back in after.
Cool.
Is there anybody else that wants to pop on?
Thing is, the thing is, when I stop this stream, I won't be able to come back.
No, you
until and it's either tomorrow or the day after. I'm not sure. But yeah. All right, mate. You go and do what you need to do. And I'm
play
gonna
some stuff and that. Like I said, I might get changed, and I can come back in if you still go in. Like.
Yeah. All right, mate. I'll put a video on.
Pop StreamYard up again and see if anybody else wants to come in. Emily's in chat now.
No, we've got 8 people watching. We've got Holistic Media, Brian,
hey,
Alex, Pushkin Castle. They're the only ones chatting.
Well,
at the
Alex
moment.
hasn't been on for a while, has she? I've seen that.
No.
Ages. Come on, Alex, get on.
That's the only ones that have been chatting. Lizzo's gone. Nigel Betts.
Hi, Nigel.
I don't know who's still here. Whoever's still here and signed in, just give us a shout out and let us know. Lee.
There we are.
Much love.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, bro. Take it easy now, right? I'll speak to you soon.
Take it easy, bro.
Ta-da.
See you later, man.
Thanks for having me.
I'm gonna take the dogs out. So let me get this ready. But this is just a really
That is one thing we love to.
this video is not long enough. And also, it would have been echoing loads, wouldn't it? Because I didn't turn off my thing. But this is just a really fitting song, and I really enjoyed playing it now because the lyrics really seem to mean something.
Keeping follow really thirsty on the avenue. Thought I heard you talk softly. Turn down the lights, TV and the radio. Still I can't escape your smile of you. What does happen to it all? Crazy summer say, where is the life that I recognize? Gone away. I won't cry for yesterday. There's no ordinary world. Somehow I have to fight. As I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive. sensitive spot to listen. Pride will tear us both apart. Now pride's gone out the window, cross the rooftops, run away. Left me in the vacuum of my heart. What has happened to me? Crazy some say. Where's my friend when I need you most? Got away. I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world. Somehow I have to fight. As I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive. People's on the roadside, telling suffering grief. Here today, forgot tomorrow. Here beside the news of war. Ours is just a little soft talk. Not a cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world. Somehow I have to fight. As I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive.
Right then, thank you very much.
You do something to me, something reverse. I'm wired. No hide. You do something wonderful, chase it all away. Mixing my emotions, the doors be back again. Hanging on the wire, yeah. waiting for our change. Just you through the fires to catch you again. Hanging on a wire, yeah. See, waiting for my change. Dash you through the fire, just to catch your hand. You again. Something to me. Something you've been inside. Hoping to get close to. Peace I cannot find. Dancing to the fire, yeah. Just to catch a flame. Just to get close to you, close enough until that you do something to me, something you've been inside.
Just forgive myself.
Like the hills on the beach, get around, stairs 5 feet, like broken souls, trying to get home, losers reach, too short at the peaks, so lost and low. Trying to get home, not another big shatters. Little big gets lost, and what else really matters was such a loss. Losers reach, too short with the peaks. Yes, lost and low. Yeah, life won't stay home. Another big shatters. Nothing is lost, but that's what really matters. Oh, such a course, like the pebbles on the beach, around the space 5 feet, stand still low. I'm getting home. Like the losers reach, too so short with the peaks. He's not still low. home. Trying to get home. Like broken stones. Trying to get home.
Thank you very much.
Contact sins of God, whose lights up my bones, my head feels alive. I don't need to stay. I just want to feel real love, feel I live. 'Cause I got so much life running through my veins, going to waste. Now I'm done, thanking the name. Before I'm all alone, I'm very evil. Scare myself to death. That's why I keep on. While I will ride, I can see myself go. I just want to feel real love, feel the home that I live. 'Cause I got so much life running through my veins, going to waste. Now I need to feel real love, feel the love that you share. Can I get enough? I just wanna feel real love, feel the home that I live in. 'Cause I got so much love running through my veins, go to place. I just wanna feel real love, feel the love that you have. Hold on my soul, you can see it in my face. It's a real big place. Down in my head, one contact with living. That's who I understand. That's who I forgive. That's who I understand. That's who I understand. That's who I understand.
Mr. Robbie Williams, there we go. Thank you very much. It's like Phil Collins. I've not done this one for a while.
She goes out to the man on the street. Sure can't help it. Just call and know that she's just somewhere you can tell me. He won't talk, doesn't get back. He pretends he can't hear her. Stops to whistle as he crosses the street. Feels embarrassed to be there. Oh, think twice, 'cause it's another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice, it's just another day for you and me in paradise. She calls out to the man on the street. Can see she's been crying. She's got blisters on the soles of her feet. She can't walk, but she's trying. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you. You and me in paradise. Think about it. Think about it. Oh no, there's nothing more anybody can do. Oh Lord, there must be something you can say. You can tell from the lines on her face. You can see that she's been there. Probably been moved on from every place. 'Cause she didn't fit in there. Oh, think twice. It's another day for you in paradise. Oh, think twice. 'Cause it's another day for you. You and me in paradise.
I just gotta finish making my coffee, Alex.
Think about it. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. Just another day for you and me in paradise. Paradise. Think about it. Paradise. Think about it. Paradise. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Here we go, Mr. Phil Collins. Lovely. Well, I just want to do this one as well.
The higher you build your barriers, the taller I become. The farther you take my rights away, the faster I will run. You can deny me, you can decide to turn your face away. No matter, 'cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. The more you refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. You hide behind walls of Jericho, our lies will come tumbling. Deny my place and time, you squander wealth that's mine. My light will shine so brightly it will blind you, 'cause there's something inside so strong, so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, there's something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. Brothers and sisters, when they insist we're just not good enough, but we know better. Just look them in the eyes and say, we're gonna do it anyway. Gonna do it anyway. Something inside so strong, so and strong. I know that I can make it. Though you're doing me wrong.
Love this song.
Thought that my pride was
Can't sing it. It's too high.
something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong.
You right there, Alex? You can say, yeah, you can talk. Your mic's on. Yeah, the mic's on.
Can you hear me?
This is going to stop in a minute. Yeah. This is going to stop in a minute. Just the last message, the most important. You are powerful. We write reality. What on earth is that? Is that a chocolate bar?
Yeah, the little one.
Vanilla.
I take a leaf out of Shari's book. No, it's a vegan type thing. It's just...
what?
I feel terrible.
Let me see.
They're called boot.
Is it?
I order it every week because it's my appetite stimulant. Because I said, with the MS thing, I lost half of my body weight, so I went down to like a very small size 8 from a very 14, which you would have said big size, but it's like whatever. I'm 5'4" in a bed, so my stomach was sleeping next to me. It no longer does. My stomach now is sleeping behind me. That's why I have to eat, so the stomach can get where it's supposed to be. But I'm not going to.
No, you can eat it. You carry on.
I brush them. I put my eyebrows on. I did my face. I put a dress on. It's the same old dress, my favorite. But
And how are you feeling? How are you doing generally? How's life?
I think I'm doing better. I feel there's been an increase in my energy.
Yeah.
I've been taking lots of supplements, and I just found one that I knew from before, but it was brought back to my memory.
Mm.
And I remember that it had to be a certain type of supplement. I don't know if we should say it. It's up to you. It's your show. Anyway, I'll talk about supplements, but I won't say the actual thing unless you want me to. But now I'm taking out.
There's all different sorts of supplement, though, aren't there? You know, what sort of supplement? So if it's a dietary supplement, is it a dietary supplement, or is it a RSO supplement?
With life supplement, not a diet supplement, because I'm not going to die. You know, that's been. It's like there is a day for it, but today is not today. The day is not tomorrow either.
No, or next week.
Or next week. So I'm taking nutritional supplements because I can't eat a lot. But on the treehouse, in the magic treehouse, somebody was making crab apple jelly. I think it was, God, who was that? But it suddenly set off a craving in me, and I needed crab apple jelly, and I've been buying it and buying it. I mean, this is like about the 5th jar of it. I love it. So good. How are you?
I'm much the same, really. There's not really any change in anything, really. It's Groundhog Day, and it's the same. Yeah, nothing's changed yet. So,
It will. Change is coming.
Just keeping my eye on what's going on. You know.
Yeah, taking temperature.
Exactly. Like it didn't it didn't exactly play out how I thought it was going to play out, the whole midterm elections thing in the US, but it was pretty much what I thought was going to happen. I was just pissed off that it did. I was still, even though it happened and I knew it was going to happen, I was still pissed off that it did happen and that not enough people made a noise about it. You
But
know?
then how would you know? Yeah.
Well, yeah, true. With everything so censored. And...
Yeah, saying much about anything, it seems. This, YouTube community, do they even know? And maybe people are going to the mattresses and thinking about, fuck it, I'm not voting for anything. Maybe it's that. Maybe that's a sign of something. It's an augury that there wasn't such a big turnout, or I don't know because I wasn't there, so I can't.
Well, the thing is, they were reporting bigger turnouts than at the presidential election. So they reported there being a lot more votes than certainly than the last midterm. But it could, like you say, I think it could be that those people just didn't bother going. But
or maybe they just weren't reported on, and they felt that they were they're lonesome. I don't know.
I just wonder how many votes would take. People that acquiesced or made a conscious decision not to vote. I wonder if they did vote somehow. I wonder if it was stolen somehow.
No, I heard that there was a disagreement, or somebody wasn't going to announce who their winner was. It was between two Kathys. I'm not sure.
Carrie Lake and Katie Hobbs.
Yeah.
They've called it, though. They've called it, I think, and they've said Katie Hobbs won it, right? And that's the ridiculous thing, is that Katie Hobbs, and now everybody's just accepting it. Oh well, she's won, but she didn't campaign. She never campaigned. She never debated. She never, she was basically she just followed in Joe's footsteps and remained in her basement the entire time, and could never ever come back with a good retort to anything that was leveled at her. She just had no response to anything. So clearly 100% puppet, and people are supposed to believe that more than 50% of people voted for her. Nah, I'm sorry. Not legitimately. I don't believe for 1 second that more than 50% of people, actually real people, went out there and said, yeah, I'm voting for Katie Hobbs. Because she's got to be one of the dumbest ones up there. She's just like an old white version of AOC. She's brainless. She's got no fucking brain at all. Right? She just says what to say, does things that she's told to say. Whereas Carrie Lake had a very definite plan. Carrie Lake had a very, very definite plan. What she was going to do if she was voted in, and it was basically just went completely against their entire agenda. So there was no way they were going to let her do it. Call a state of emergency on the border, get the National Guard down there to secure the border. They didn't want that happening. They can't afford for the national border to be secured anywhere, because then that interrupts their other things, doesn't it? But then we got what's going on in the UK, man, as well. That's just a Rishi Sunak. Wow.
You know, there are some who are overjoyed and some who are very antagonized, and there's probably people in the middle who just don't really give a fuck. I just look at it from all, I take no sides. I'm on my own side. That's it. You can follow or get the fuck out of my way. I'm that kind of a person. So
I know whose side I'm not on.
I don't.
Definitely, I'm not on Rishi Sunak's side. I think one of the things is a conspiracy that so many men of 5'6" are leading countries. They're all 5'6" tall.
Oh,
what the fuck?
They're so little.
They're tiny little men with tiny men syndrome. Clearly.
Do you think what is that syndrome called? Is it Napoleon? Was that what it was? Is that what these?
Yeah, Napoleon.
Yeah. You've got the Machiavellians, and now you've got Napoleons.
Yeah.
I mean, they say that some the very short men are more sexy because it's more concentrated. I don't know. I mean, you hear in America, that women on certain shows and they're like, oh, he's got to be over 6 foot. And I'm thinking, bloody hell. When I went to Los Angeles way back in about 3 decades ago, I was scared to sit down in case somebody mistook me for a cushion and squashed me flat and dead, because the people were enormous. And, I'm because of my height, because I'm only, little, apparently, according to the statistics, I think I'm, about the average for a woman. But anyway, I don't know. But they were huge. And I was terrified to sit down because I came up to everyone's hip. And then in later life, I had someone who had a very, very, very tall son. And he would always talk about the eye line, how he was always not in anyone's eye line. Because are you tall?
Yeah.
Are you very tall?
Yeah, I'm 6'3".
Oh, so you're quite huge. So about the eye line. Like no one can meet your eye line. You've got to stoop.
Well, look down. look down a little bit, or if I want to get on the same eye level, I have to crouch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or take the step down. Let them stand on the step above, or 2 steps above me. Yeah.
Once I realised about the eye line, because it was never anything that I'd ever really considered before, and now we're going back maybe 3 or 4 years, and there was an accusation of something that had been done that no one had seen it, and there were 2 people that were accused. I'm not going to go into details because but 2 people were accused, and when I looked at the accusation, it was like, hold on a minute, the dwarf did it. One of the people that wasn't accused was much shorter than everyone else, so much shorter, and he was known for this sort of thing, So I was like, no, the dwarf did it. because he's the only one. He wouldn't have been. That's why no one saw it happen.
Yeah, because they looked.
It was in no one's eye line.
Around, and he wasn't on anyone's eye line. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. They really didn't like that. You know,
did somebody have their bottom? Did somebody have their bottom pinched?
No, it was worse than that. Well, I mean, it really depends. Somebody had glass in their drink. No, was it glass? Was it needles? It was needles. Pins or needles. One. But and 2 people were the accused. I was like, no, that didn't happen. You know, I'm not an investigating type of. You know, I don't have any credentials for this sort of thing, but I'm a judge Judius. You know, if it don't make sense, it didn't happen, and it didn't make sense what they were just saying. You know, because of the statistics of sociopathy, that what the accusers were saying was that you're basically essentially accusing 10 kids of sociopathy because they didn't see what happened, and statistically, and you know, I didn't make up those statistics. You know, the statistics are the statistics. You know, the science is the science, apparently. You know, and according to science, it couldn't have happened the way that you describe it, because if, you know, 10 people wouldn't all say the same thing unless one person, because it was definitely done, was the one who did it, but he wasn't seen because it wasn't in anyone's eye line. This is not a scourge on dwarfs, you know. But, you know, just in this instance, you know, equal opportunity, you know, the dwarf gets it. Sorry.
Yeah, and you know, opportunists come in all shapes and sizes.
Exactly. So.
Go and lay down.
Yeah.
Go and lay down. Go and lay down.
Did they have a nice little walk?
Yeah, but Alfie's look like moving around like he needs to go to the bloody toilet again.
Oh God.
Go and lay down. Go on.
Did he go when he was out?
Yeah, twice.
Did he do a poo?
Yeah.
He maybe wants you know, a little scuff of the ears or something.
Well, he gets like this sort of intermittent bad tummy where it's loose, you know, a bit loose, and he has to evacuate bowels, and it happens intermittently. I don't know what it is that causes it, but you know, the trouble is the food. It's the only food that I can get for him because it's the only food that's available in the shops that I can afford. To get him better food means spending more money, and I just don't have it, you know. So he's got to just basically get what he's given, and I feel bad about it because it's obviously not good for him, you know. His breath smells like his shit. His shit smells bloody, you know, wrong. It's like he's obviously kind of backed up, I think. You know, it's not. I don't know. It's
very
shitty
difficult.
dog food. Shitty dried dog food.
Yeah.
But if I give him wet food, if I give him meat, then he just has the horrific runs. So.
What about rice? I mean, rice is cheap, isn't it?
Cooking him rice, yeah. I mean,
you could just mix something in it and then give him rice, and maybe that will help to keep him, you know. I mean, all those Chinese.
I could put.
They don't eat carbs other than rice, do they?
Just put some of his food in there for texture.
Yeah, for smell. If he's hungry, he'll eat it. I always said to kids, you know, that I looked after, or who came into my house, is either when they used to be like, you know, they're wanting this and wanting that, I'd be like, listen, it's this, like with water. If you're thirsty, you'll drink it. If you're fussy, you can fuss off. And they found it quite amusing, actually, because, you know, I mean, I do the filtered water, you know, with crystals and this, that, and everything else. So.
And the food wasn't bad food, was it?
Of course not.
No, so.
And if you didn't eat your greens, you didn't get your pudding. You know, those are the rules, and I can't break
Well,
them.
yeah, them's the rules,
You know?
and like
You have to know how to cook. And also, I used to like a little bit of like sea salt with herbs in it, and it's one that you can buy. And I called it magic fairy dust, and anything that I sprinkled on it that would be delicious. And you know, kids who don't eat broccoli, they'd be like, "Oh, I do actually like this," and I'd be like, "Oh, do you? Okay, well then eat it, and then you can have some pudding."
It's amazing what something like that can do. Like my mum could have made much more use of celery salt. If she'd put celery salt on my vegetables, I would have fucking munched them down. You know, but
Yeah, but you know, it's like at least you know. Yeah, because so many people don't know, and the kids
also
a very bland, you know, beige diet. Everything's beige. Yeah.
Also, my mum felt like up until after I'd left home, it wasn't until after I'd left home that she actually changed the way she cooked vegetables. But basically, they just pressure cooked everything.
Yeah.
They just whacked it all in the pressure cooker. So
Can I
everything
tell
would
you
smell
something
and taste like cabbage
that
and broccoli.
I
And
found out? I know, disgusting. Like school dinners. I used to love them, by the way. Although I'm obsessed with school food. I used to love it back in the day. But did you know? Okay, let me ask you a question. 40 degrees, is that a cold wash?
yeah, we've had this. We've had this question.
Oh, have we had
Is
this
it?
one?
Yeah, yeah. You've asked me this. Yeah, 40 degrees is a cold wash, but 40 degrees outside is not very fucking cold.
Exactly.
Is it?
And then you realize, you know, I've been doing, I thought what I thought was a cold wash at 40 degrees, running the boutique boarding house, you know, grand that I was doing before. But the man that I'm with, and we're going into our 11 years come January, his clothes, when I look at them, I'm like, is that new? And he's like, no, I've had it for decades. And it's like, it looks like you just took it out of the packet. Because he knows that 40 degrees is not a cold wash. It's a hot wash. It's not as hot as 100 degrees, but it's a hot wash.
Yeah, it's not a 90 degree. It's
It's like what you were saying about the Mandela effect earlier. I was listening to a bit, you know, but I went for doze because I often do. And your voice was very soothing, and so was Sterling's. Very soothing. It soothed me to sleep very quickly. You should put it on record and give it to women who've got babies that they can't get to sleep. It will work. that they pay you money for that, you know.
I'll tell you what, I'll take it as a compliment. You know,
no, you should.
Should. It's not that you're boring. It's just it's that pitch or whatever.
Like it's like a car snake thing, you know, where it's just like you listen and it's just like, oh, you know, your eyes start circling.
I'll be good at reading stories to my children if I ever have them.
Yeah, be amazing.
Yeah.
I used to read stories to mine, and I used to do all the voices and the accents.
Oh,
I used to listen to other mothers read, and I'd be like, "Oh my god, not like that! Give it here! I'll do it. I'll show you how it's done." You know. But also, there's a real trick as well, because when mine was very little, and you do want them to kind of get off to bed and get off to sleep, I read this book called Mrs. Jaster's Garden about Mrs. Jaster and Hedgie, who was a hedgehog who came into her garden. And it's a really like beautifully illustrated book with a really like gentle, delightful, challenging story. Because Hedgie is challenged when he gets sown, you know, with seeds. It's the whole thing. But if you start reading that story and you just do it in a really quiet voice, literally by the time you've got to the second page, they've gone to sleep. That book is in my house on display. So, you know, because it's like amazing. You want them to go to sleep, read that quietly, and they're out. And it's not because it's not an amazing story, it's because it's so brilliant that they just
The funny thing is that at my gigs, not just at one gig, at like any gig that young children have been there present in, you know, and weddings and all kinds in the middle of the day, at night, different times of the day, small children fall asleep when I'm playing. They stop what they're doing and they sit there mesmerized, listening, and they fall asleep.
Yeah, that's a gift.
Yeah. I have people come
That
up
is-
afterwards and say, "Wow, the kids just went straight to sleep when you started. They haven't shut up all day, man. What? You've got your magic." I'm like, "No, that's cool, man. That's brilliant." Maybe
You're
I
using
should.
implausible deniability. You have a very hypnotic voice. Yeah, you could be, a real car. Like from the Jungle Book, trust in me.
Yeah.
And people would, just because of, you've got this hypnotic, delicious voice that is just like, even when, you forget what you're going to say and this, that, and everything else. And it's like, even when you're irritating, you're still hypnotic.
I mean, I've wanted to do voiceovers or read, do audio books for books, for fictional books, for factual books, whatever, just audio work that isn't singing, where I'm using my voice but not to sing. I've wanted to do that for such a long time, man. When Jason Brashears, he's doing an audio of his he's written a couple of novels, hasn't he, about this fantasy. It's a fantasy story. It's not fiction. It's not fact. Yeah,
something.
Fenray or something.
Yeah.
And I just thought, man, I'd love to do that, to read his book for him or something, but he's doing it. He's got a good voice, man.
Yeah, I was thinking that if I was going to be interviewed by anybody, because I've been like looking around at different spaces and places. I would like to do, Anne Rice did Interview with a Vampire. With Tom Cruise and thing that it was made into a film and this, that, and everything else. And it's sort of real like vampire type, the young love, the vampire stories, they're all over. I don't know if it's so much now because I actually don't watch TV, but there was a time when it was like there were so many of them,
They did they had things like Twilight and stuff on CB or whatever that channel is in America. And there was there's more than one, isn't there, of the it's this vampire story, but it's all very sexual and very sexy. Oh, it's sexy to suck each other's blood, and they're just, I don't know. I remember Bram Stoker's Dracula, right? And
did you read it?
No, I watched the film. So Keanu Reeves, and those vampiresses seduce him and take him to bed, don't they? And they're basically, and I remember thinking, oh man, that'd be really cool, but damn, those teeth, why does there have to be the blood and the teeth and the shit,
Yeah, but why does that happen? I mean, isn't one enough? 7? I mean, wouldn't that be exhausting? I mean, I don't know, far be it from me to get in the way of anybody who wants to do 7 at once. Go for it.
I can't see. I don't see the point. It's like.
Sorry, it's just such a
I don't see the point, man. I don't see the point in 7 women. I don't really see the point in 2.
I think it's terrifying, actually. And how exhausting, Listen, there's horses for courses and horsies for causes, and I ain't horsey or horsey for that causey or coursey. There's no way. I'm very vanilla.
Yeah. Brian Evans, that's quite.
I'm going to run to you. Sorry.
I just see it. Brian Evans has just written Langthorne, right? What is, because Langthorne is a family name. My cousin, her family name is Langthorne because she married into the Langthorns. So what's that? Why did you say Langthorne? What does that mean?
I didn't realize there's so many people who have come back in again. When I was, oh right, hold on a minute. I just need to have a look and see what is going on. Yeah, here we go. Right. Haha.
Supernatural.
Hello,
I used to love
Lucy.
Supernatural. The Winchester.
Have you
Boys.
watched any Twilight Zones recently? You were saying about the allegories and everything, and I mean I always talk about the metaphors, but the allegories or the metaphors, so I actually don't know which one's which. I just know what they are, but when you look
Allegory
at it,
or analogy? I was saying analogy, wasn't I?
oh okay, I got so many words.
But Twilight Zone I watched, I don't know, about 5 or 6 weeks ago. I watched the Twilight Zone. But
Which
I
one
can't
did you
remember
see?
what it was. I can't remember. I can't even remember. I
watched one
it
where
all
the
the way
woman was
through.
wanting to say shut up or
Yeah.
stop, and then everything stopped. And it was like, it's such a relief to her because, she'd have like her kids like nagging and she'd go stop and everyone would just stop. Or she was at work and she was in the queue at the thing and she would just like stop, and then she'd get to where she wanted to be and then she'd be like, stop. And then people would just like go back to how they were. And I was thinking about that. I was like, and because at the end, she's there and like she's being shown on the news that a plane is about, or no, it's a bomb or a meteor, something like that. Anyway, it's about to crash in and, kill all life on Earth. But because she said stop, the whole thing just stopped. And she's walking around and she's got all her peeps and everything around her. But she can't bring them back to life because if she does,
Because the meteor or whatever it is will destroy everything.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was just like really like so interesting when you rewatch it from a different angle. When we were young, we saw it and we were like, oh, spooky. And now when you're older and you watch it, you go, oh my God. Thanks for the warning. I'm so glad I watched it then and I'm watching it now because then I know what. Oh, okay, fine, thanks.
I think I can't remember if it was Twilight Zone or the other side or whatever, one of those sorts of programs, but it was one where I remember where everybody was speaking, like the person woke up from a coma or something, or just woke up one day, I can't remember, but they went out and everybody was speaking backwards.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
And they couldn't understand anything that anybody was saying because they were speaking backwards. And obviously
there was another one where they were using different words for different things, and there was like children's books to say which was what thing. Like elephants weren't called elephants anymore; they were called giraffes or wheelbarrows or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was one like that I remember watching and just thinking, bloody hell,
I mean, really,
like infantile, because everything that you thought you knew, you'd realize that it doesn't matter if what you knew was correct. It's not now. It's not correct now. There's different. It means something else.
And how relevant is that to where we are now? Like in reality, things do not mean the same as they used to. People don't, people take offense now. People take offense to things that before they, because it means something different now. You can't.
A wonderful woman in a hospital when I was there on a life and death, thing. And we went out for a, little, cough and a drag. And she said about taking offense that she had said to somebody, they'd say, I've taken offense. She was like, if none was offered, you're stealing. You're a thief. And I was like, oh, wow. I had never thought that before. That if you take offense where none was offered, you're thieving. You're being a thief. And now, and then I remember to say it every time when somebody was going, well, I take offense. It's like, well, I didn't offer you offense. So are you thieving me? Are you thieving it? And they'd be like, and it's like, yeah. And then it would,
it's like, it's like you're being, or it's being disingenuous, like.
Yeah, but most people disingenuous means. Most people couldn't even spell it, but they know what thief is. And even if they can't spell it, they know what it is. And sometimes it's got to go back to the very, very bare basics, I find, you know, and just call it out. Say it as it is, you know. Don't make it complicated. The devil is in that detail, you know. I haven't got time. I can go in there with you, but I ain't got time for it. I just want to be simple. It's my kiss theory, you know, as Prince. And I'm sure you know that song, you know. Just want your extra time in your kiss. Keep it simple, stupid, sweetheart. Be nice. Be nice. Don't call them stupid. Call them sweetheart. It's much kinder. Be kind. Be nice.
I mean, yeah, I realize, like, really, we shouldn't be using any of these derogatory, offensive terms, really, because it's not helping. It's just further compounding and exacerbating situations and feelings, and you know,
Is
you
it
tell
though?
somebody they're stupid. Nobody.
People use words as a disguise, don't they? You know, they could say like the sweetest thing, and the path to hell is paved with good intentions. They could say in the sweetest way, you know, and then lead you to hell, to your own personal hell. Whereas if they told you truthfully what the situation is and called you what they want to call you, you would at least know who they were. And then you can, instead of being like offended and taking offense, you could actually say, wow, thanks. Yeah. Because if they want to insult you and this, that, and everything else, it's either one thing or the other. It means that you either deserve it or you deserve it.
Well, I mean, when we were brought up to believe that when sticks and stones may break our bones, but names will never hurt us.
Yeah.
I think it was a very, you know, it was that, but it was always conflicted with.
They want to use the CUNT, you know, the see you next Tuesday, and be like, oh, you know, because they called me that. But that used to be the biggest compliment. That at one time, you know, that was the biggest compliment. That was like the compliment of mensch.
That's quite comical. That's quite comical, though, isn't it? You absolute wonderful cunt.
Yeah.
Gosh, you're such
No,
a
when people
cunt.
call me, you know, when they do, which isn't very often, I would like it more often, actually. If somebody would just, you know, please say it. Please say it. You know, I've had that thrown at me, but they just don't wash because, you know, the evidence is, no, it can't possibly be true because I've got too much evidence that it's not. I mean, I've been accused of being a racist, and it's like I moved from this area to a very white area and back again deliberately, because this area is a microcosm of the macrocosm, and that's exactly what I wanted. You know, I like a little bit of everything, you know, so that, you know, we're all very different. Yes. You know, we look different, some of us, and, you know, some of us don't. And, you know, but we've all got a commonality, you know, because for one thing, we all eat soup. And for another, we all have dumplings. And it doesn't matter what you call them or how you make them. You know, you can make it with this or that, or whatever, but it's the same fucking thing. Soup or dumplings. Jackie Mason, you know, you would remember Jackie Mason.
Like pasta, isn't it? Pasta, it can come in green, brown, white, whatever color, it doesn't matter. It's still pasta.
Yeah, and different people call it different. I remember some talking about, you know, how macaroni was invented by this, and it's just like, oh, please, you know, you want to get into a divide and impare about who created, you know, that dish, you know.
Oh yeah,
everyone's got that dish. It's pasta and cheese and some sauce. It's you know, and don't get saucy with it. Seriously, you know, don't create a thing of like, you know, we created it and you didn't. Stop now, really. You know, let's not have this low self-esteem where you know you are the only creator. No, everyone likes the same thing. You might have named it this, and they might have named it that, and somebody else named it something else. Who cares? We love it. Some people make it sloppy. Some people make it tight. Who cares? You know, just keep making it. It's to be loved. Who does it matter who did it first? Who cares? You know, the fact that everyone's doing it. You know,
I think what we could say is the Americans were first to do it with processed foods. The Europeans were doing it with the natural products. Where do we think it came from?
When America catches cold, the rest of the world catches pneumonia, or the other way around. I've heard it said, you know, Or maybe it's when America catches pneumonia, the world catches a cold. I don't know. I can't remember which.
Or it's when America sneezes, England catches a cold.
That's it. That's it. I've been saying it wrong.
Something like that. I'm not sure if that's correct, but it's. I know what you're talking about.
Rings a bell. Yeah, that it is when America sneezes, Britain catches the cold.
But I recognised probably back in 2000, years ago, man. I recognised years ago that America is kind of the pressure cooker gauge, you know, when the pressure cooker starts whistling, when the valve on the top of the pressure cooker starts whistling, or the kettle boiling, whatever it is, you know, that when the things start to boil, it will be seen and heard in America. That will be the gauge for when the shit's going to hit the fan, when the shit's about to hit the fan. I've always thought that. I think that's why I keep such a close eye on what's going on in America.
Silence of the Lambs. Sorry. Straight rock and roll. Yeah. I didn't take. They stuck to my gum.
Are you like me? You don't have to take them one at a time. If you've got 6 pills, doesn't matter if they're different sizes and a couple of them are big. You can just take literally a handful of pills, because that's where it got to for me. I was taking, I don't know, 6 or 8 pills, and I was just like, why sit there going, oh, just swallow them all. Just open your throat, and swallow it all. And that's what she said.
Yeah, exactly. Who's got no time for, one at a time, one after the other, and it's like, I ain't got that time. I ain't got time for it. I do it by the handful. You see, I'm very naughty because I look at the instructions or the destructions, whichever way you want to look at them, and I always go for gold. And so I always double up, but I always do like a baker's dozen and add 1 extra just for luck. So superstitious.
I mean, if we're talking about like paracetamol and ibuprofen, that's not exactly a good
We're
thing.
talking about supplements, darling. We're not talking about,
right. Right. There we go. Supplements. That's different. The worst thing that happened. I mean, if the supplements are costing you money, it just means that if anything, you've got slightly expensive urine and feces. It's because you won't be processing all of those supplements. They will be just passing straight through your body. But
yeah. No, when you're talking earlier with Leafy about funerals and things like that, and you were saying about something, I can't remember what it was, but I was thinking back to like what arrangements I would make, because even though I had to convert to my own religion, so that's a whole different story. Have you ever seen the film Captain Fantastic?
No.
Oh, it's a brilliant film. It's so brilliant. You would absolutely love it. You'll watch it and you're like, what? And then you'll get it and you'll be like, oh my god, it'll just make so much sense. But I've told my son that he's a Captain Fantastic, my ass. Make me as a burnt offering to the god of toilets.
I'm gonna find it.
Don't bother with anything else, I can't be bothered. Don't just spend the bare minimum.
Captain.
Say Kaddish for my immortal soul, and then I'm coming back on another reel.
2016.
A great grandchild, and you'll look at it and you'll know it's me, and you'll be like, she's back.
Captain Fantastic is.
Yeah. You'll love it. It's brilliant. No, it just, I can't say you'll love it because I don't know, but you might love it. It might, give you some inspiration. It inspired me to tell my son when have it written on my, thing, or written about me, or say it about me. We thought she'd never go because
I'm going to stream it after this.
Stay till 100.
I'm going to live stream it. I've got it. I've just found it. I'm going to live stream it after this. I'm going to watch it after this.
Yeah, it's really good.
And I do recommend to people as well that you watch 1899 on Netflix. It's very, very interesting story. It's very. They've only done one season, and it's just.
That's always a good sign.
It's just well, it's the first season. Like they've done the first season. I think they've got another season going to come out. I don't know if they're filming it yet, but it's
there was one show, and it was like, what happens? What happens? It suddenly just stopped. It was such a brilliant show, but then it just stopped, dead. Can't remember which one it was. Maybe it was a sci-fi.
There's a couple that's happened with. There was one called. Oh. Well, Pentaverate, I think they stopped that, didn't they? They only made one or two
I
of
heard
that.
about it. Oops, sorry, just vanished.
It was a bit car crashy. It was a bit cringy in old kind of Mike Myers style, you know. It was really Mike Myers really giving it his all, man. And I like Mike Myers, and he is funny, but it's just some of it was just that they just did it. to
audience.
I don't know, man. I mean, it was. I think they let him do it because he put a couple of messages in the movie. But he was what he was saying though. I think it would make people. This whole idea that there's this other secret society that nobody knows about. It's still truly a secret society, but they're working for the good. The Illuminati are the bad side, and they're the good guys. But really, in reality, they're not any better than the fucking Illuminati. They're just a bunch of sex crazed, crazy old men who have an orgy once a year.
The hand that rocks the cradle. Don't make it all about the patriarchy, the matriarchy's got its, got to be accountable.
Well, it's.
But you see, the thing is that I think it's really important, to have a look at the bigger picture. But you also got to bring it back to yourself and think, what am I going to do? What can I do? Not necessarily for the wider world, but what can I do for, myself that will encourage
those people around me. Yeah. Locally, just looking at on a local level, even down to like purely immediately locally, if it's just the people that you interact with within your life.
Yeah, including yourself, because everyone forgets about themselves, and how you interact with yourself, how do you speak to yourself? What is the inner voice, they had this whole thing, and there's probably more, but let's go 3 because that's all I can remember. And I think it was John Gray who did it, the Venus and Mars one. And he said, you've got 3 voices. Your voice, which is you're the player, and the commentator and the coach. And the commentator will always, give, like the worst story, for the headlines and whatever. But the coach will always be like encouraging you. And you just got to know which voice you'll listen to, the coach or the commentator. And sometimes, you haven't got a good enough coach and you need to get a better coach, which becomes, for men, captain and my captain, and for women, fairy godmother.
Yeah, and so the coach really is your self-esteem. It's the coach would be the personification of your self-esteem, encouraging you, telling you can do it. You got this.
But coach has got to be brutally honest and say, you can't. Forget about it. Because some things you just can't do. It's like you might want to do a certain thing, like let's say jump off a building with no wings, and fly. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. I just never seen it. So it's highly improbable, And for me, it's like, if in doubt, do now. But for some people, they might think, to do it. And, their inner coach would be like, yeah, you can do it. You can do it. And they'll jump. Will they do it? Statistically, no. I'm not saying it's never been done, but I've just never seen it or anything like that. That's not true, because I have actually seen, there was a thing where on YouTube, it's going back years and years and years, where a guy's like schlapping through the forest. Yeah. And then he sees this woman with a little girl who's flying. Have you ever seen that? It's like the weirdest.
Hang on.
Do you remember it? I've watched it quite a few times.
Do you know what?
Over years, because,
He's not supposed to see it, is he?
No, when she realizes he's filming it, they like rush off.
That is, oh God, that is.
Do you think it's CGI, or do you think it's the real thing? Just see what the people in chat have got to say about that. Hold on, how'd you get back? Oh, here we go. So useless at this sort of thing. Okay.
I don't know. I think it's equally possible that it's CGI and it's but then no. Alex has gone and pressed the wrong button and disappeared. I think it's, part of me wants to believe that it's possible. Part of me wants to believe that it's absolutely possible. And part of me says, just not yet. It's not possible yet. I don't know. Where have you gone there, Alex? You coming back? Look at that. 9 hours and 15 minutes. Been going for 9 hours and 15 minutes. This is a marathon stream. That's what he said, Alex. You shouldn't need to send the links again. If you just go to your go into your browser, it should open up. And if it go into history, well, I'll just send the link again. But it should be when you open your browser up, it just opens it back up in the same one. There's a link though. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to go for though. I'm getting a bit of a headache setting into the back of my head. I think probably staring at the screen for 9 hours.
I'm just rubbish at technology. It's not my thing at all. So because of my slippery fingers, it's like I just slip out, and then it's like, oh shit, and then I got to figure out how to get in.
Yeah.
And sometimes you try to scroll back to where the link was, so you can get back in again, and it's gone. And then sometimes you scroll back and it's like the conversation you were having 2 hours ago is still there, and you're like, what?
It should just be that when you open the browser up again, it will just open up in the last page that you were on. Or you can go to history, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm back. And I'm back here. And I'm back here. What were we talking about? We were saying something really interesting, and then it's like, then because of my slippy fingers, I slipped into a whole different reality. And I can't remember what we were talking about. We have been talking about films.
We were talking about flying, about that person flying.
Oh, yes.
If they were flying or not.
Yeah.
If it was real or if it's CGI.
A good coach would say, no, don't do it. You can't do it. Stop. Just don't do it. Whereas a commentator would be like, what is it, a coward? Or, always, very sensible. And,
Is right. So when I went bungee jumping for the first time, right, I stood there and
I held a spider.
But realized like I was in this. There was a potential for something to go wrong and for me to die.
Oh God!
And
the thought.
My inner coach said to me, "Yeah, but chances are you'll be all right. Chances are you'll be all right, and it'll be an amazing experience, and you'll be really grateful for having done it. And if it doesn't, if something goes wrong, just enjoy the view on the way down." and I made that choice, like, fuck it, jumped and just jumped. But actually, my very first bungee jump on my own, like the very first one that I did, I wanted to do it. I wanted to be like fearless, and I wanted to do a backward flip off the thing and go backwards like that. So I did it. I'm there, and I got it. It was all on video. It was all on video.
Yeah.
And you can see the camera's there in my face, and I'm like, right, 1, 2, 3, and I launch myself off, and you see the expression on my face change. Like it changes to, oh fuck, oh fuck, I've done. That's it. That's the point of no return. Like,
yeah,
and it was terrifying, man. I'm screaming all the way down until it bounces, and then when it bounces and launches me back up in the air again, or as soon as you feel the tension of the rope, it's like, oh, it's okay, I'm going to be all right.
And then you get launched back.
Then what happens is you bounce back up again, and then all the tension relaxes, and you're just kind of flying through the air. And the scariest moments are when you're just flying through the air. When you can feel the tension of the rope, or when you're paragliding, you can feel the tension of the lines that you're hanging by. It's kind of all right. It actually feels quite safe. It's only your mind works overtime. Yeah. But what if it snaps? How many other jumps have been on this rope? Like, the rope that they were using was the same rope for everybody. Everybody was using the same rope. What they were doing was they were either retracting it or extending it, making it longer or shorter, depending on what your weight was. So they'd weigh you and then say, oh, right, we need to shorten this one by 2 feet, because otherwise he's going to hit the bottom, because he's, weighs 120 kilos or whatever,
What a relief that I'm not doing the maths. Because you'd get no bounce, or you'd be smash up. Be a real mash up. Oh God, to see this sort of thing, I have a son, and he's of this ilk. And I feel like I'm being given an immunization as to what's to come. Thanks for that, Richie, but I feel nauseated.
Yeah, but this is where we're supposed to just know that nothing's going to happen. It's all going to be okay. Like, it is an amazing experience, man. It's an amazing experience.
No, my
The
sister
thing
jumped
is,
out of a plane, and she had the video and everything of it, and because of sibling rivalry, that made her the bravest. She's younger than me, and she's done everything first. Everything. If she dies first, I'll kill her. That's a joke. But because she jumped out of a plane, I had to show that I was the brave one as well. So I took my son, when they were very little, my son and my nephew, who's my sister's son, to Scion Park, which was in Richmond, and they had this whole, weird, wonderful animals type thing with all the insects and everything. And then I took them to see, they were doing an exhibition of arachnids, and the man who was handling them said, "Who wants to hold this one?" Which was a red-backed, red-legged. It was tarantula. It was bigger than my hand. And I was just like, okay, I'll do it. Richter's grin applied. But can I just tell me how it's going to feel? Just show me how it's going to feel so that I can prepare myself for it. Just show me what it will be like. So he did this thing on my hand where it was like this. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, you can. No, my hand's too low.
move to your left a bit.
Is that
Move,
that?
no, your left. Your left. That's it. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
So
camera right. It's camera right, but it's your left.
Okay. I still have difficulty with left and right. I do that, so I know which is which. Because of that, is like left. It's like, okay, that's the L for left. But then when the Hebrew, it would be the other way. It's don't drive me mental. Don't do it to me. My brain can't take anymore. Anyway, but so there I was with my hand like this, and he showed me what it would be like, when itself, plonked itself on top, and it gave me a good, thing of, okay, I can cope with that. I can do it. I've got to be brave. I have to do it. I have to show these boys, and you don't show fear of anything. So there I was with, herself. It was a female, apparently. Female of the species being more deadly than the male. And it was crawling up my arm and about to go up my sleeve. And the richest grin was forced from my face. And I said to the man, okay, that's fine now. Thank you. Because I knew if it went up my sleeve, my impulse, my entire bodily impulse was going to be to go bosh like that.
Yeah, and that would have killed it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it was like, I've done it. I've had it in my hand. But if it's going up my sleeve, please remove it immediately. Thankfully, he did.
Did you hear that? I've told the story before of the girl that I lost my virginity to. She lived out on this farm, and before we got into bed, she had two big spiders. There was a tarantula and a bird-eating spider, and I wanted to be the man and hold a spider. And she said, "All right, well, I'll give you the tarantula because the bird-eating spider's a bit vicious and she'll probably bite you, but the tarantula's all right." And so I took the tarantula, and it crawled all the way up my arm, and then crawled all the way up. And then when it started climbing up the back of my head, that's when I said, "Yeah, okay, yeah, you can take it off now. Thank you, thank you." Because she said, just be careful not to drop it, because they're not like your house spider. If you drop it, it will hurt it. Dropping from, where I was being knocked off from my head, it could hurt it. It could break a leg, or it could hit something and puncture its abdomen, or so. And I didn't want it. I was like, wow, it's like a little mouse. It's like a little mouse because they're so furry, like really furry. Listen, Alfie, I think Alfie's got a bad tummy, and that's why he wants to go out again, because he's getting really antsy with me. I've been going for 9 hours and 26 minutes, and I think I need to. It's 8:30. I need to call it a night and give my eyes a rest, because all of the white on this screen is I've got a headache in the back of my head, and I don't want it to get any worse than it is. But it's been a pleasure speaking to you again, Alex. And I'll
Me
probably
too.
be if my thing resets tomorrow, I'll be live again tomorrow on StreamYard, where I'll be able to have guests on. But if it doesn't, I'm going to go live on OBS. So I'm still going to go live tomorrow. It's just whether or not I'll be able to have guests on, because I can only do it on StreamYard. Once I've used my 20 hours now. I've actually used about 27 hours when I've only got 20, because they, like I said, they said they wouldn't shut my stream down, and fair play to them. Big shout out to StreamYard. They've allowed me to go way over my 20 hours. I'm going to bear that in mind now in the future. So once a month,
Oh.
on the 23rd of every month, I'm going to do a stream that's going to be hours long, just to get an extra little bit out of my freebie.
Yeah, why not? You know, and you could put some of that, you know, taped with, you know, reading stories.
Yeah.
With, you know, musical stuff. There was a program when we were kids. Do you remember it, Jack and Ori?
Yeah.
I'm the storyteller.
Jack and Ori.
His guitar and everything. Why don't you
What's
become
the story, Jack and Ori?
Yeah, because you tell good
Yeah.
stories, you know, and you sing. So what's, you know, what's not to love? Especially if it's us to sleep, you know, you'll be every housewife's favorite. I shouldn't worry yourself too much.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe I should read children. I've already actually read one children's story, haven't I? Ross actually gave it to me, and I read that. I forget what it was called, but I read a children's story. But I want to read. I actually want to read a book, a real book. So I'm going to sit on the sofa and actually read a real book. I've got this, and I remember when I read it. I mean, it's falling apart now. It is actually falling apart, right? But I think there aren't any pages missing. But I just remember when I read it, it had me in hysterics. I was laughing my ass off at it. It was just the sense of humor in it is so dry. But the only problem is that the print is incredibly small. Right, and my eyesight, this year, my eyesight has deteriorated a little bit, and it's so. I don't know. I'm gonna need to. If I hold it at a distance, I should be all right. But yeah, I do want to read this, but this isn't a children's book. The Lies of Loch Lamora.
Oh, that sounds
And
fun.
of course, I've got Game of Thrones as well, the first one. Yeah. And I've got for a factual book, not a fictional book. I've got DMT, the Spirit Molecule, as well, which I could read. But yeah. So anyways, thanks for coming on, Alex.
You're welcome.
Leafy, mate, thank you. And Sterling, that chap that came on first, that was brilliant. Having somebody from completely outside of the community coming in and, you know, not getting triggered. It wasn't triggered by anything we said, you know. Didn't agree with it all, but it wasn't a problem. It was nice. Anyways, I'm gonna play everybody out with a video as always, and I will see you all tomorrow. Much love. Thank you very much. Have a great night. And peace.
The higher you build your barriers, the taller I become. The farther you take my rights away, the faster I will run. You can deny me, you can decide to turn your face away. No matter, 'cause there's Something inside so strong. I know